course, their challengers. We got Beast. Regions, speaking of that whisper. I mean, this Beastcoast squad is certainly one of the teams, especially coming out of South America, and now for several years, right, has been one of the expected teams to perhaps represent South America very well at these TI events.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the past two majors, they've finished top 5, top 6. So, like, they've got the LAN records there on their win streaks, and so it just they weren't able to put it all together in day one, right? Even in their series against Secret, they just got morphlinged, and they're basically never going to want to play against morphling ever again, because C-Smile could not have played a better game on his puck. Like, he was dominant all throughout the game, and honestly the entire team didn't make too many mistakes, but then you just reach this timing on the morphling where he becomes mega busted. He got the Agate Interceptor. If it's really effective against your position 1, then good luck, because you're not going to be able to out-carry him. It's certainly going to be a bit of a challenge for them, but I think they're just going to, if they don't have first pick, going to look to ban it out the majority of the time.
Well, speaking of the bans and picks, on our screen we see our first pick has happened, and we are going to be seeing that Enigma coming out for Tundra. This is a hero. I mean, we keep reiterating, as usual with these TI events especially, you know, they're kind of, there's several of those heroes that stand out as really that first pick potential across the board, and Enigma is basically at the top of the list, and then the reactions usually come out, whether or not there's definitely discussion to be had there, but I mean, starting with the Enigma, thoughts on that, Nog?
I think it's just, like, in my opinion, it's one of the top 3 heroes of this TI. You've got Enigma, you've got Marcy, and you've got Morphling. They are the 3 that you're wanting to avoid the majority of the time. The thing is, when you're going up against Tundra, they don't play like a lot of other teams. You know, you mentioned 33 being the micro master, so you got to get rid of the Visage. You got to get rid of that Broodmother. Otherwise, it's going to become too much of an issue. So I don't mind the Silencer as a response to the Enigma anymore. It used to be quite bad, but you actually have a lot more damage in the laning phase now, which is where Enigma actually is at its strongest. You know, late game Black Hole, sure, it's strong, and you're going to have the Global Silence for that. But if you don't address them in the laning phase, especially if the Enigma has a strong combination together with the position 4, whatever it might be that Sux is going to be playing, then you're going to just have a horrible time. And he's going to pick the Earthshaker. It's not the strongest lane combo. That's the area that I'm a little bit worried for Tundra, and I really don't have a lot of faith in this hero. I know it's the most picked hero of all time at TI, but I think it just does nothing for these huge windows in the game, and that's when the enemy team can look to exploit you. I mean, you're already playing around a long cooldown with the Black Hole, right? So now you've got an Echo Slam as well, and you need to wait for a Blink Dagger and have this farm-centric. I don't know. I don't like it personally.
It seems like it maybe gives Silencer a little more value on top of that, because you're looking for that big initiation with the epic Echo Slam, the Black Holes, etc. But that Global Silence comes out, and it just completely screws up any of that combination, right? So it's definitely see what you're saying right there. Is a popular hero, and yeah, really one of the most popular of all time, even in TI's history. And I mean, from a biased caster's point of view, hey, I love to see me some Earthshaker Enigma, of course. Great to make calls with, but certainly see the points being made right there. But yeah, going back to the Enigma real quickly too, and the idea that these counter picks, Silencer of course up there on the list. To me, it does seem like we see teams sometimes overthink that concept, because yeah, to your point, he's great with the Black Hole. That is such an epic iconic ability, but he really does so much more, specifically starting with the laning phase, getting that farm, getting the Wraith Pact, getting these heavy R items, and then even still, we've seen many cases where when they have that quote-unquote counter, he's able to get these Black Holes off with a Wyvern, a Rubik, a Silencer on the other side. So, not that Silencer's a bad pick, it's just don't overdo it, as we've seen some teams do in terms of reaction. I think a Silencer is fine, but we've definitely seen the overreactions come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm in agreement with you. A Silencer is fine, because you are still providing something. Like, it's always something that you need to watch out for. The Enigma, though, what makes it so good is that it's versatile with its build, right? You're not just a mechanism, blink, Black Hole bot anymore, you know, and the BKB doesn't change anything. You can go into the Wraith Pact now. You could stand on the backlines. You can provide this aura to the rest of your team while maintaining that threat that it's going to come. And effectively what that does is that means you're essentially half a hero ahead of the other team in a lot of these fights, right? Because Silencer doesn't want to step forward. If Silencer dies, suddenly the Black Hole is a reality. So providing the aura, you're providing the Wraith Pact active, and potentially even some Eidolons that are giving vision and harassing heroes, you know, all these sorts of things, just from standing in on the back lines. I know it's giving up a call for a support, but it's still super valuable.
You know, the hero we've addressed all these heroes other than Tiny so far and have been picked up, it really feels like. And I was just kind of confirming I always like to do, you know, as we've had day one of the books now, a lot of stats starting to kick in, and wow, Tiny is 12 games, 7th most picked hero, is a 10-2 record. So this hero's had some success, it goes without saying, so far at TI 11.
I think, I mean, we saw it at last TI, right? Any kind of hero that has some sort of repositioning mechanic is always going to be pretty strong. You've got that with the Tiny, you've got that with Venge to a lesser extent, not necessarily at the past few TIs, but it certainly has been strong over the journey. Magnus, of course, Collapse Magnus, really making a name for the hero. You know, these style of heroes that you're just able to split up the team fight, even a Mars to a lesser extent, is going to be really effective at that tool. And what makes Tiny much more preferable in my eyes compared to something like the Earthshaker is that you can use level 1 tree grab just to be able to harass in lane as well as secure range creep super easily without influencing the lane too much. And 2, all you really need is like Boots of Speed, Windlace, and then like if you're lucky enough you get a Tumbler's Toy, and you can actually act as that role so much earlier into the game, and you're not waiting for this huge timing. Of course, Blink is great for the Tiny, right? But if you have just these couple of basic items, you can still be super active. You can still have your influence early on.
Now, you were listing off like these 3 heroes. I think it was, what, Enigma, Marcy, and Morphling as kind of like the key 3. Honestly, when I thought you, instead of Morphling, I thought you maybe going Primal Beast, because obviously he's had high impact as well, and I think he could be up there, maybe the top 5 list, if anything. I'm surprised to see Primal Beast was even left open for a 3rd pick here for Beastcoast, but sure enough, they're able to snatch it up.
Yeah, I wonder what Beastcoast are going to put in response to this. I mean, K1, for his position 1 heroes, doesn't really like to play Bloodseeker and that sort, and that's what's really good against the Primal Beast, because of course you're wanting to be running at people. You need something with magic immunity as well, and he really doesn't like the Lifestealer. So I'm wondering what they're actually going to feel is valid against this, because like if Beastcoast don't feel like it's strong, they probably don't feel like you think it's strong. And I actually really like this response here with the Oracle. So that's the strongest point about Primal Beast, is that he does a ton of magic damage in the laning phase, and I've been waiting to see which team is going to pick up the Oracle as a direct counter to that, because Oracle can just put the Fate's Edict onto you for 100% magic immunity, and then suddenly the trample is useless. So I want to see how this pans out. Maybe it means that they're going to switch this Primal Beast to being more of a mid laner, so it's not quite as much of a laning counter, but it's still going to be a game counter.
Yeah, speaking of counters, a hero that we have seen a reaction quite a bit is that Shadow Demon, but you look at what Beastcoast did with that 5th ban there of the Shadow Demon, then they pick up the Primal Beast. So, but I haven't personally seen the Oracle interaction yet, and I'm excited to see that as you're referencing. And I was kind of just checking the numbers right there. Only has been seen 3 times as Oracle so far in the tournament, with a 2-1 record though. But also, 2 of those games were in reaction to a Primal Beast, worth pointing out.
Yeah, you could also be like, if you're next level, this is a play that Insania popularized from Team Liquid, is that if you're playing against a silencer, you can actually start channeling your Q on the Oracle, and then if he silences, it automatically stops the channeling, but you purge yourself, and so you're instantly out of the global silence, and then you can still cast spells. It needs some like next level game reactions to be able to make it happen, but I think they've got the stuff. Snake King is a pretty damn good player as well.
Oh, yeah, no, and that's like a great point. You know, the idea, well, in this case, because when are they going to use global silence, right? Well, it's when Enigma goes in for a black hole. So as long as you're communicating that, I'm going in for the black hole, Oracle cues it up himself. Gets out of the silence. That's the idea. But yeah, hey, it's easy for us to sit back. That's all you need to do. I mean, just press a couple of buttons, just talk, and you'll be fine. I mean, it's certainly reacting in the moment is a bit more difficult. But
maybe they'll change their strategy on Beastcoast, right? Maybe this global silence isn't going to be used for the black hole anymore. Maybe they now need to use it whenever Primal Beast goes in onto the Oracle, right? So that you're not able to get that instant reaction there. You're not able to save multiple heroes with a Fate's Edict and an ultimate. So who's going to be keeping eyes on Enigma? That's my big issue, right? So are they going to go for something that provides a little bit of vision with their position 1? There's not exactly that many heroes in the pool that do it outside of like a Spectre.
Well, here that we do see picked up is that Snapfire over there for Beastcoast. And it's interesting looking at Beastcoast lineup, because all 4 of those heroes have potential to be certainly ran, and dare I say, flex positions. Yep. Yeah, even Silencer you could potentially see as a bit of a core if you really want to run it that way. So
yeah,
I don't know.
More often, like he is a Snapfire mid player, but so is Whisper on the off lane, right? So I think the main two that they're just keeping as flex here are going to be the Primal and the Snapfire. If I had to guess, just because it's not great running two melees together, it's probably going to be mid lane Primal Beast, position 3 Snapfire, position 4 Tiny, and a position 5 Silencer. So we're still waiting for K1's hero to come out here, and I'm just trying to think what is actually going to be the good response. Yeah, see, they're banning out the Lifestealer because that's very good against the trample aspect for the Primal Beast. Again, really solid response. Maybe they get rid of the Juggernaut. Not sure, but they just need something that's going to be able to have, again, a decent time in this lane. And I really feel like you should be able to. You know, previously, Enigma Eidolons gave, at level 1, 60% magic resistance on themselves, and now it's only 30. And previously, Silencer, his like damage ramp up in the lane was really bad, but now you actually have a little bit of a burst with your Q in addition to the damage over time. So Silencer's become a much better laner against the Enigma, but you still need someone else that's going to be able to exploit that advantage. And if I'm them, I'm probably going for something with some sort of jump. I mean, do they just Morphling on Beastcoast? You're up against an Earthshaker. So it feels really good once you get the Aghanim Scepter, and Morphling is someone that only really suffers when you have a horrendous laning stage and you're able to target him specifically, and I really don't feel like Oracle, Shaker, Ember Spirit do that. Like, Shaker is a really weak laner in my eyes, and if he's got mobility through the Morphling to just be able to get to the other side of the fissure, he's going to be totally fine.
Yeah, no, that's one of those things when you say the Morphling, I'm looking over at the bans, I'm like, wait, there was really no Morphling ban? Interesting, okay. And sure enough, there is none. So there's a Bloodseeker finally coming out from Beastcoast, but yeah, that's a possibility. I will say Juggernaut is really one of the most picked cores, kind of going back to that as far as Beastcoast is potentially concerned. Maybe Tundra could run themselves as well, I know that you're suggesting, but perhaps could be a core that is contested here with these two final picks.
Yeah, I mean, everything about Beastcoast's bans make total sense to me, both in terms of comfort for the player playing the hero, as well as just the hero against the other heroes that you've got in your draft already, right? So I do like how they've gone about their banning phase, and if they're able to snatch this Morphling with the last overall pick, I'm sure that's what Tundra's talking about right now. Like, what is going to be able to contest this Morphling if it does eventually come out? What's a pretty decent response to it, and what can actually look to man fight? Because Terrorblade's not bad, right? You've got not too many ways to be able to deal AoE damage currently in team fights, outside of maybe the Snapfire, but it relies the Snapfire to have pretty good early game, which not necessarily sure that's going to happen.
Well, they're going to have to decide pretty quickly right here, and the most reserved time, so we'll find out in a couple of seconds. And it's Sven. All right. That's plenty of physical damage.
It is. Plenty of physical damage, which isn't the greatest against a Terrorblade, but, you know, you need to kill him somehow. They might be relying on the Primal Beast for that aspect with the magic side of things, but it's still the main priority for me is take out this Oracle to start the fights, and then what the Sven does as well is, you know, a little bit more towards that laning stage impact, is that you've got the Greater Cleave to be able to deal with the Eidolons. You've got the AoE stun from the Stormhammer as well to be able to lock them into place so that it really only takes 1 or 2 right clicks to be able to take them down.
All right, so it is going to be the Whisper, you know, that off-lane Snapfire, the mid-Primal Beast, the core Sven as far as position 1, of course, just to clarify on who is playing what. But, yeah, this is game number 1. Again, to kick it off right here, both teams looking for some more big victories. If you look at these lineups, again, the final pick Sven, like you said, it's more physical damage, but the point being, you got to kill Terrorblade somehow, and Lockdown certainly part of that. But do you favor one of these lineups? Either way, Denaga, is this more of a going to come down to, you know, clean play?
Oh, it's hard to say. Like, I'm more of a fan of faster, get a little bit more active.
Matchup, but do you see that going either way?
of like right clicks just to be able to trade effectively in the lane early on. Ember Spirit doesn't really have that ability to just constantly spam out the Sleight of Fist. It's still pretty long cooldown, but I could just see him looking to put like 1 point into the Searing Chains just to have that tiny little bit of a getaway mechanic, right? It's still 1.5 seconds, and that's going to be plenty of time. Even just if you wanted to go more into the Flame Guard side of things, right? That absorbs a lot of this magic damage. That's the majority of the damage that a Primal Beast is doing early on.
All right, good old pause to kick things off. It is the first game of the day, as we've been reiterating. So the teams, really want to make sure all their technical issues are taken care of. As we got another long day of Dota ahead. Again, a lot of the teams playing anywhere from 4 to 6 games in some cases. Yesterday, we're pointing that out, even with especially some games being a little bit longer. But by the end of the day, some of the teams even understandably looking a little more exhausted. But that's part of the grind, in terms of these group stages. That's part of the experience. Not only do you have to be just individually a great Dota player and teams in these games, but you have to be able to withstand just the barrage, the amount of Dota that's coming at you from so many different angles and so many different teams. That's what makes this event so epic in a lot of ways. Yeah,
I mean, the favorable point towards that is that you're not alone. Like, this is not something that it's only affecting your team, right? Every team goes through the exact same experience, so no one's going to be advantaged. You're going to have, some days where you're playing 3 series, some days where you're playing 4. It just happens. That's what the schedule is going to lead to. So we're going to see Beastcoast going for a little bit of an aggressive movement here. It's not exactly a lineup that loves to go into the stacks, so I don't think they're going to look to put down any kind of detection super early on.
Yeah, but they're hunting out in the mid lane as we got Tiny scouting it out. Gojiro's going for a little bit of a exploration. See what he can maybe find. Has that toss ready to level up and use if happens to catch somebody. As Earthshaker will avoid. They're going to get some vision up here on the high ground. It's going into the jungle and towards that mid lane as well, but snaking. Yeah, he is in trouble. Stormhammer connects. Tiny is there as well for a follow-up eventually. This should be a first blood. Can they get it to Sven? It's not going to be for Sven, but Stinger, he'll take it.
Last word.
Give it to the support. That's what we want to see. We're actually going to start, it feels like, with maybe a tri-lane up towards this top side. With Stinger maybe just trying to get a free kill, a sneaky extra kill. Force another TP back to the lane. Gojira looking to block up the camp for now, reveal himself, maybe lull them into a false sense of security. But now he's going to TP down, especially once this ward sees that Whisper is on his own, blocking in the lane. The issue now is, yes, you needed the Glaives of Wisdom to be able to secure that kill, but it doesn't provide as much to be able to deal with this bottom lane with the Eidolons now spawned. So they're going to have a little bit of a weaker point until they're at least level 2 on Beastcoast.
Watching top lane, Fortune Zane coming out, the immediate metamorphosis from Skitter, going for the combat against the heroes, trying to throw that intimidation factor out there and getting plenty of damage. So Whisper, this is a strength hero after all, so pretty tanky, and especially with that Gauntlet of Strength. Not necessarily too concerned about dying, but has to use them early on region. Bottom lane, that's killed on there. All right, so Silencer going down for the second time.
Yeah, this is that big weak point that I was talking about, right?
First time.
You've got that period before you're level 2, before you have ways to deal with the Eidolons, and if you have a hero that doesn't have mobility like the Silencer, then if you get caught on the wrong side of the fissure, you have the Eidolons split into 6. Even if they're just level 1 Eidolons, they're going to get kills.
Apologies, going down for the first time, he got the kill in the first, so ends up being a 1-for-1 now. Yeah, he is in trouble. K1 going a bit too aggressive, did not expect that fissure angle, but as we see, might die. Well, now he definitely may die. Namalpa stun's going to hit. One more to connect. One more auto attack, and there we go. Soxel will pick it up. And I mean, I know you're making the point you don't like the Earthshaker, but that's one of the reasons why he's potentially picked up, right? It's just the laning phase, especially hiding in the trees, and suddenly that long-range stun of the fissure comes out, and then a kill shortly after.
Yeah, I suppose maybe a big reason why they went for that was because of the Silencer not being positioned quite effectively, because he TP'd down from the top side of the map. He didn't have the TP to immediately get back to the lane. So Tundra saw that there was this small opportunity for them to get that kill, and kudos to them. They achieved it quite effectively. Oh, this doesn't get this pull off.
Yeah, he's going to.
Well,
so successful pull. Good lane control coming out from Tundra.
I didn't actually mention that Tundra, with playing on the dire side of the map, it's something that they heavily prioritized in the latter stages of the DPC. They wanted to make sure that they had this so that if they had a bad lane in this off lane, they wanted to enable Saxa to be able to make rotations by pulling the wave back behind the tower, but they actually don't need to this game. They're just having that good of a laning stage through a lot of good micro that it's not going to be as much of an issue. Like they're rolling up onto level 3.
Yeah, Cookie jump in. Snake King will fall. Whisper, too much burst damage. A scatter blast on a couple more auto attacks. That was just good initiation. It was coming out from the Avalanche initially from Tiny, then the Cookie stun in, and not much more he could do at that point, especially with the Terror Blade. What's really is he going to be able to assist with? Yeah, bottom lane. Silencer getting low himself. Curse is up. Zoxa is running at him, though. Has the enchant Tota, but no aftershock, of course.
Nice little splits coming through there from 3-3 as well, but yeah, there we go. K1 instantly just stuns it up, cleaves it down, and now you're starting to even out the lane a little bit more. You're always going to be a bit behind because of getting those denies onto the range creeps, but if you're able to clean up the Eidolons, it actually goes a little bit more in your favor, both in terms of gold and experience.
Right now, those spend 23 and 4. Talk about those Eidolon kills. You look at the net worth, and it's not necessarily reflecting having the top CS in the game, understandably, but he's up there. He's doing pretty well. Still very early on, though, as we're coming up to 4 minutes into this game. And speaking of that, Primal Beast mid lane is looking to go for some rune control, standing around, and he'll pick up the water rune up at the top as 9 goes to the bottom one. But yeah, so far the laning phase seems like it is definitely a favor for Beastcoast, as all 3 of their cores having to do pretty well. But bottom lane, Sven, there's again that Fissure. The Malphite started the Eidolon damage, adding up. Where is Silencer? He's off to the left. He's not here, and Zoxa is going to keep running at him, but Fissure still 10-second cooldown. So K1 avoiding death.
They're going to need to ferry out some more regen. That was the very last piece up. Actually, never mind. The Silencer's got it on the courier, so should be able to keep Zoxa away. But he might actually end up falling himself down here, Stinger.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that positioning, as Zoxa just easily wraps around with those boots of speed, and Silencer ends up going down. So that seemed like overconfidence, and speaking of overconfidence, now K1's in trouble.
No regen.
He's got some wand charges, only 4 though. Yeah, the regen's not there, and he's going to pop a war cry, and hopefully he can run away out of this. No, the Fissure put the wrong side, so he's good.
It happens sometimes. C-Smile actually making the rotation down towards the bottom side of the map, realizing that there's no Fissure, but you still got the Malefice.
Yeah, they're not killing the beast, though. Well, what is happening? No, Stinger's going in.
They really realize they need to get aggressive onto this Enigma. He's having far too good of a game. It's not necessarily showing on the net worth, but in terms of levels, he's in a really healthy spot.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, they're really playing aggressive at the tower. Of course, that's what the creep wave happens to be. And right now, it is the Radiant side that actually has the health advantage, so a little more understandable there, I suppose.
We did see 9 go for that 1 point into the Searing Chains just to make that mid lane look a little bit better for himself. He's now level 6 as well. Oh, he gets the bump back, so he's not going to get the TP back to base as well. Really nicely done by C-Smile to be able to interrupt that. Might put a little bit more emphasis onto these power runes that are about to spawn in about 10 seconds as well, but you can see the person making the rotation first is Saxa. No assistance being given to C-Smile by his supports. See how lucky he is.
Yeah, just happens to avoid, and he's not lucky enough. 9 will pick up the invis, and he'll even pop it right away. He just wants the man on the health. He's not too concerned about using the invis rune for anything else at that point. Top lane, Gojira going deep into, going to toss the illusion over to Skitter, but Gojira still in a pretty awkward spot. Avalanche on Snaking. No Fate's Edict yet, and no one's going to die, but just plenty of back and forth there at the top lane.
Yeah, he's been holding on to a point for quite some time. Now he's got the Fate's Edict. Level 4 is pretty natural time for you to get it anyway, but I think they've just had really good communication about where exactly that Primal Beast is going. We've seen in the past at like 3 minutes, maybe 4, Primal Beast with the bounty rune that they pick up from the enemy side of the map has... Oh, actually, speaking of Primal, mid lane.
They're going to get the kill onto the Earthshaker now. Ember Spirit, he could be in trouble. Pulverize with the curse. He's got enough mana. He'll get out of there. Close call, though.
The Mango just to be able to get away there. So nicely done by 9, making sure he had that remnant available for himself. But yeah, we've seen Primal Beasts make rotations up towards top. Like,
Speaking of top, Snaking, he's trying to live. The auto attack is not enough damage. I believe maybe the sticker or the fairy fire, something of sorts, keeping Snaking alive. But now Gautier just walks right up and throws out an auto attack to secure the kill. The courier's even coming in, but now he needs to be careful himself. Going to toss Skitter away, and then Metaform ends up getting the courier kill. But what cost for him? He's in a bad spot. Here comes C-Smile. Smashes his face into the ground with a pulverize and makes the kill happen on a Terrorblade. So Beastcoast is happy about that exchange.
Yeah, so that's the kill that I've been wanting to see for quite some time, but maybe they just didn't feel confident in going for it with the Oracle alive previously, right? Because of the reason that I mentioned during the draft, the Fate's Edict. If you have that 100% magic immunity and C-Smile makes that rotation to kill a Terrorblade, who's pretty damn squishy, especially to magic damage, then it feels so wasted, right? You would get so much more out of the map by 9, and I mean, he's such a quality mid laner that you can't leave him alone.
Yeah, you see Earthshaker.
Smiley's got an arcane rune. He's heading up top again. They're going to want to prioritize the Oracle first, and then if they can use that to converge in onto the Terrorblade, who just TP'd back to the lane and showed that he just TP'd back, that'd be a big accomplishment for them.
And he pops the uproar. Meanwhile, Gojira catches the Oracle, tosses him into both of them. Pulverize being used onto the Earthshaker. Saksa, he's one in trouble. Oracle using the Fate's Edict on himself. Reflection. I think he'd help keep them away. The one of his kisses from afar, though, and C-Smile on that killing spree now as he'll take out the support Oracle. Now they're going to go back up to the tier 1 top lane and try to push that in. But Skitter definitely finding himself in a pretty difficult spot for early farm. Is going to, as we usually see, have to find himself in the jungle, using those illusions, getting that farm. As Stingrex mid lane, by the way. Don't think he's slipping through this one. Side of fist. And 9 makes that kill happen at least.
Yeah, they're making pretty decent trades happen out of it on Tundra, 9 especially, but you just can't come back up towards this top lane. You know, Beastcoast have won this top lane pretty handedly, and I think they've just gotten a little bit too caught out by a couple of positions. Like I mentioned, Oracle is good against the Primal Beast, but I feel like they really thought it was going to be thrown into the off lane instead of being mid. So the fact that C-Smile's had such a good early game, second on the net worth, really goes to show what a quality player he is.
Yep. Snaking sees the Primal Beast in the jungle, immediately turns around. It's like, team, we kind of want to deal with this guy. Well, what do we do? He's going to kind of go back and forth, and not much he can do by himself, of course. But C-Smile will respect that enough, and he starts falling back and going to head back towards the mid lane now. As, speaking of mid lane, 9 is the one kind of shining star of sorts for Tundra, right? He's up there with net worth with the cores on the other side. He's going to be working on a Maelstrom, already has an Orbit Corrosion. How impactful does 9 need to be in this game?
Oh, massively, right? Like, he is the one creating a lot of the havoc on the backlights. He's the one that's going to prevent this Tiny from getting these big, you know, avalanche toss combos off eventually. And I mean, if you can take out a silencer to start the team fight, then, you know, how much is opened up for the rest of your team? You could suddenly feel like you could use all of these spell casting ultimates much more effectively, both from the Oracle, Enigma, and the Earthshaker. So that's going to be 9's main priority once these team fights start to break out.
Vlad's just finished by 3-3. Yeah. He's in trouble. Onslaught, and he thought about casting a black hole. It almost looked like right there, but either way, he is going to get easily killed. And no chance for an escape at that point. Oh, he did. Oh my gosh, yeah, he did.
The shortest black hole in existence.
That's how it didn't even appear on my screen. I mean,
black hole that wipes me out. No pain, nothing like that. That's how I want to go.
That was something. Yeah, that was all right, that's going to be on cooldown now for a bit. Again, you can tell it's just one of those things in the heat of the moment. You're just trying to make the big play, have some TP support come in and do the big turn. Would have been epic, but not to be. It was a very, very risky one.
From Tundra. They're going to be looking to go for K1. They're going to try and bait out some sort of movement towards the tower, and they're going to see K1 farming this. This would be a big pickoff.
They're getting it. Yeah, Snake King's like kill secured. Pops the Purifying Flames. I mean, yeah, Ember Spirit, he probably had that kill, but yeah, good. Kill secured. We'll call it that. It's level 6 as well as he gets the tome delivered, I believe. So False Promise now online for the Oracle. Of course, an important ability to keep in mind. This Ember Spirit, he is going to farm, especially now with that happening. He is very well on his way to that Maelstrom. It kind of goes back to your point that it's exactly what Tundra needs. They need him to have it big, especially early to mid-game. Create that presence, buy the time for the Terrorblade to pick up his farm.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just the things that they did beforehand, right? That's where I feel like Tundra have put a lot of work into a lot of their priorities, a lot of their shot calling. It's like, all right, we have to... You're going to move here in about 30 seconds, you're going to shove the lane out, and then we're going to go for this play, because they're going to need to show some sort of information that's going to lead us to be able to have that opportunity.
Fight towards the bottom rune. Not really, just a little bit of a back and forth. Oh, this one's a little more than a back and forth. Stinger gonna pop a global silence for this. Buying time as the onslaught's coming in. It's not gonna connect though, and Ember Spirit, but it gets the pulverize off. And down falls Ember Spirit. Talk about a very critical kill for Beastcoast. Stinger even credit for it, but that's some nice intelligence gain for himself. But yeah, that's a huge turnaround. A very good use of the global silence there.
Yeah, and now you've got K1 who's able to sit down on here on the bottom side and do what K1 does best. He is one of the best farmers in the world, and just see what he does on a hero like the Sven, right? He's just able to accelerate that incredibly quickly. You know, occasionally he gets caught out from plays like we saw previously from that rotation, but if you've got teams like Beastcoast backing you up like this movement towards the top side, that's going to pick him off really easily.
Yeah, no chance. He's got Sunder, but zero chance to use it right there. Just way too much lockdown, and he's not necessarily the tankiest at this point, especially against all that magic damage burst coming out. So good kill on a Terrorblade, and I mean Beastcoast is moving. They're moving around. Especially, I go back to the kill on Ember Spirit. That's the one critical one. They got a 4,000, almost 5,000 net worth lead now, and we have to keep in mind what Sven is doing on top of all this. He's not necessarily looking to fight himself. He's been farming away. He's got the Echo Saber. He's got his Mask of Madness, so he's got his tools to help him really accelerate in this game, and now work towards the BKB, which, as usual, feels like that item that could be the one that really turns things on for Beastcoast. But mid lane, Spur? No, he's out of range of the fissure, and that's going to be the end of that exchange, or is it? Nine wants a kill, but at what cost? What are you thinking, buddy? Onslaught in, he's got the side of fist. Can he get out? No, okay, he's going to be saved by the false promise. Beautiful timing indeed, so Ember Spirit, does he live through this? Another side of fist. He's getting away, and they lose the Oracle, but Nine easily healed up. Black hole from 3-3, no stopping him. It's going to be the lockdown of the Sven. They get the kill with the Echo Slam assisting. Silencer also caught by Nine. That false promise coming in the clutch from Oracle and allowing for the turnaround for Tundra. Gojira likely to fall as well. He's got some speed, but there's a fissure. And down falls Tiny. What a turnaround, but that's the factor of Oracle.
Yeah, instant reactions as well from Snake King, easily winning them that fight. But Nine, that's the reason why he can look to commit that deep, right? They find the pickoff, they split up the team fight, they force the movement, and they force out these big ultimates to start coming from Beastcoast when they're not actually ready to fight. He breaks your formation. That's what's great about an Ember Spirit. You've got multiple avenues for escape, and you've just got an extra one when you've got the Oracle to play around.
That was massive for the side of Tundra. Just as we're talking about how Beastcoast really accelerating, Sven doing his farm thing, working on the BKB. I mean, again, that was so close to even being better for Beastcoast, but that one ability at the right time from Snake King completely turning on the tide on that one. And that, again, that's one of those moments in a game like this where things have changed. After played back in the jungle, I'm not saying he's really looking good yet. He has a lot of work to do as he's working on a man style. But it goes back to, so how should Tundra be playing this, though? Does Ember Spirit, and he doesn't have the Maelstrom yet, but I was going to say, does he need to be a little more active now, look for kills, or does he need to sit back and farm himself? But almost getting involved there.
I think he needs the Maelstrom. He's got it coming out to him now, and he's going to have the level 12 as well on the Fire Remnants, just for that little bit of a damage boost. If they could catch out Seasmile for free here, that would be enormous. He's essentially doing the Ember Spirit role for Beastcoast, being that front liner. So the fact that you force the back from an aggressive movement and force a BKB to be popped, you're going to be incredibly happy. And if you can pick off a position one like Whisper, good movement there by Gojira, tossing him back.
Yeah, that's Snapfire. Getting some nice team assistance to stay alive, but again, Tundra, that was a great response on their part. The fact that they almost killed Promise is mentioned, but if anything, using the BKB, it's kind of a minor victory of sorts for them. But speaking of BKB, I look back at K1 farming away up in his own triangle up there, but another fight about to break out. Both teams pretty content on trying to control this Radiant jungle down here, and now Snapfire is gone initially, but with the kiss as a jump onto Oracle. It's a no promise for you this time, big boy. And they take out Ember Spirit as well. 3-3, he's in trouble. Now the Sims on Tiny, but Smile. You know he's going to be looking to engage soon. 3 seconds on that onslaught. Toss it in the Whisper. Slow down with the Scatter Blast. As meanwhile, Silencer able to help get the kill onto the Earthshaker. They do catch up to 3-3, and a lot of damage in return, but it's just too much to handle.
So the thing is,
down goes Enigma.
I liked Tundra's movement there, right? They found the initial pick-off. Well, not pick-off, but like person to gank onto because they had decent vision at the time. They knew that the Primal Beast didn't have a good amount of HP and he didn't have the BKB, but they didn't know that the Snapfire had the Aghanim Scepter freshly picked up. So they actually get the counter initiation happening. They take out the Oracle to be able to start the fight, and that just leads so much more into their favor, right? All of this magic damage burst that they've got is enabled by the fact that the Oracle is just not a part of the team fight at all.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, it's one of those items that certainly can catch you off guard, similar to like a blink itself, of course. In terms of getting jumped on, so well played by Beastcoast. Timing happened to be working out for them right there, but man, the fight's just continuing tonight. They just want to keep going. In fact, speaking of that, Terrible, this could be big, but the false promise immediately coming out, so he's surviving for the time being, but he's taking way too much damage right here. The smackdown with the pulverize, and there is really no chance he's actually going to live through that, so he's out for 30 seconds, and Ember Spirit makes a point to retreat, and so does the rest of the team. But we see our first use of that BKB on Sven, popping that God Strength and just cutting down the Terrorblade. But apparently, again, we're still going, and Saxa is thrown back in there thanks to Gojira. Primal Beast still went too far ahead. Might need to be careful. Stop trying to get the kill onto the Earthshaker. Not going to be enough. They killed Oracle, though. And now 9, he's trying to run away. He's got the Fire Remnant. Waiting to use it. They're sitting on it, though. He knows he's in trouble. He's going to use another one, but the smackdown with a Stormhammer secures the kill onto him, and they get 18 kills now in total as they'll also take out Saxa. Beastcoast online.
I mean, that's the thing from 9, right? He has to play like that. He had 3 Fire Remnants to play with, but you have to play kind of suicidal just to be able to try and create that little bit of extra havoc. But this is such a huge timing for Beastcoast, and they're executing it amazingly. I was thinking that they're not going to be able to get super active, because K1, he needed the BKB, right? You can't fight into all of these slows, these stuns, these big ultimates, because they've got the potential to kite you out. But now that they've got the Gobble Up on the Snapfire, you don't need to wait for the BKB. And because of all these successful team fights, you don't need to wait for the Blink Dagger, but he's almost got the Blink Dagger because of how well Beastcoast have played these past, 4 or so minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, with the Tiny has his own blink, and then you mentioned with the Sven, it's just about coming for him, so his initiations just keep catching Tundra off guard, and getting jumped first usually results in a pretty bad time. You see right there, the Gobble Up on the creep, throwing him forward. Not going to connect, though. Funny animation still to look at. But yeah, that blink just about there for K1. Looking very good. Terrorblade, it's been rough. There really is no if and buts about that. BKB himself, though, is that potentially at least a game-changing item this game, where you feel like it's just too little too late and they're going to need more? But hold that thought, because Ember Spirit, wow, that is some burst damage.
Oh yeah, and they're picking out, though, they've got the vision around here, so I wonder if Beastcoast are going to look to set themselves up to be able to counter any kind of de-warding action that's going on, or maybe even prioritizing this mid tower, considering they know that they're probably going to be preoccupied with getting rid of the vision, enabling Skidder to continuously farm, because yeah, he's fallen a fair way behind, now about 4,000 behind what you've got on K1.
Yeah.
Dire's courier has
The catch here, that's Oracle. Fates Edict, false promise. He is going to use it on himself. Don't think he's living, though.
It's just not going to even look at him. They're like, yeah, you're dead.
bottom tower has fallen.
Like, what's the point? Yeah, just that, the explosion's going off, turn around, he's got to look cool. What K1 doing right there. So, knew the kill was successful. Gets away, he's just pushing out the bottom lane by himself. Mid lane, Ember Spirit doing what he can. But you see this Primal Beast, he's ready to engage once again. He's got a haste bottled up. And this is definitely a team. I mean, yes, there's global silence, but overall, this is a team cooldown-wise where Beastcoast can just keep going. I mean, that's a big stop on Enigma, yeah. Stopping the TP, and now he is likely dead as well. They're not going to go in and give him a free black hole. As I say that, Primal Beast charges in, gets a kill. Saxa, he's not going to be able to TP out. Good attempt there. It's just too much firepower. This again, Beastcoast just looking impressive, playing fast, and there's no way to stop this at this point, it seems like, for Tundra.
Yeah, I think for Beastcoast, the big thing for mine is the difference between the position 4s, not necessarily in terms of player quality, but in terms of what the heroes are able to do. I highlighted in the draft the difference between what a Tiny can provide versus what an Earthshaker can. And you can just see it on the kill feed, right? 6, 1, and 9, the old Rey Mysterio score for Gojira, and then you've got 2, 4, and 5 for Saxa. He's just not able to have as much impact because he's not able to get these repositions off. You're not able to consistently stun for as long from as long range, right? And you're even tanky enough now with the single point in the grow to go onto the front lines and like put a little bit more aggressive wards up on Gojira. And I don't know, it just feels so much more comfortable playing around a Tiny versus an Earthshaker right now, unless you're truly an Earthshaker specialist.
Yeah.
Radiant structures.
Oh, it's going to be a Roshan time now, our first one of the game. Beastcoast, they've got enough hero kills at 22 minutes into the game. They want to kill this big boy Roshan, get that Aegis. I assume we're going to see it in the hands of Sven. And this is not going to be contested by Tundra. So I go back to this Terrorblade again. He's finally got the BKB now. I know the answer, Danagish. This BKB, it's not like the, okay, now they're going to be fine. But you know, how realistic is this now, at least with the BKB? Does it give them a fighting chance, or is it still, he's got to farm way more?
You know, against a lot of carries, I would be like, you know what, this is actually fine. It's going to allow him to farm a little bit more aggressively and be able to recover that net worth. But even with the Terrorblade, who's a really good farmer, plus the illusions, you're up against a Sven, and a K1 Sven at that. So it's not like it's going to bridge the gap all that much unless Tundra take a few effective team fights. So I almost feel like they have to fight relatively soon around all of these ultimates, but it's going to need to be on Saksa and his Blink Dagger. He's a 500 gold away. You've got to give him a little bit more space to get his own farm here.
Sure. That certainly seems like the key item. That, and maybe a BKB on Ember Spirit who just needs the recipe. That's another one of those. Okay, maybe let's get him that, and then we can feel comfortable, you know, trying something. Because you don't want to get caught in that one more item symptom, right, of they're behind 12,000 net worth right now. It's just, well, wait a second, now I want this big damage item on Terrorblade or Ember Spirit to fall. Like, you eventually have to try to make some sort of play, because you're losing that map control. The other side just gaining.
Look at this, though. He's hunting Saksa. He's wanting to make sure that he doesn't get that BKB, gets it delayed, that little bit of extra timing.
Dire's top tower.
Good thing is, like, Beastcoast recognize that they've got this period where they're ahead. They've got the Aegis to be able to play around. They actually see the fact that C-Smile's standing here on the bottom side because of the Sentry Ward, and they're still going to catch up.
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe not.
That was pretty deep, so yeah, Smile's thinking better of that. It's, you know, you have a massive lead. You don't want to necessarily just throw yourselves to the tier 4 towers at that point, so.
But the thing is, Tundra also played that pretty well too, right? You just toss out the Fate's Edict, it's enough to be able to make him back off. You can see he's actually leveling it up this time, as opposed to the Fortune's End, which has a little bit more priority in a lot of games, but not this one. The magic damage output coming through from Tiny, Snapfire, Primal Beast is way too much to ignore. And I even like how 33 played that one. While this push was happening on the top side, you might think, oh, they gave up a tier 2 tower for free, but you got a tier 2 of your own. So that's a big benefit. You were able to pick up the Blink Dagger for Saksa because of that tower going down with the team gold. So now they go for a smoke up. They really want to try and get that key pick off. If they could burst down Hector from 100 to 0, this would be such a big win for Tundra to get back into this game.
Yeah, the timing is still a little bit awkward because he's 20 gold away from the BKB on 9. So think getting that. In fact, there we go. He purchases it. Now it's being delivered. And so now in the next 20 to 30 seconds, okay, they'll be actually good to go in the sense of that's another really big item pickup for them. And from the looks of it on the map, that's not necessarily going to be happening anyways. So he's fine there.
Mid. They're trying to bring someone towards mid to be able to kill them off to the side here. They know they want to potentially fix these lanes. Seem like they're going to be able to, though. They're just too split up, and Beastcoast again recognize, hey, we got God Strength. They don't have Glyph. Let's just push top.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Why not? Push into the base. Let's go. That's 33. He's going to be tossed back into Global Silence. The Fate's Edict, but Sven is like, yeah, I don't care about this ability. Just shreds right through it. Skitter's got Metamorphosis, so 9 is in. Sven is very low. They gave the Primal Beast, so Sven is killed. Gojira also in trouble. He's dead. 40 seconds out for. Buyback is ready on the Sven if they wanted it, but of course not necessarily in the position for that would matter. Enigma did use his, but yeah, worth reiterating there that they chose to give the Aegis to Primal Beast over the Sven, and Sven ends up dying there.
It makes total sense if you're playing the Primal Beast onto the front lines, right? To be that havoc causer, to force BKBs to be popped inside of your own base defensively, but was just able to move on forward and use that to effectively kill the Sven without any damage turnaround coming through on Skitter. So despite the fact that he was, and still is, about 6,000 gold behind him, Terrorblade is very, very strong at this stage of the game.
Going in, Smile. Did he overextend? This would be a big burn of the Aegis.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Still.
Got the gobble up.
Let's follow up.
Toss him in.
The black hole right off the bat. They don't have to stop it. Yes, they do. The gobble off the toss in gets the stun off, and Enigma. The black hole is eventually stopped. Smile able to onslaught away. Now Tiny in the awkward spot though. Can he escape? Stinger trying to deal with this Ember Spirit. Gets a cookie assistance. Leap it away and barely survives. And now Ember Spirit's heavily slowed down. Has to turn around. The false promise. Nope, that's actually going to be a pulverize on him. Excuse me. False promise wasn't used. That was just the edict right there. But the onslaught back in. And Earthshaker to pass by. Here comes a God's-Faith BKB from K1. It's to the Earthshaker. Gets attention to 9, but 9 with his own BKB. At least able to avoid the stun for the time being, but that's going to be wearing off. The false promise is now used, realizing by Snake King that Ember Spirit's in a lot of trouble. Another slight, but he's in a very bad spot, and that false promise not going to save him, and also goes down. So a very successful fight for Beastcoast. Yeah, it started with the gobble up.
Yeah, he just wasn't able to get that same amount of impact out of that fight, and it's all on the back of Whisper. He is godlike now, and I mean, this is the reason why he's viewed as one of the best players in all of the SA region. That gobble up to be able to interrupt the black hole was so on point, just able to completely break Tundra's formation, and I even love the way that K1 looked to play around his vision. They knew that Saksa wanted to get that great value out of the Blink Echo. He might have been trying to do it now. Will end up backing up. Will he get back in time?
Buyback for the Ember Spirit. Here we go. Skidder running at them. Doesn't use more Metamorphosis yet, finally. Okay, he's going to use it now. And now Smile. You see the red numbers coming out. He's walking away. He's got BKB in 2 seconds. The onslaught. No, it's not going to be enough. 9 secures a kill, and the immediate smoke coming out. They're hunting.
Oh, poor Saksa. He whipped his Echo right there as well. He tried to go for the TPing out silencer, but just wasn't able to land it. So this smoke, which they might have been able to use to try and claim a kill onto K1 off the back of a relatively successful team fight, isn't going to result in that. All the way back down towards the bottom side, so K1 knows that they're not going to have the time to be able to path their way all across the map. Tundra can do, though, is set up some deep vision, which they do in the lead up to this potential for the next Roshan, but with revealing the fact that they just killed the courier for K1, yeah, it'll slow down his satanic timing a little bit, but he didn't actually have anything on the courier at the time, so he's going to be able to still just potentially go to the Dire outpost, pick that one up, and still be fighting fit, ready for this next Rosh, which could be up in about a minute and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, see the red timer right there, about 1 minute 10 remaining, so keep an eye as far as when it switches over. BKB just purchased on Snapfire. Go back to this Terrorblade, though. Again, I believe he's got the full data list now. Going to be coming out as well, so that's an upgrade. We saw the Chrysalis alone. He was starting to pump out some decent damage. Now the data list on top, and I know he's potentially still a little fragile, but when it comes to his damage output, he's certainly getting a bit more intimidating. And Beastcoast, a 12,000 net worth lead, yes. But I guess where I'm getting at, it feels like Tundra has kind of kept this game in check enough. They still have all their racks up. That they're giving themselves some pretty good hope, at least.
Yeah, and I think Beastcoast still need to play off the pick-off side. Tundra really don't have a pick-off-oriented lineup because you need to commit something like the Metamorphosis to have an effective team fight. You've got these spells like the Echo Slam, the Black Hole, and Oracle really doesn't do much damage in these team fights, right? He's needing to be playing super defensively. So I think, honestly, the only way that I see Tundra truly coming back into this game is off of a bad pick-off or a bad choice for a team fight from Beastcoast.
All right, now Beastcoast 4 players smoked.
Yep, right around that Rosh timer. K1 goes in a couple of seconds too early, but it's not going to matter anyway. Still 2.5 minutes away from it respawning.
Yeah, it's a very long Rosh on respawn, unfortunately, for more so Beastcoast. Like, if it's a quick one, who knows? They can maybe just get in here quickly and take it out, but not going to be the case, so they'll have to figure something else out.
Oh, Skeeter knows someone else is here other than Whisper. They saw the Cloak of Flames burn from his neutral item onto the creep wave, so Skeeter's going to back off. He's going to back off a little bit. Let's see if he backs off enough. Maybe they're actually baiting him a little bit with Saksa coming in here with the smoke.
Yep, exactly. The smoke, they're going to go on a Whisper. He's tanky, though. This is a tanky Snapfire. The BKB, the Lotus Orb coming out, the Global Silence as well, preemptively. He has opportunity now for a Black Hole. Not going to necessarily find it, though. As the kisses, hitting Oracle. Fate's Edict up, but now he's in trouble. There's the couple of tosses. Immediately, he's dead, and they do catch it. He's got a Black Hole, remember, but he's just taking way too much damage. A double kill coming out for K1 and Beastcoast. They're going to keep pushing now. 70 seconds, no buyback for the Enigma.
Yeah, and there's that one soul range creep up on the top side, making sure that this backdoor protection isn't going to be an issue. K1 looking to hit in onto the racks. They have no tier 2 towers as well, so with a good 50 seconds on the Enigma's death timer, they're just going to feel totally free. I mean, by the time he's back up, that global silence will be as well.
Middle tower is under attack.
I think
That's
K1
true,
just needs to stick around. He's got the Warcry, he's got the Satanic, he's got the BKB. Plenty of ways to siege this base, but well, they're still going to pay respect to Tundra. They're going to back off.
Nice. See Skitter, meanwhile, doing what he can, just pushing out the bottom lane, working towards an eye of Scotty next. He's got an ultimate orb, so at least one of them, but still so much more to be had as see even some more tier 3 items popping out, but a little bit of ways before those tier 4 items. Maybe that's Tundra's potential help with the comeback too, if they can wait a little bit longer, get 38 minutes plus, and start farming some of those, I suppose. But yeah, the game plan has become increasingly more difficult for Tundra in terms of how to truly win this game at this point. Smile, he's going to push out bottom now, but the illusion pushes up Terrorblade is certainly keeping hope alive again for Tundra as well.
Yeah. See Smile, he's almost got up to his level 20 as well, so he's going to get a little bit of a damage boost there, or even survivability. I mean, I'm not sure how much of that is going to be relevant, because I would imagine that it's probably going to be the Sven that takes the Aghanim Shard from Roshan, just because providing that extra passive armor against a Terrorblade is going to enable him to be just even more of that frontline menace on top of the Assault Cuirass that he's got. Just staying inside the Roche pit consistently, making sure to know exactly when it pops. It's clear how much they're looking to prioritize this. But Tundra, they've been able to hold out long enough, and they've got the vision that they see K1 moving towards it. I just don't think they're going to be able to move fast enough, though. Not with a Sven, with the God Strength committed.
Yeah, I know. It's they're not even really making their way over, and I don't blame them. It's their positioning currently, which is too far away. Go for it, farm elsewhere, pushing that bottom lane more. It's exactly what they're doing. But K1 does secure the Aegis right there. He also has the shard, by the way, for that Warcry. Nothing undispellable. The buffed up there.
So, again, I feel like they have avenues back into this for Tundra. It's a lot more difficult with the Aegis, especially with the Aegis being given over to the core this time on K1 instead of onto C-Smile, just because he is your main building sieger. But I mentioned it before, Tundra, a lot of their spells are super committal, right? The Black Hole, the Echo Slam, and honestly, to kill C-Smile with how farmed he, to kill K1 with how farmed he is, you're going to need to commit a lot of them, and then he's just going to have the second life. So for me, Tundra just need to try and kite this game out, push out multiple lanes, make sure that their base is a big siege, and Beastcoast are not going to give them the opportunity.
Yeah, and the 20,000 overall net worth lead on top of that, and you just see Sven specifically, K1, how massive he is, man. That is ridiculous, the farm that he does have, that overwhelming blink constantly being used as well, but seems like Beastcoast may be comfortable to start pushing out the bottom lane now, somewhat together as a team with K1 leading the way. I mentioned that Aegis still 3 minutes 45 seconds remaining on it, so plenty of time. Terrorblade did get his eye of Scotty. He immediately queues up a Sage for a Sage and Yasha, so again, he's still trying, but another overwhelming blink as this one's picked up by the Primal Beast now.
33 does have the BKB now, though, and the way that Beastcoast have been taking these team fights is using the Global Silence a lot more aggressively, just to make sure that, for example, the Earthshaker doesn't get the counter initiation. So if he's on point, he's the one that could carry Tundra in these fights, but again, it's going to be so rough.
K1 just immediately uses God Strength. He is rooted in plays. The Fissure also making it awkward, so he doesn't really get any tower damage out initially, but eventually starts happening. 3-3, you can totally watch him, but look at Smile. He doesn't care. Pops the shield with the overwhelming blink in, gets the jump on to the Oracle, who's going to buy back immediately, by the way. BKB from Skitter. Using his Metamorphosis as well. They're returning damage on his Sven. Sven needing that team assistance, and it's not going to be enough damage to get the kill. Sven will survive the Force Staff, etc. The Lotus Orb even thrown in there. Manages to keep them alive, so they still have the Aegis.
Man, I'm sure that was the call as well from the team. Have a look at Tundra and their ultimate status. They've still got everything, with the exception of the Metamorphosis. So if they were able to take out K1, especially with that Aegis, by the time you switch in your BKB, it's not going to be off cooldown as well once the Aegis is reclaimed. They could have made that counter initiation come back. They didn't have the Global Silence to be able to play around with. That was potentially Tundra's option to be able to get back into this game, but K1 getting out in about 100 HP just completely ruins that.
Coin for me.
Yeah, I see both Silencer and Tiny with a Forest Staff, and both of those came out of the Tiny with that Lotus Orb as well, just doing everything possible to save, so certainly thanks to the support there manages to stay alive. But you're right, 3-3 still with that black hole. Global silence on cooldown for 24 seconds, but again, another case where it just doesn't seem like he's going to get the chance to use it without the global silent being ready to be so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Throwing themselves at the top lane currently is Tundra. Again, having to play very safe and very scared of sorts, pushing out the top, of course, with their racks being destroyed up there. But the reset is here for Beastcoast. God strength, they have pretty much everything up once again. If not now in a couple seconds, and they're going to go right back to the bottom lane.
What else we got on the Terrorblade? No evasion yet, but it seems like, yeah, K1's going into the Bloodthorn, so that's going to provide him with a little bit more safety against a lot of that magic damage coming out, of course, the passive.
Oh, Terrorblade gets jumped. Yeah, they have a save for him. They're going to try the false promises up, so Terrorblade pop in the Sunder as well. Going to stay alive for the time being. K1, though, he's feeling confident. He's feeling pretty good as they Tanic. The God strength to BKB. Now the beatdown up to Terrorblade. They killed Enigma already. The global silence now comes out, and Terrorblade's just going to be too much damage to handle. He's down for 70 seconds. K1 getting low, but he's got a Mages. So at this point, he doesn't care. He's coming right back up, full life, full mana. So yes, a kill for Tundra, but can they kill him a second time without the Terrorblade and the Enigma? That seems like a near impossible task.
Well, he's just waiting for him to clump up on someone else to get good value out of the Echo, but they're never doing it. This is great discipline coming through from Beastcoast.
Echo slam solo on a smile. They might get now the gobble up, gonna keep alive, tosses it back into says, go get him, boys. They get the kill on Earthshaker, the smackdown on Ember Spirit. He bites back immediately, but all is said but done. Snake King will also fall. Triple kill for Smile. What a gobble up. That really has been the MVP item, it feels like, with the eggs. Pick up on Snapfire.
Absolute beast. Well worth the tip coming through there at GG it's called. I mean, what a performance coming out from Beastcoast. I really feel like they didn't address this bottom lane long enough. And honestly, I love them as players. 33, Saxa, fantastic across the board. But I saw in that last team fight, 3-3, he was trying to black hole 3 separate times, and he kept pump faking.
Yeah.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Tundra Esports, turn to battle.
Dominate on those sorts of heroes. It's just not the Urshka. Please, no Earthshake.
Early Enigma ban from Tundra. So it got kind of interesting there. Now it's worth pointing out, Beastcoast has the first pick this time, whereas Tundra had the first pick in the first game, and that's where they don't want to give it up, though.
That's the reason, I think. Marcy's still in the pool. You gotta ban it if you're Tundra. Like, Marcy is busted more so than the Morphling. There are ways to be able to beat the Morphling. You just need to up the tempo a little bit. So it's a little worrying. If Beastcoast were wanting to pick Morphling for themselves, they actually keep the Marcy in the pool. You have to pick it. There's just so few counters to it, and you can put it into a multitude of different positions.
Yep, there's just no question there. It really does feel like it's definitely an agreement there. What we've seen out of this hero, even just very recently, from the qualifiers in the LCQ and now into early TI 11. So the eyebrows being raised, like, there's Marcy. What do we do? No.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's now, how do you respond? There's obviously many different directions you could go. We've even seen some teams go the earlier Invoker route. I don't know if Nine necessarily is the Invoker player himself, but
all smiles on the Beastcoast camp. They're like, hey, we got Marcy.
We're good.
Let's go. I like this. You know, they've shown a little bit of flexibility on the Doom. It's mostly going to be 33 playing this, but Sux has shown that he's able to play it on a 4 if they try and directly lane counter it with something like an Ursa or something along those lines. The thing is, you can't specifically ban against a Marcy, assuming it's going to be a support, right? Because then you could just throw it into being a core role, and you can't specifically ban against some of the better pairings for it, like the ban for the Enigma, but you can't ban for Shadow Fiend, for example, which a lot of people like doing with this last pick of the first phase. They might be expecting for this to be a Morphling. I mean, Crystal Maiden is a hero that gets active super early on, right? If you don't win your laning stage, you're going to be in a really rough spot. So by picking the CM, it means that you're able to continuously be active, try and beat Beastcoast at their own game, and if you pick Morphling, you got to win in 30 minutes. Kind of similar thing with the Shadow Fiend, right? All of these kills that are much less committal, you know, Crystal Nova, Frostbite, you could use them pretty frequently, and everyone can use their abilities pretty frequently because of the mana regen coming through from the Arcane Aura. It just means that if they go onto the Shadow Fiend, all you need to do is kill him a few times, and then suddenly he's way behind the 8 ball. He's going to be coming back from a pretty big net worth deficit, especially playing against a Doom.
Yeah, excuse me, very interesting right there with the idea that, again, a Marcy Morphling would certainly be a very powerful pickup, of course, for Beastcoast if they were to do that. So I definitely think there is a lot of validity into that, inside that Tundra, prepping for that even at this point. But it ain't going to be the Morphling. Instead, it's going to be a Chaos Knight, which I personally have not seen yet. Not to say it hasn't been seen at all, but I'm actually going to look at the stats real quickly.
Well, honestly,
Chaos
these are
Knight
probably
is-
the two teams, plus Boom, that actually really like playing the Chaos Knight. Skeeter plays it. I think he's played it twice so far. I might be wrong. But it's something that K1, it's an absolute staple for him as well. And it really does enable a ton of that burst damage, right? You put the sidekick on, you get your Reality Rift combo off, everyone is going to explode in these team fights. I think that's a really good Shadow Fiend ban coming out, because most of the time, K1 is the one to take a lot of that farm
Tundra
priority, but not this
Esports,
game.
turn to
You know, he
ban.
can do it on the Chaos Knight. It means that he's going to use the Phantasm a lot more farm-centric as opposed for fighting, but these are the sorts of games where you give C-Smile the true carry of the game, and he's shown that he's super capable of doing it on his Shadow Fiend, so I think it's the ideal ban for
10
Tundra.
seconds remaining.
So Chaos Knight only has been seen once so far in the group stages,
5
and
seconds
it was by Tundra, actually. So they did get the victory with it as well, worth pointing out. So they are, again, as you're pointing out, familiar enough with the Chaos Knight. And I know for a bit there, he was actually a couple of months back, even he was pretty much the core for a while. So relevant history certainly is included with such
Tundra
the heroes. This
Esports,
Chaos Knight. There's some
turn to
respect also on the Timbersaw ban by Tundra. Of course, Whisper Timbersaw, not something you want to play against either.
Wonder if they're going to spend on Tundra's side. You know, against a Chaos Knight and a Marcy, armor is at an absolute premium, especially when you've got a squishy hero like the Crystal Maiden, and even
10
just having the
seconds
cleave
remaining.
component to be able to deal with the Phantasm illusions in these team fights is going to be really effective.
5 seconds remaining.
Might be trying to double down on that fact. You know, they see they've picked a little bit of minus
Tundra
armor, and you know,
Esports,
again,
turn
the
to
physical
pick.
damage aspect with
Beastcoast, turn
the
to
Chaos
pick.
Knight and the Marcy. You're going to go the Hoodwink. Okay, again, I like Saxa on these style of heroes. He's incredibly hard to catch. And it does mean that they're probably, unless Nine's playing it, I mean, he's played the mid Hoodwink a couple of times, but you would have to imagine that this is just a strong, again, low cooldown,
seconds
non-committal, able to go frequently for pickoffs style of team fight that they're going for here for
5
Tundra.
seconds
So
remaining.
CM Hoodwink, expect to see them make a lot of rotations with Nine's hero, whatever it might be, in the mid game. Honestly, wouldn't surprise me to see him go for another Ember Spirit just to get that Searing Chains locked down into the Sharpshooter.
Yeah, and to that point even further, again, talking about good heroes that can certainly contest more frequently with Beastcoast, kind of play their game of playing fast against them, and all three of these heroes have, I know, Doom ability itself, being free to fill a little bit longer cooldowns, but you're not necessarily needing those to take these ganks and fights and engagements. You could definitely still get plenty of damage and ability usage out of that.
I gotta say,
to make kills happen.
Do you feel like Snaking looks like they seem a bit happier with how this draft has been going so far, which is kind of surprising considering you're into a Marcy.
Beastcoast,
But I feel like this
turn to
feels
pick.
much more like, okay, this is Tundra Dota. We're not trying to respond to, you know, this Primal Beast pick that came out that forced us into going for the Oracle that really didn't work out. But I mean, talk about strong early game and strong lanes. This is another one that they're just going to have for Beastcoast.
10 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
Dawnbreaker, and another one of these flex picks. Certainly can be
5
seen
seconds
several
remaining.
options as far as what Beastcoast is going to be running her in, but overall, a lot of strength and one that can fight if needed. Has been seen 5 times so far here. This has been a 3-2 record.
Lots of melee heroes. Okay, they switch it up a little bit now with picking the Snapfire. I like it. You know, again, it can be Whisper playing the Snapfire. It can be Gojira doing it. It could be C-Smile. So they're able to just flex this one around to a multitude of different positions. Lots of melee heroes to be able to tank up
10
if it is going to be
seconds
Whisper. Just looking to redo it again, and I can't really see a reason why not.
5
You know,
seconds
when
remaining.
you pick a CM, you need to win the lane. Hands down. The hero falls off a cliff once you get to BKB timings, right?
Beastcoast,
You're not like a silencer
turn
with
to
this big
bat.
team fight ultimate.
Naga Siren.
Don't hate the Naga. Able to split up the lane a little bit. They are a little single target focused right now. You know, the Chaos Knight, the Dawnbreaker does some good AoE damage as well as the Snapfire, so maybe this will lead one of them to be a bit more
10 seconds
inclined
remaining.
towards being that core this game. Although Marcy as well, now that
5
your main
seconds
farming
remaining.
tool and the main thing that you level up is the rebound, since you need the levels to actually give the speed and all that other stuff, might also work as a core. I'm just kind of thinking maybe they were going down the route of just wanting something with pretty solid armor for the laning stages as well. Naga Siren is one of those.
Esports, turn to ban.
All right, so the final picks to come, though, for either side. Tundra likely still needs their mid-hero. It's a little more obvious right over on their side as far as who's potentially going to be playing what. Where Beastcoast, again, the questions are still there in terms of will be
10
playing what
seconds
for
remaining.
them, so maybe making this final couple of bans a little more difficult for the side of Tundra and what
5
direction they go in.
seconds
So
remaining.
Can
curious to
they
see what
break
they decide
out
on.
the Winter Wyvern again? The mid-Winter Wyvern for 9. I wouldn't put it past them, to be honest. Whenever you're playing against a Dawnbreaker,
Beastcoast,
Winter Wyvern is a
turn to
fantastic hero to
battle.
have because, like I was mentioning, you're going to go for these pickoffs that revolve around like being locked in place into the sharpshooter, prime target to being able to use the Solar Guardian onto. But all you need to do is just curse the target that's being gone on, and then Dawnbreaker just ends up killing that target once they get in, gives you even more easy setup
10
for damage
seconds
after the fact,
remaining.
and the one thing that I'm worried about is the Marcy just being able to
5
find
seconds
9 and go
remaining.
for that jump. So I think that's a little bit of an area of concern, but right now there's not amazing catch on Beastcoast. It does slow down their tempo a little bit though if they went down that route, and they're actually banning out the Tinker too on Tundra, realizing that, well, actually our jump is pretty terrible too.
Yeah, don't have the greatest ways to catch somebody like that Tinker Hero, so just take him out. That's what those bans are there for, of course.
Does lead you to think that maybe they're not wanting to go
Tundra
into, one of these
Esports,
like
turn to
spirit style
battle.
heroes, doesn't it? Because like if they were wanting to do Ember Spirit, you're not really as worried about the Tinker, right? You're always going to be able to get on top of her. You're always going to be able to give vision so that the Hoodwink is able to get that sharpshooter off. It's not like you're lacking in this long range damage. Good OD ban
10
though.
seconds
I think
remaining.
OD would have been pretty
Beast
solid
Coast,
against all of these
turn
strength
to
heroes. Low int gain, so you're always able to do a lot of that. Big burst damage through the Sanity's Eclipse. Something that 9 has won a game on so far during one of the first 4 games that he played. He went just 1 death in that game as well, so
10 seconds remaining.
I really don't hate the ban coming through from Beast Coast.
5 seconds remaining.
You see Beast Coast huddled up as a team, discussing it. 20 more seconds to go
Tundra
before they have to
Esports,
choose,
turn
but
to pick.
it's going to be a
5 straight heroes.
Underlord.
Wow.
All right, let's go.
All right. The Wyvern has even more value now. Just that
There is
percent
that.
damage from the Arctic Burn is really good. It's not jump. They've gotten rid of the
10
Timber Saw,
seconds
which was
remaining.
great against strength. Phoenix, good for percent damage.
5 seconds remaining.
Necro, same sort of thing. I'm kind of feeling it. It would slow down their tempo a lot, but really good if you can get to that Aghanim Scepter.
Off the top of my head, but even before that pick, though, I was like a Lena pick mid. I know she's been fairly popular and does bring even more aggressive play style for the side of Tundra potentially, and kind of that 4-1 strategy around the Naga Siren. Even like a Quap comes to mind.
Yeah, I think the Quap wouldn't necessarily be able to output enough damage. That's my issue, right? And you are, again, someone that needs to quite heavily commit into a team fight, and if you do prior to BKB, you're just going to get hit by the Pit of Malice and all their stuns that they've got. So it's rough. I want them to play something that wants to stay on the backline, but something like Alina doesn't exactly do that effectively enough, because the reason I like Wyvern is because A, it's my favorite hero, but B, you could also just press your Q and fly off into the trees, right? Lena doesn't have that pseudo escape. You're just stuck in the lane, so that if a Marcy does jump you, you're just dead.
Well, there's Invoker then, maybe a little more traditional.
Yeah.
Seems to fit that a bit better.
I think they're just suffering damage issues, which is why I really want that percent damage. So whatever they pick, if it's going to have high damage output, especially if it's something that's able to, again, be a bit more of that pace setter, it's going to be really solid in my books. But I'm just not seeing too many other heroes that are available in the pool still.
Choose your
Tiny.
hero.
Okay. So is this a Hoodwink mid now? Or are they just running mid Tiny? Okay.
No.
Reasonable-ish timings. Again, you go for pickoffs quite effectively. You try and set the tempo a little bit more aggressively than someone like, the Wyvern or the Lena would. They are kind of a little bit more farm-centric, needing Blade for Wyvern, Aghanim Scepter, Lena, Boots of Travel, BKB. But Tiny, all he really needs is that Blink Dagger. So to me, it feels like they're going super all-in onto this. You're going to have 9 playing much more of a sacrificial game, where if he's not getting kills, he's not getting farm. And he's going to really need a lot of help coming through from Snaking and Saxa, because 33 and Skitter, they are going to be sitting back, and they are just going to look to try and accelerate their farm ahead of K1, because it's not a Sven, it's a Chaos Knight. You don't
10
have as many
seconds
of those
remaining.
farming accelerants.
Yeah, and that's where, again, the
seconds
ultimate
remaining.
point being maybe want to see Tundra going into this draft in this game of play a little more aggressive, build a lineup that's not as heavy, cooldown reliant. And it seems like that they definitely answered that, or more so they adapted to that. But I am leaning towards Beastcoast a little bit more, though, in the sense that they didn't counter this idea, but you go back to the 05 strength heroes. I mean, these 05 are going to be pretty difficult heroes to kill. Several of them have decent getaways, of course, on top of that. So as great as that idea is on paper and in theory going into this matchup, I think Beastcoast perhaps appropriately responded. So I don't know, at the top of my head, I feel like Beastcoast definitely has a pretty good shot here of taking a 2-0 if you had to put me on the spot and ask for a prediction. So
yeah, I think if Skeeter is able to get enough space to be able to, you know, get the farm, I think there aren't amazing answers to the Naga Siren, right? It's a mid Underlord as well, by the way, which is pretty solid against a tiny.
Oh yeah,
for that strength hero aspect. So the Firestorm is going to be very effective. You're going to constantly be shoving the lane in as well. So a lot of these rotations that 9 is eventually going to be looking to go for are going to become really obvious, because every single time that there are just creeps hitting into a tower, it's because the enemy team's making a move. This isn't a pump, this is TI, and teams just don't let a lot of that valuable golden experience just go by the wayside unless they're getting something in exchange for it.
It is TI indeed. It's day number 2 here at the group stages, and we are now going to be entering into game number 2 of this series. Of course, Beastcoast up 1-0 in this one, and obviously a hell of a start for them as far as looking very strong in that first game. But there was plenty of parity in Group B. Number 1, I remember looking at the standings after the first set of series happened, and I want to say like everyone was actually 1-1, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. It was actually ridiculous seeing that on paper. So, and it still is, you know, fairly even across the board. So, hey, if that trend continues, I suppose that's the benefit of Tundra if you want to look at it that way. But no, we got game 2 and excited now for another fun one ahead of us.
Just trying to think, like a lot of these builds, a lot of this itemization that might be looking to come out. I still think they're going to suffer from damage issues on Tundra's side. Gojira is going to play such a big part in this game. I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to be the Aghanim Scepter game that you're playing on this position for Dawnbreaker. I think it's just someone solid that you wanted to be able to win the lane, to be able to stand in front of Whisper, who's shown that he could deliver when he's playing this position 3 Snapfire. So a lot of that AoE damage that's going to come out, it's going to be on the back of Whisper's gameplay, and you're going to need it against this Naga Siren. The 1% damage that they do have on Tundra's side is 33 with the Doom. So if he can get into the Infernal Blade, if he can look to level that one up, probably... Well, he won't be leveling it up earlier than what you normally would, but it just goes to show how much 9, Saxa, and Snaking need to make space, because 33 and Skeeter, they're going to be splitting up the map as much as they can. They're going to be going full farm mode and just trying to be able to come back into this game at like the 25 minutes.
Is Sox in trouble? Yeah, we're going to see a Celestial Hammer's ready to go. He's going to go in with it. Needs a couple more auto attacks, and they get it. Whisper. I think the Scatter Blast was necessary. First blood going the way of Beastcoast. Saxa, he was not ready for that. Had his bushwhack, but it didn't matter.
Yeah, he even had the Observer Ward to be able to play with, so a little surprised that he got caught out there. Actually making a long walk down here as well from Whisper. Making sure that the lanes are set up in the way that they want. Lots of AoE damage needed to be able to pair against these mirror images from the Naga Siren. Here, of course, I save that one as much as possible, even just giving him the tip there as he blocks up the camp.
I was going to say, so this is more Beastcoast responding to Tundra trying to avoid in terms of the laning phase, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, they just want AoE damage, essentially, against the Naga Siren, and CK provides 0.
You should never.
Well, they also want kill potential against the Crystal Maiden, which they have plenty of with this combo.
Yeah, I think CM might need to go... I mean, of course, Mangoes is the build that you need to be going for, but I think he might have benefited from having one less set of Tangos to start with, and not buy raindrops that early, but he's going to need to buy the raindrops pretty soon. Topside, a little bit of action happening up here.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He's got even a wand, already starting to add up some charges, but taking plenty of damage. Yeah, this is, I mean, all 3 lanes honestly feel like they could potentially be pretty good for Beastcoast, and I kind of go back to the Underlord being mid, and I noticed that Beastcoast was taking a little bit of time to have the players select their heroes, and something tells me, you know, point is, was this always going to be an Underlord mid? I don't know if I could say that. They saw the tiny pick, and I kind of wonder if they, you know, made some adaptations as a result.
I'm sure they were just having a big stretch, you know. You get time to be able to pick your heroes up, but, you know, C-Smile, he's delivered in so many games so far that I feel like he's really confident on this one.
I suppose looking at it, who else would they have had mid? I mean, maybe the Snapfire.
Yeah.
It could have been a potential, but yeah, in the end, Underlord does end up there. And yeah, really excited to see how he performs. But yeah, with this Firestorm, in a melee matchup in general, it just goes without saying, right? It's just, it is very annoying to fight into that.
Oh, yeah. It kind of goes away from C-Smile's style of playing on every hero essentially except for the Shadow Fiend. Like, at least he's got that in his repertoire, right? Even just nice little plays to be able to get denies on range creeps in the lane. What's happening up top here? Are they going to be able to get any kills? But, oh, maybe.
Oh boy. Chaos Knight lands the Chaos Bolt. Saksa using the Acorn shot, trying to go the other direction. And Marcy, which got disposed in 1 second, pops the mango, disposed back in, and nope, now it goes the other way. Okay, Saksa doing his best to get out of here. The Chaos Bolt hits, though, and needs one more auto attack. Gets the kill. Trying to get denied, but ain't gonna happen.
Nearly finds that, you know, he lands the Acorn shot, the creeps, the Warpine Raiders have the seed shot, so he was like, come on, brother, help me out. Just a seed brother to a seed brother, but doesn't seem like he's going to be able to be the case. They're actually making a rotation towards mid for the bottle refill. Nine, of course, having to consistently try and outshove the Underlord in terms of what he's able to do. Of course, from the tree grab, it's that AoE damage, as well as constantly looking to use that avalanche toss just to secure the farm, because this is not an easy lane for a Tiny to go into with all of that % damage from the Firestorm. Especially now that he's level 2. A lot of the times, what makes a Tiny really good at the lane is just being able to out right-click other heroes, and right now, Underlord is sitting on the exact same right-click damage as him.
Top lane, K1, that's a lot of damage, and it's going to be enough. 3-3 taking advantage of this Chain Lightning big time, and they're going to get a second kill as well, and the Courier might even go down. Saksa hunting that, but yeah, 3-3, that Chain Lightning doing so much damage in both of those kills to make them happen. Of course, Saksa getting in there at the right time as well, so well played by 3-3 and Saksa.
Yeah, I mean, Gojira, when they made that initial kill happen on, was it Saksa? Yeah, before the horn happened, or rather just after, they placed down a sentry ward inside of that small camp to prevent that sort of situation happening. But, you know, good presence of mind by Tundra, realizing how important this Doom is to be able to find a decent time in this laning stage. They let him get his farm. Oh, they're going on different targets, though, up on the top side, so not much is going to happen here. Kill in response.
Radiant structures.
Marcy, she is. She doesn't have rebound. You're right. She already used it aggressively, using to dispose on a 3-3, but another Chain Lightning. It's such a low cooldown, only 4 seconds. She's able to spam it over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra know that this is such a strong lane for Beastcoast, so the fact that they were able to unblock that camp and get the Chain Lightning creep, and then 33 even just going into the Arcane Boots before that greedy rush. Like, he's even got a couple of mangoes. He wants to be constantly spamming this lane out, which most of the time can sustain fairly well with the Chaos Strike, with the sidekick as well, but not so much this time around.
Let's go on the Crystal Maiden. They dove the tower pretty heavily right there. Not much more Nagasaran could do. She doesn't have her in snare yet, choosing not to level it up, of course. Not necessarily going for the fighting Nagasaran build earlier on in the game. More so wants to focus on that farm. So Crystal Maiden, unfortunately, falling next to her. But hey, we got plenty of action. No surprise, and not complaining by any means. 5-3 already, favoring Beastcoast as we're approaching 6 minutes into this game right now. 9 looking for some rune control in the mid lane. And it's gonna be top though. Saksa, he'll at least pick it up, gets a regen, and gonna find himself running into Marcy now.
Stinger got 2 bounty runes as well. The 3-minute one wasn't there at the initial time, just because of how much Tiny's needed to stay in this mid lane. And speaking of Tiny, he nearly fell down there to the early point in the Pit of Malice, getting consistently shoved out of this lane by C-Smile.
Now, Underlord is, actually, Doom uses the top lane. Chaos Knight, the rebound's not going to save him. Maybe go for a turn kill. I don't think that's happening. No, 3-3 just feels way too tanky, right? Yeah, not going to be nearly enough damage. Whisper?
Another kill.
Okay. So, I was going to ask about... Yeah, it's right. Like, I go back to, again, no ensnare on Nagasaran. He ain't looking to help us CM necessarily. in terms of keeping him alive. So, but Underlord, I want to talk about that for a second. I have a little bit of a lull in the action. What's the build here on this core? You mentioned with Smile, you know, maybe likes to play more of this carry centric, but what kind of is this going to be an aura heavy Underlord or what's the build?
I think you could go aura heavy, but they might even choose to go for something that provides them a little bit of extra lockdown, which they're lacking, rather AoE lockdown. Nice kill on the top side by Snake King. He's tired of that bottom side, and finally he gets the tip. He's saying, you know what, you died 4 times, you got a kill. Congrats, bro. But I wouldn't mind seeing him go, you know, a little bit of that AoE, like maybe a pipe, but I kind of want to see him go into an Atos and maybe even the Gleipnir after the fact, just so that you're able to control the Naga Siren, all the Naga Sirens, and honestly all of the heroes, because again, the Firestorm is going to give you a good amount of value this game.
Absolutely interesting. So yeah, we'll see what he has in mind. Not giving us. Oh, well, there you go. There's a Rod of Atos actually queued up. So the Gleipnir is certainly possible.
It's much more of a spellcasting style of Underlord this game, and a much more, not passive style, but he wants to just stick in his lane.
I can't see your breath anymore.
Initiation at the bottom lane, and more so top lane. It's Snake King credit for the kill there. Now Gojira not going to do much to stick around as 4 heroes are up for Tundra, and they are roaming around. So again, it's Tundra looking to play much more aggressive here as a team in game number 2, and it's working.
This is this trio that I was talking about, right? These are the 3 that are needing to be able to rotate, but you just see what C-Smile does while they're making that movement. He's like, all right, I'm going to shove the lane into the tower. I'm going to force the Tundra heroes back, most notably 9, to be able to just fix this lane situation, because C-Smile wants to stay in the lane. He wants to be able to farm this. He's going to give it over to K1 for now, just because he seems like he's having a bit of a harder time when he goes to the side lanes, but I think they're still relatively happy with the progress of things on Beastcoast.
Top lane against Saxo, looking for that jump. Bushwhack, it's not going to connect. The acorn shot, though, bouncing around. Gojira hiding in the trees.
TP's coming.
Rebound in from Marcy. Yeah, they're responding big time. The mouse, the pit hitting, and 9. Don't think he's getting away from this one. He gets a lot of return damage. Almost gets the turn kill on Gojira, but no. Tiny will fall. Now Snake King, scatter blast to the face. No chance for him to survive that. So good response from Beastcoast. I mean, Tundra was hanging around there for a while, and eventually Beastcoast, it was a matter of time before they come in there with some firepower themselves.
I don't think Tundra are that unhappy about this as well, because yeah, you give up a couple of heroes. I think if you gave up both supports, you would be much happier, but it's still allowing Skeeter as well as 33 to be able to be on the other side of the map and be picking up this farm. That's why this rotation by C-Smile with the Invis rune might be so critical. Got K1 instantly looking to connect in onto him. They might have potentially baited him out.
Yep. That's a great Pit of Malice placement as well. Put it basically so he had to run through the full thing in the Firestorm. And then, of course, Gojira responding it too with the Solar Guardian, more so assisting on top. That's a massive kill. I mean, yes, Naga Siren was there as well, but Doom is the top net worth in the game by quite a bit, in fact. So you love that kill.
And, of course, Naga's needing to focus on that farming. You mentioned in the laning stage, in Snare, not there to be able to save Snake King, unfortunately, for those 4 deaths, and no Song of the Siren that time, because, again, you are the one that needs to carry this game on Skeeter.
Under attack.
Speaking of that, is this a game where Naga Siren puts priority in maybe an Ags pickup? Because we're going to be seeing BKBs, right, on the Radiant side. So is that a thought, you think, or is he just going to focus, I need to build right click, and that's what I got to do?
I think it's a thought eventually. I think he needs to be focusing a lot more on tanking up and honestly just accelerating his farm as much as possible. So you can see he's going into the Yasha now. I think Manta is going to be the first item that he picks up just to, again, keep those lanes shoved out as much as possible. I think if Tundra are going to be able to do something to be able to fix this situation with the lanes, like taking the tier 1 tower bot, that's going to go a long way towards opening up their map. But right now, their siege creep, which is a big part of their potential to do that, is just about to die. And Gojira, he's even just going to clear out this wave, making sure that isn't a factor. This is a pause 4 diving a pause 1 on the bottom side of the map.
Well, this goes back to the point that you stressed to Naga as far as this is an all-strength lineup. I mean, yes, these are Marcy and Dawnbreaker are very tanky supports. They're not afraid to, dive, as we're mentioning right there in that case. Because not only are they tanky, but they both even have those escape abilities.
They want this
to get out. But yeah, as we're saying this, Gojira's like, okay, well now maybe a little bit of Cassius Curse there. He used his Celestial Hammer aggressively. No chance to get away at that point, and yeah, the free kill as you mentioned.
He had 2 raindrops at the time, so he lost a charge out of both of them. So that was a little unfortunate there, not getting full value out of it, but it's an important kill. Still, though, no siege creep makes it much harder to be able to take this tier 1 tower. With how early the game still is, he's going to be back up in another 5 seconds. If someone else wanted to TP down here to defend this, to keep the tower, to prevent the Naga from farming, he could very easily just look to go for the Solar Guardian to be able to help out. Instead, he's just going to put himself down here. Another quick pick-up from 9 would be huge, but I don't think 9 plus snaking are going to be able to do it alone.
Oh yeah, you'd have to be really confident and at the tower with TPs ready to go. It's a bit scary, so 9 just wants the tower kill, he'll get it. X-Stinger's coming in though, now they're going on Gajira, but with Marcy here, and here comes Underlord, the portal is in, and now the turn potential, including Dawnbreaker as well, crashing down. I guess you kind of just reset if anything. They killed Tiny, and Snaking, he's also dead, so there's our first use we see of the Dark Portal, and the Fiend's Gate more so, and they go right back to the top lane with it.
They're going to be able to get a couple of kills. They lose the tower, but if they get this tower in response, I think they're going to be fairly happy. Actually making a rotation up here on Doom. They want to try and get a quick kill onto C-Smile.
Oh, Doom up, so good start. Cookie assisting. The shot from Hoodwink, and it's going to be enough damage over time. Yeah, he tried. And now Whisper needs some help. The rebound, giving him a speed boost, but X-Stinger regretting that perhaps. He unleashed, he goes for the quick turn on the Hoodwink, ain't gonna happen. And they end up getting a couple of kills out of that for Tundra, so consider what happened at the bottom lane. Not too bad of a response, really, from Tundra.
No, not at all. I mean, Stinger basically just gave up his life just to make sure that Whisper didn't die. He realizes how important it is to have this extra layer of dive. By the way, he's nearly got the Ags again. 350 gold away, only 13 minutes into the game, so another great performance from Whisper at the top of his team's net worth.
That's insane, yeah, he is
Are
loving this core Snapfire, seeing it in action. Coming off that hell of a game 1, the Dirt certainly saw the MVP performance, and you're right, already well on his way to another Ag's, going to be seeing some great initiations to come once again. Underlord finishing the Rod of Atos, as you were talking about, as well, and Chaos Knight, he's got his armlet. So all 3 cores across the board for Beastcoast are all very similar when it comes to their net worth farm. It's really just that Doom. I mean, he went the earlier on Alchemist, or more so Hanamitis, and it's accelerated his farm quite a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And even with 9, just with his build, he's going into the Echo Saber instead of the Blink Dagger that I thought he might consider. And what it means is that he's not necessarily going to fall off quite as much as what I was thinking. You still need to get kills, of course, and he's still last on net worth with all the cores, but now he's going into the Echo Saber, right? So you've got some consistent damage potential in team fights. What it does mean is that your team is almost entirely reliant on smokes.
There's the initiation mid lane. Crystal Maiden goes down, and Hoodwink not much of a chance to get out as well. We see our first use right there of the Ags of Snapfire thrown into Marcy. Once again, going to do it, but 3-3's got a PKB now, and that is a dangerous Doom to fight against. Underlord, he's already dead. It's going to be the same thing for Marcy, doing what she can to delay the inevitable, but Skitter's in trouble over here. This would be a big kill for Beastcoast, despite how this fight played out, but Skitter, it's not going to be enough damage. She still has her Saga the Siren, but she's not going to use it. The Scatter Blast connects, the greed is real, and Skitter goes down. Dawnbreaker, 9's going for him at least. Celestial Hammer over the ledge, the TP play, he is out of there. Wow, the fact that they killed the Naga Siren, that's a mix of Beastcoast well played, but again, a bit of greed, I feel like, holding that song.
Yeah, he held the song, he realized that, well, maybe we've got this kill potential with the entire team coming, instead decides to turn around and get the ensnare going, but Whisper just on point, being able to hit him with the tip of the Scatter Blast and take out his life. 9-0-3 already on Whisper. Like, this is almost becoming respect band material coming through for Beastcoast, because they could just put it onto what feels like 4 different roles in their team. Going for another kill up top. Oh, he lands it too.
Is it going to be enough? Yeah, probably not. I mean, 3-3s, again, that's the most difficult target right there. Meanwhile, Smile. Yeah, he goes down at the bottom. It's Snaking's low, but of course, Tiny, big part of that to make that kill happen, but it ain't done yet. Here we go with the response on the side of Beastcoast. They want to kill 9. This is that mid-Tiny after all, working towards that blink, but they have plenty of damage to make it happen, the Phantasm included, from K1, and Chaos Knight secures that one back to the top lane. Yeah, Marcy just checking things out.
committed the freezing field for that kill onto the Underlord as well. Not going as much into the aura style. I still feel like magic damage is such a big component of what Tundra is going to be able to output, right? Because the Riptide from all the illusions, magic damage. The Scorched Earth, magic damage. The Infernal Blade, magic damage. CM, Hoodwink, almost entirely magic damage. So I do want to see, like, BKBs are a response, but I feel like you need to enable this 5-strength lineup where only one of them is ranged right now, right? The rest of the 4 want to be in there on the front lines, and Pipe's just going to give them a lot of value.
Yeah, and throwing in the Marcy immediately gets stunned though, and the Cookie's gonna have to help save him. So Whisper, Fiend's Gate coming in.
They know though, they've got to ward it up.
Gonna be out there for 15 more seconds. Yeah, see it. So and then that'll be the end of that. So Fiend's Gate gonna be on cooldown.
How do you feel about CK going Radiance against a Naga Siren?
Oh yeah,
not something you super commonly see. I mean, maybe it's a bit of a meme. He's buying into the BKB first, but you know, could happen. We've seen crazier stuff, and K1 is a bit of an innovator.
Well, it is a illusion-based anti-hero, right? In theory, it makes sense. So I don't think it's necessarily the most ridiculous thing if he wants to go that direction. Because that is the end game result, right, for Tundra as far as their win condition. Just rely on the farm of Naga Siren to eventually take over and win the game, so. Sleep.
I feel like they can maybe turn this one around.
Underlord throwing in the air, but here comes Dawnbreaker. There's that turnaround we're talking about. Tiny going to be pulled in as well. The Reality Rift, he is picked up. Naga Siren, the sleeps on Coldora, remember. She used it early. The Manta Style's not going to save her either, and she gets picked off. Doom, BKB, he wants to run down the snap bar. That's a big kill.
Denied.
He gets denied, though. Stinger's able to deny Whisper. And 3-3's like, are you freaking kidding me? At least he got his hand and Midas off right before he dies, but Beastcoast, once again, looking strong in yet another fight.
All 3 cores dying on Tundra as well for absolutely nothing. You know, they made these big commitments, the Song of the Siren, the Doom as well. So we mentioned before how Beastcoast, when they feel like they've got their timings, they like to press their foot on the accelerator. And this is exactly one of those. I mean, C-Smile, they're going to look to play a lot more aggressive, keep these lanes shoved out, and try and play on Tundra's side of the map now, because they know that that's where they're looking to try and farm. With these 2, I don't want to say greedy, but the Naga Siren and the Doom still need, they haven't hit their critical mass, essentially. And I mean, how often do you see a Naga Siren go into a BKB? That's how defensive Skeeter is going to be forced out here.
And this is where we're going to start to see, as Tom, that's a free kill on the Hoodwink. To what else? The draft showing that I feel like we're really going to start to see the lack of just damage output from Tundra in these fights. They're going to have trouble with these BKBs now coming out. As you were mentioning, Underlord's got his just about finished. Chaos Knight already has his. Dawnbreaker is going to be going in Ags, actually, so that buffed up Solar Guardian is going to be coming up to see a shard on her. Plus the Holy Locket, yeah, this, again, and we're going to say this word a lot, but they are tanky over here on the Radiant side. So, yeah, point is, I don't know. The damage lacking. And I don't know what the answer is.
Scanning.
Radiant 9 to actually become like a damage-dealing mid-hero more than just burst. I feel like he's got the right idea with the item build that he's got queued up with the Blink Dagger and the Aghanim Scepter after that, but it's still going to be quite some time until you get to that point, right? And I feel like Beastcoast have the answers for you in the meantime. Gonna go into the Roche.
One of those answers. Exactly.
No big ultimates, why not?
They're not the craziest, quickest killing Roshan team necessarily, but yeah, it's hey, if Tundra wants to take a fight, they'll take one, so
they know what's happening.
They're gonna slowly but surely do it.
Yeah. They've got heroes split out completely around the map, bottom lane's pushed in. We found out Gojira here, who's trying to be a little bit cheeky with... Oh, does he live?
No way. No. Well, he finally died, but Naga Siren gonna have to pop a sleeve to make sure to get out of here. No way. Okay. No, they're getting out.
They were tempted.
They're going back. That would have been fun to see, but no. It's Naga Siren sleep on cool for another 140 plus seconds. But going back to the Tiny, I mean, yeah, he's got the Echo Saber, the Blink queued up, sitting on 2,300 gold, though, so he's not necessarily buying the Blink just yet, trying to maybe see if he could just go for that full Ags first, I suppose, of the Tree Volley.
Yeah, I mean, you still do need a little bit of AoE damage yourself just to be able to deal with all these CK illusions quickly, right?
Dire's
The damage
top
falls off a
tower is under
little bit
attack.
if you're able to do that, but I mean, you've still got a Snapfire who's playing amazingly. Like, still got that streak, right? He got denied previously, so 10-0, let's call it. And yeah, is probably the key target that you need to be trying to pick off at the start of a lot of these
Radiant's
fights,
middle
because
tower
you are
is
still
under
relatively
attack.
squishy. No BKB.
Speaking of squishy, Nagasaren's trying to prevent that from being the case in his case. He's gotten out of Reaver, so working on a full heart of Tarrasque. Had to go with the Manta style.
Radiant's bottom tower
Just try and
is
tank
under
up as
attack.
much as possible. So the Manta style pushes out waves.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
The heart is going to allow you to tank up. But again, you're against an Underlord, so you can have all the HP in the world. Percent damage is still percent damage. So Firestorm's going to be really effective for that.
Looking at this
Radiant's
Doom.
bottom tower is under
He's got his
attack.
own BKB in the blink, of course. Level 15 starting to come out, speaking of Doom, as well as Chaos Knight on the other side. It's Chaos Knight again, 3 minutes remaining on that Aegis, and he's going to be part of the smoke, both Whisper and Stinger. Wrapping around the mid lane, and might find Tiny. That's a big kill. Oh my gosh, that was great
Alright.
reaction.
Did they get the spit? Fine. Say, go and farm K1.
Get there faster. Yeah, nothing to farm though, as Nagasaren's already cleared it out.
How confident he feels with that Aegis, with the BKB, the Mage Slayer, 2.5k HP as well. Very, very good on this top
Radiant's
side, and
bottom
I mean,
tower
Tundra,
is under
they're never in a
attack.
position right now to be able to go for kills. Like, while they're fighting into this Aegis, they really don't want to go for pickoffs unless someone on Beastcoast overextends in a massive way. Saksa, he's a big portion of their damage output, right? 2 points in the Sharpshooter now. He's got the Aghanim Shard for the Hunter's Boomerang to amp up the rest of the team's damage, and the Veil on top of that. So if they could find someone without a BKB once this Aegis expires, that's going to be the next key thing for Tundra.
All right, yeah. Preset. So speaking of the lack of damage, that's another way to somewhat address that here. And Tundra very aware of that themselves. Wow, that's an Octarine core on Doom. Okay, so
That's your
3-3
final
saving up that monies.
Has been killed.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Put a little bit of damage into the tower. Just again, opening up the map a little bit more for the Nagasaren to be able to farm. It's not much. You're never really going to be inside of the enemy ancient camps looking to farm, but it does allow you to farm perhaps a couple of extra camps on the top side of the map without instant reactions coming from the team.
Dire's bottom tower.
Sharpshooter, speaking of reactions, there's the reactions, but the burst is real. Here's the Fiend's Gate, though, and now can they catch up to 9? They can, but do they have a stopper? Yes, they do. So Tiny, he's dead, and Chaos Knight's like, I'll take the kill, guys, don't worry.
Oh, they're going to go in. They're going to get right back there, trying to push into the mid tower. Why not? I mean, he is still a big part of your front line on the Tiny.
Kobe throwing in the Underlord, catches up to Snake King. That's what they were reporting back for. They wanted that Crystal Maiden. And they get the Crystal Maiden. Now that mid push, as you're referring to as well,
Radiant's top
is going to be
tower is
happening.
under
So the
attack.
heart is finally finished on Nagasaren. We see that pop up as the fight just ends right there. But Nagasaren losing teammates around her. Quietly doing her
Dire's
thing,
middle
though.
tower
Yeah,
is
he even
under
has the regen on Underlord as well, so he's able to just stand here. I said he wasn't really a right-clicker, but with all those team fights going so well, he's got that bonus, 162 damage, so these towers actually take a big hitting from all of these beefy
Dire's
heroes.
middle tower has fallen.
Do they keep pushing? 30 seconds on the Aegis, so probably not. Yeah, they're going to fall back with that.
You gotta fix the lanes. Naga's still done a pretty good job of pushing out the bottom side. Maybe now she can, with the heart, afford to play a little bit more aggressively, but again, when you don't have any tier 2s, how's the rest of the team meant to get to you? So it's a rough situation to be in for Tundra. I know it's pretty damn even on the net worth charts. Basically, zero
Radiant are
net worth
scanning.
difference right now. But to me, it still feels like Beastcoast are really in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's definitely agree with you there. It's one of those games where, yeah, exactly, the net worth says even, but the feeling certainly going one way over the other. But this could definitely change things. Then the Whisper, remember, he technically hasn't died yet. He got denied for the one death. He's trying to get away. He is dead, though, and there's no deny this time. 3-3 says, thank you very much. They also kill the Dawnbreaker, and the chase continues. Why would they stop? Stinger, toss back into the freeze. Here's that crowd control coming into play. They may not, have Well, they have a lot of damage, I suppose. That's what they're showing right here. Stinky as they may be. 3-3. He's going to have to pop his BKB, though. But Tiny jumps in on to K1. And K1, now he's in trouble. He finally gets his BKB off, but it was very late. Right here, he has a heart, so he is beefy as well. Tiny trying to kite. 9 gets a big hit off right there, and Stinger will finish the job over here. Skidder still has the song. It's going to have to be used here. To try to reset now. Do they reset or do they run? Looks like they're going for a reset. Skidder wants to make a play. All the illusions. 3-3. Of course, no Doom, but he's got Infernal Blade. He brings some damage in. The reality rip pulling, though, and Nagas aren't able to shred through Stinger, and now it's just Chaos Knight right here in this fight. Whisper spits him out. Back to base. Let's get out of here, buddy. I caught you. Whisper's going to die, but he saves his teammate. Where are the tips?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe if he got away as well, they were just saving it for that sort of situation. But man, talk about caster curse, huh? Saying that it felt like Beastcoast had that control over the game, but they did find the initiation that I was talking about, right? They found the Snapfire to be able to start the team fight, and then suddenly the damage isn't quite there to be able to deal with the Naga side. They still are lacking in that AoE damage when Snapfire isn't as much of a presence in a lot of these engagements. So to be able to fight around that with the invis, with the smoke coming through, and all it takes is one team fight, and now Tundra, they're looking to use all of that extra net worth that they gained to feel a lot stronger this game.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be looking at this run the whole time, sitting here saying that, wondering if Tundra is going to have enough damage. I suppose now it's, does Beastcoast have enough damage? As we certainly saw in the last fight, to the point you're making of especially this Nagasar, and she has really peaked on her farm now. In fact, she also gets a butterfly, so of course that mix coming into play of nice damage assistance, but also even that evasion, etc., kicking in. So yeah, this Nagasaren clearly going to be an issue now for Beastcoast. And
this is what they've been waiting for, right? Like with we were talking about the Doom plus the Nagasaren, they are going to be farming. They're going to be sitting back. They're going to be passive. It's going to rely heavily on 9 to be able to sacrifice his own game. And, I mean, he's done that. He's sacrificed his own game. He's sitting last on the core net worth, but it doesn't matter as long as you find that initial jump to kill the tempo setters on Beastcoast. And last time around, he found the Snapfire. Snapfire's just died, what, 3 times in a row now? One was the deny, but the other 2, one was to give over that big kill streak, and the other was the one to be able to give the kill back.
Yeah, there's one after the other right there, but smoke play. Beastcoast, they want to get the jump first themselves, and certainly a better shot if they do. They toss in the Underlord. Doesn't find anybody initially, though, and Hoodwinky is going to be able to TP out before a catch happens. So certainly that's going to play a big role. If Snapfire can get it good, gobble up and spit out, then perhaps that's going to be what Beastcoast needs to win these engagements. I will say Dawnbreaker also gets the Solar Guardian upgrade thanks to that Axe pickup. So yeah, talk about making priority on that to go with the Holy Locket. As
even just the talent as well. So he's got an extra 20 seconds less on the cooldown for it.
Oh, yeah.
So that's nice, be able to respond to it. And now it's just all about beefing up a little bit. I still really do feel like the AC is going to help somewhat. You need some kind of magic resistance coming through here, because the burst potential, we saw what it's capable of. Maybe even a Wraith Pact, honestly, on some of these heroes. But who's the one that's going to buy it? That's my issue.
The AC?
The Wraith Pact or the Pipe. I mean, you're going into a Lotus Orb on Gajira, but I'm not sure if that's the item or not. I mean, it gets you out of the Bushwhack, it gets you out of the Freeze, it gets you out of the Ensnare. So actually, maybe it is pretty damn good, this game.
Yeah. We mentioned Underlord has the AC coming, so in fact, it's going to be delivered now to him, so at least they have that. But maybe the Radiance, man, it goes back to that for K1. It's seems like, potentially still a pretty good tool that could go for it. That's why he's keeping it on that queue up as an option.
Just see how much more confident they are of being able to shove out lanes, right? They've taken control over the Radiant jungle on Tundra, and even just the illusions are able to push out these lanes much more effectively. It's a deceptive impact spike coming through from an Nagasaren, right? You think, it's only one team fight, but one extra item actually means so much more because of how much she plays around those illusions. It means you fall behind in experience a lot because you're not there in the center of things and getting a lot of that experience, but the illusions just do so much in terms of the map can be controlled in your favor.
Can we sit back and appreciate how, even with Nagasaren, especially after the last fight, of really just accelerating her farm,
Forced above the
Someone in my
BKB.
time?
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, getting close. Yeah, no, that was a close call for him, but BKB and run. But I was going to say how Doom is just still top net worth by quite a bit, over 2,000 even more than the Nagasiren still. So 3-3, definitely deserving credit there. I know he has a hand of Midas, but still, very, very efficient farm for him. And now he has a full refresher, refresher orb picked up.
And the Octarine, right? So even that's not going to be as big of a deal. Item he gets rid of first. Like he's going to go maybe Overwhelming Blink as his next item.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
Scythe is always solid as well.
It is, but the question is, what item do you drop? You know, like the refresher of you can't backpack it anymore. It's you need the cooldown to be constantly refreshing, and it doesn't do that from the backpack anymore with the most recent patch. Even just playing so heavily around 3-3 with the Infernal Blade, he's gone into the Aghanim Shard for it, realizing how important that's going to be against these tanky heroes, right? 5 strength, Infernal Blade, it's what you gotta have.
Just going in. They get the Doom up off that bow. They find the pick chance on Underlord, but here comes Dawnbreaker. Trying to keep him alive. It's not going to happen. Eventually goes down. And back here, Snapfire doomed up. He's going to die to that. If anything, the illusions to chase him down. So the initiation was great for Tundra. Crystal Maiden's getting low, but that doesn't really matter. Chaos Knight's dead as well. The buyback for Whisper, but the 3 others, they're staying dead for the time being, and Tundra is starting to claim absolute control here in game number 2. In fact, going back to Roshan to secure the easy one now.
Under attack.
And big props have to be given over to 9 and 33. Like, they are just finding the right jumps every single time. You know, on these heroes that either aren't able to pop their BKB and they get chain stunned, or don't have the BKB at all at this stage. So I know he wants to get into the Octarine core on Whisper, but it really does feel like he needs to go into something like the Lincolns or the BKB for himself, just so that he survives that initial burst.
Yeah, that net worth lead is starting to get pretty massive, and you should be like, oh, well, it's just a Nagasar, you know, at least everyone else is not doing the best, but no, I keep going back to this Doom. Just even continues to out-farm his Nagasaran teammate. And already another 2,800 gold saved up, so it goes back, yeah, what is he going to find next with the Overwhelming Blink? Yeah, that seems pretty good if he wants to go there. But Nagasaran picks up the Aegis.
9's a legit damage dealer as well now, right? He's got the Aghanim.
Sure.
He's got a Daedalus. He's a tiny, just in general, so yeah, with that damage can come in pretty fast.
Yes, thanks.
We find out K1.
Yeah, he TP'd right into the stuns there, unfortunately. Again, Dawnbreaker. Roller Guardian in, Chaos Knight. Trying to assist some damage here. Then one of his kisses from afar, but Skitter, he's trying to figure out, do we reset this? Do we run? What are we doing here?
Tree volley.
Oh, they want to go for the Underlord. BKB immediately comes out, though, Secret of the backlines. He pulls in the Hoodwink with the Sharpshooter, though, back there. Not going to get a kill, but doing some damage. Smile, still holding his ground. They kill the Crystal Maiden. She buys back in the missile. The Doom up on Chaos Knight, and he can't really stand his ground the greatest against that. He is just dead. The Tree volley in, trying to get out with the portal, but no, it ain't happening. It's just Whisper, and they do indeed call it. GG, well played. Let the split series continue. That's exactly what's going to happen here.
Victory.
MVP, no questions in my eyes. Like he played really well in the laning phase, obviously getting a few of those kills that you probably won't expect.
break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Betboom teams turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban. Betboom teams turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Betboom teams turn to pick. Hokori's turn to pick.
The undying waits.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining.
Betboom team's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. Remaining.
Betboom team's turn to bat.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban. Betboom team's turn to ban.
Yep.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Betboom team's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to pick. Betboom team's turn to pick.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Betboom team's turn to
Beastmaster.
Hokori's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Betboom team's turn to bat.
Rápidas lo puede farmear también el Beastmaster como una idea de Hell of the Overlord. Y acá en las auras que la puede aprovechar incluso con el juego de Luna, si es que quiere cerrar un poquito ese draft el equipo de Betboom. Mientras que llega el push para el equipo de Hokori, el push de Lumiere.
5 seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban.
¿Qué le falta ahorita al equipo de... Perdón un ratito. Ahí está. ¿Qué le está faltando al equipo de Hokori? Ya tienes a Tío Licor, ya tienes el pick para manos de Gardic. La Dead Prophet que lo puede jugar tranquilamente Vitali. También el señor Analog. Faltaría una pieza de posición 2 o de posición 3 también. Aunque la Marcy también lo decíamos, ya lo ha jugado Vitali. Fue una Marcy increíble. Esa partida contra el equipo de PSG LGD en este dúo de Marcy y Snapfire la habían destrozado. Así es que creo yo que por ahí dejando las chances al posición número 5, ¿no? Dejarle el último pick para Gardic. ¿Algún tema de debuff? Podemos ver incluso la llegada de Abaddon. Banean Battle Rider y Ember Spirit. Un poquito raro el equipo de Betboom, Banea Zeus, el equipo de Hokori. Puede llegar el Abaddon, Puede llegar tranquilamente la idea de Abaddon para Gardic, para tener este apoyo con el Aphotic Shield contra el Beastmaster, contra el Shadow Shaman. El juego al menos de Hokori, si es que se repite lo de ayer, ¿no? Y que es un muy buen pick al menos con Push, que tienes en esta sinergia de Babysit, un poco el apoyo en el tema de regeneración también. Vandelina.
I speak for the trees.
Vale.
Y deciden ir a por el pick de Dashak, uno de los picks también peculiares ya de tiempo para el equipo de Betboom.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Un segundito. ¿Y llega qué? Llega el pick de Kunkka al final para el equipo de Hokori. Bueno, perdóname. ¿Cuál es el clásico del Dota Laraco? Bueno, te refieres a Tundra contra Beastcoast. Estaba un poquito ausente. El juego de Beastcoast contra Tundra es el día martes a las 3 AM. Es la fecha pactada, al menos que se cambie, no sé, estaba así en Wikipedia, pero a menos que se cambie, ¿no? Igual estén atentos a las redes de ESB. Van a ir a por el último pick de Kunkka, lo de Hokori. Van a cambiar un poco la idea de juego. El Kunkka va a ser de Analog. Snapfire para Tío Licor de nuevo. ¿O le vas a dar el Snapfire de Vitali? No, va a ser la Dead Prophet de Vitali o la Dead Prophet de Garlic también. Va a ser, claro, el Kunkka de Analog, Gardy con la Dead Prophet, Vitali con la Marcy y Tío Licor con la Snapfire. No van a cambiar el estilo de juego, pero van a dar a una Dead Prophet de posición 5. Me preocupa mucho este tema de Dashak. Me preocupa mucho esta idea de Dashak con el Nature's Prophet, porque es uno de sus seres que se conoció, al menos en su momento, en cuanto Betboom logra llegar a ese momento de auge, ese punto de auge. Termina siendo tanto Nature's Prophet como Visage, los picks que jugaba demasiado Dashak. Pero bueno, acá lo ha dejado libre el equipo de Hokori. Respuesta de Kunkka de Analog como tema de peleas para el buff con el barco, para darle un extra Lumiere con el push. Pero me preocupa que no tengan esta forma de salvaguardar a alguien que pueda purgar al menos de esto, de este Beastmaster, de este propio Shadow Shaman. El tema de exorcismo y demás puede ser buena, pero queda deuda. Ven, loot. Pueden jugar al menos con una idea de que en línea sea bastante desgastante por este Spirit Siphon. Veremos, ¿no? Al final los logros escoger por un poco el armar de peleas con el exorcismo, intentar aprovechar este sentido y por ahí el control de silencio también que pueda generar sobre los chicos de Betboom. Vamos a ir entonces a la partida. Vamos a dar un poquito de las predicciones para que ustedes puedan ver los jugadores con mayor daño mágico puro. Snapfire, no. Puch. Vamos a darle Puch tal vez. Mágico puro. Recuerden que el Hook es puro. Mágico. Puede ser el Puch. Equipo con más guardianes observados con el gana final partida. Betboom, creo yo. Jugadores con conseguir 15 negaciones.
Just to be clear, if I call you mate, I don't mean it literally.
Nature's Prophet o Beastmaster. Jugador con más últimos golpes a los 7 minutos. Nature's Prophet o Kunkka también. Rey un héroe de medio. Bueno, vamos a ir al juego, vamos a ir al match, al equipo de Hokori, que sale de la facción de Radiant. Tenemos a Gardic con la Dead Prophet, va a ser el Kunkka por manos de Analog, la Marcy para la parte superior, para la offlane de Vitali, la Snapfire de Tío Licor, y tenemos también al Puch de Lumiere como hard carry. Mientras tanto, en el equipo de Betboom los tenemos en la facción de Dire, Soneiko con el Undying, es el Beastmaster de Notice, el Shadow Shaman que va a morir de Roger. No es una primera sangre como tal, es una primera kill que se reparte ante el último golpe del Crixie que termina dándole. Así es que bueno, una primera baja entonces para el equipo de Hokori. Faltaba presentar al Pangolier de Lar en la parte de medio y también al Nature's Prophet de Dashak. Héroes preferidos para esta posición 1 de la región de CIS. Empieza a complicar un poco más las cosas, ¿no? Soneiko se pone adelante, cuidado el dispose. solamente le queda a Gardic seguir y seguir golpeando el tema de robo de fuerza, ¿no? De Soneiko para también repartir golpes, hace lo que muestra como un posición 5 bastante fuerte. Lo vemos incluso con una buena cantidad de mangos, 20 de fuerza robada, 20 de fuerza adquirida para poder tanquear, ¿no? Lo que viene a ser esta batalla en contra de Vitaly. Gardic pues no va a poder hacer mucho, y esta línea que propone al final el equipo de Hokori, no sé hasta qué punto logre funcionar, ¿no? Y acá en la parte inferior, pues es lo que está saliendo al menos mucho más viable. Tienes más entendimiento entre el pick de Snapfire y Push para tomar vidas como el Shadow Shaman, que ya por segunda oportunidad está sufriendo una muerte, ¿no? Y es el Push quien toma la kill. Mientras tanto, Soneiko en la parte superior logra asesinar a la Marcy, y una kill de Soneiko que pues con el segundo punto, ¿no? En el Soul Rip le va más que suficiente. Lo de Dasha, claro, es que no puede proponer alguna acción de peligro más allá del punto en el Sprout o intentar molestar con los trends, ¿no? Para hacer el body lock. Otra kill más para el Push en la parte de bot. Y esto viene perfecto para Lumiere, darle las primeras kills en la línea para el Push y así hacer de incremento de carnes, ¿no? Para con el flash hit pueda tener esta oportunidad pues de kills. Y acá de aguante, mientras tanto de fuerza, otra baja más y otra vez uno más en la parte inferior, y es Lumiere junto a Tío Licor para llevarse a Notice. La Carl Lara en la parte de medio, una dura batalla con el tema del Shield Crash para molestar a Kunkka. Mientras tanto, Gardic tiene que retroceder ante un Soneiko que venía pisándole los talones. Cuidado, el swashbuckle de medio de Lara para solamente tomar todo de lado la retirada. Shield Crash, y hace una dura batalla el pangolier, al menos el Shield Crash es lo que sostiene, al menos bloquea hasta cierta forma el daño recibido contra un Kunkka que siempre te va a poner esta presión, al menos con el Tidebringer. En la parte inferior, ¿cómo le va a ir a Lumiere? Ya le trae la Vanguard, creo. Uy, sí, Vanguard ya para manos de ese Push. Mientras tanto, Soneiko buscando como sea ir a por Gardic. Un golpecito más por acá. Va a intentar suicidarse. No creo que sea el mejor destino para él. Ay, ay, ay. Gardic que quiere salvarse a toda costa. Pero al final Soneiko, quien incluso toma camino hacia la base y consigue la baja contra Gardic, dejándole el momento en el 1-1, al menos de Dashak contra Vitaly. Pero cuidado con eso, la primera rotación de Dashak a la parte de medio, poniéndole en graves problemas a Analog. No hay más. No hay más recursos. Lar no tenía mana para poder lanzarse con el Swashbuckle. Y viene Dashak al menos a retirarse la parte de top. Es esto al menos lo que ponía en peligro, al menos en el tipo de picks que tienes con el... pues con el tema de Nature's Prophet, activarse mucho más pronto, ¿no? Y acá va a poder matarlo Lumiere, consigue el Killing Spree, puede intentar buscarlo a Roger incluso, y es que con el Vanguard tanquea demasiado. Roger va a morir y es el doble kill para Lumiere, dominating. Mientras tanto en la parte de medio, cuidado con Analog que está pasando apuros, el Swashbuckle termina tocándolo, pero acá Lord también está a puerta de morirse, se queda con 5 de vida nada más el Pangolier. Pero al menos el apoyo para Lar va a llegar de manera rápida. Va a llegar Roger, le va a llenar la botella y también un bálsamo. Kunkka se tiene que ir hasta la base, y es que no tiene la botella, sino es que ha jugado en torno a los dos Bracers. No ha requerido al menos de esa toma de regeneración por la botellita. Y ya empieza el trabajo de las Facebooks. Mientras tanto, Notice debe tener bastante cuidado, ¿no? El trabajo de la Dominator de primeras. Veremos si llega a darse, si llega a dejarle marcar una Dominator en buen tiempo, o seguirá siendo el Lumiere el dominante en esta línea botando así también a su propio support, ¿no? Roger no va a poder hacer más por el momento. Sabes que por el control que tienes y ya con una Vanguard para manos del Puch es difícil de intentar asesinarle. Cuidado por acá, Gardic intenta buscar runas de poder y es una runa de ilusión que le van a dejar a Lar Spirit Siphon, pero no pasa mayores, no pasa más sustos al menos. El Pangolier, que ya llega a nivel 6, consigue este punto en el Rolling Thunder. Lo de Vitali no ha mostrado mayores brillos en la parte superior, no nos ha sido línea tan cómoda, mientras anda en la parte de bot. Cuidado, las rotaciones por parte de Lar y era un Puch que intentaba ponerse de agresivo y ahora va a caer, se lo va a terminar de llevar el Pangolier de Lar. Consigue la baja con ese Rolling Thunder. Atento a los chicos para tomar el socorro sobre una línea que ya está siendo demasiada agredida, ¿no? Incluso hasta el Dismember era puesto sobre Noticet. Muy buena kill para los chicos de Betboom. Analog también decide rotar, ¿no? Emprende un poquito el camino de viaje, al menos a la parte superior, muy de cerca Gardic. Tiene ya el barco disponible. Vamos a ver si se logra encontrar con Ashak, que quiere ir por Desolator de primeras. Quiere tomar la Desolator entonces de una. Cuidado, pone la X, el barco también. Soneiko todavía no tiene la Tombstone, así que va a ser muy fácil de luchar. El torrente arriba abajo y el Tidebringer para rematarlo, acompañado también pues del Psychic que pone la Marcy, ¿no? Buena baja, al final de cuentas, por la rotación. Y en la parte inferior, cuidado con el Snapfire. Lo va a lograr matar al final. Dashak intentaba ponerse ahí abusivo ya contra el Beastmaster y un Noticet que tiene que irse caminando, pero sale al menos con vida, no sale grosso, en lo que constantes ya 2 muertes le ha enseñado a cómo jugar un poquito más con calma. Lo de Lumier es que está teniendo un muy buen juego, le ha ido de perfecta forma la línea de la parte de bot, está teniendo un avance de niveles también increíble. Y la Vanguard, híjole, la Vanguard que llegaba temprano y ahora la Gaming Scepter, veremos si llega a su mismo destino. El Hook termina jalando al final. Acá el Nature's Prophet, llega el Dismember, también la galleta Scalar Blast de Ashak. Puede ser historia, intenta correr pero no encuentra paso y termina siendo la kill para Lumier con su 7ª carnecita. Y el gordito que sigue sumando rollitos, al menos estos rollitos que van a hacer aguantarle en las siguientes luchas. La primera torre cae en la parte superior, se lo ha llevado Vitali, lo ha tomado al menos la Marcy. Es la primera torre que cae en el juego. Es la primera torre que cae en el juego.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mira todos los stacks que se le han hecho para Lumier, Mira todo lo que se le ha hecho a Lumier. Todo lo que tiene acá para farmear Lumier. Y ya tiene la mitad de la... Uy, es que ya estamos con ¿cuánto? Antes del minuto 10 y hay 5k de ventaja para el equipo de Hokori. Dios mío. Un push que va a llegar al minuto 10 con la mitad... Sí, va a llegar con la mitad de la Gaming Scepter. ¿Te imaginas esto? La Marcy de Italy sigue en el trabajo de push en la parte superior. Vamos a ver si la decisión de Ashak por ir en esta Desolator termina pagándole bien, porque tampoco es que ahorita esté tan arriba, ¿no?, en el valor neto para los dos equipos. Beastmaster llega ya a la Dominator y debería ser momento también de poner presión sobre torre en la parte inferior. Un timing que debería cumplirse al menos. Por la parte superior, plana la Tombstone, van a intentar tomar la kill rápidamente en contra de Soneiko, pero Vitali también intenta correr, va a ser por uso. 3 jugadores contra 1, es difícil de aguantarle. Y una Marcy que termina muriendo, una Marcy que termina falleciendo. Creo que es la 5ª kill para los chicos de Betboom. Analog, mientras tanto, creador de Mordigan, no va a jugar con la BKB de inicio, como lo hemos visto el día de ayer, si no me equivoco también. En alguna oportunidad, un rush rápido de BKB para darle un poco más de actividad dentro de las peleas. Lar, mientras tanto, también se apresura a llegar a la Diffusal Blade. Y esos tiempos de ítems que pueden dejarle muy bien parado al equipo de Betboom, ¿no? Ahí está. No van a esperar todavía la Diffusal Blade, sino es que van a guardar que puedan buscar alguna lucha con este Shadow Shaman y con el Rolling Thunder. Ojo con esto, Rotier ya con las cobras puede ofrecer al menos, puede dar al menos chance de ir a por Roshan, ¿no?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
No van a ver a Gardic. El Prophet que va a intentar soportar, pero el pick, ay, no te creo. Ay, el Tumbler Stoy casi lo logra salvar, pero Lar termina saltando y con ello, con el Shield Crash para poder salvarse. Mientras están en la parte inferior, va a morir el Beastmaster en intercambio de Notice, pero no solamente él, también toma la vida de Sodeiko, el doble kill. Va a intentar ir a por Rotier, la X todavía en recarga. Es que el push va a decir te pierde la parte de medio. Y Lumier que está llegando en poco ya. 600 de oro para la llegada de su Agamin Scepter para el gordito del equipo de Hokori. Hay Diffusal Blade ya para el Pangolier. A la base de regenerar y a tempear por ahí con algún smoke que tenga en planes el equipo de Betboom. Van a intentar pelear esta torre con el exorcismo. La torre termina cayendo para manos del equipo de Hokori.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Mientras tanto, Roshan va a ser para el equipo de Hokori, al parecer. Va a intentar aprovechar lo poco que queda del tiempo de exorcismo y también el Psychic, que ya tenía la Marcy, al menos en 4 puntos el Dismember. Y yo creo que ya con ello el anuncio para que el equipo de Betboom pues tenga conocimiento de esto. Van a terminar con el Roshan. Mientras tanto, Analog intenta buscar pelea. Llega la X, el barco, el torrente también arriba, abajo. Lo deja con muy poca vida. Tiene el ultimate formado Nature Prophet también. El Rolling Thunder no se anima al final de cuentas Lar. Y es que Roshan acaba de ser anunciado por el equipo de Hokori. Y es para el push. Termina siendo para Lumier. Y acá el Courier va a llegar con su Agamin Scepter. Ojito con ello. Agamin Scepter ya para el push. Y esto es ya una ventaja, bueno, que se va a ir armando en las siguientes luchas un poco más activas. Mientras que en la parte de bot, cuidado acá de Rolling Thunder pisoteando 1-2 veces al menos a Analog. Se va a quedar atascado. Lar logra salir con el Swashbuckle, el hook para poder jalar por muy poco y casi lo termina cancelando el TP a Dashak. Pero acá quien se va a caer sí va a ser el Pangolier. Va a lograr al menos asesinar a uno del equipo de Betboom. Estuvo cerquísima, Lumier con el hook. Casi termina dándole acá a Dashak, que ya tiene la Desolator entre manos. Esta Desolator que debería transformarse o bien a la presión de torres o bien a la toma de peleas. Beastmaster se le adelantan, ¿no? El tema de la Vladimir Suffering era buena. Pero bueno, para el tema de un Roshan rápido para el equipo de Betboom, lamentablemente, pues lo de la Marcy con el Psychic termina siendo mucho. Van a ir el equipo de Hokori con el Smoke, 3 jugadores al menos.
Radiant's Courier
Estando en la parte inferior, una torre más que se va a llevar el equipo peruano. Cuidado con esto, Diffusal Blade lo termina quitándolo poco de mana. Hay Primal de robar, se lo va a terminar de colocar a Vitali. Saben que está más que muerto al final de cuentas este push. Va a morir la Marcy, la segunda pelea. Poquito solo, abandonado Lumier. Pone el Dismember, intenta tomar la vida como sea. Acá de Notice lo va a conseguir el hook en un creep y se va a morir. Lumier termina perdiendo la vida. En una lucha que era la principal, al menos se separa un poco de su equipo y suelta esta ventaja de oro que tenía Lumiere encima y se lo va a entregar a Dashak. Y esto no es bien, no viene a ser nada bueno. Empieza el poderío entonces por ahí, ¿no? Esperemos que no nazca el poderío del equipo de Bet.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Y el licor yendo por una fuerza mientras anda en la parte de top. El exorcismo, van a buscarlo a Dashak. Ay, 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 no te creo. Va a tepear el torrente. Ay, por muy poco. No va a poder cancelar el TP Analog, que estuvo cerquísima, pero el que sí va a poder morir acá va a ser Rodger tal vez. Con el silencio, el saltito por manos de Vitali. Y es Gardic quien toma la baja.
I envy you the plunge into their shadow.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
$14-9, daga ya para Lumiere, que sigue todavía, que todavía permanece en la punta.
Dire are scanning.
Ya el radar ha sido utilizado, logran detectar de que por acá muy de cerca estaba algún jugador. Logra ver, ay no, el torrente era para otro lado. Y al final termina escapando Dashak de la parte de bot. Disculpas, termina muriendo Lumiere. Disculpen, Soneico en la parte de bot. Y mientras tanto llegará Lumiere. Y ojo con esto, Lumiere que quiere buscar la baja. El Rolling Thunder empieza a rodearlo nada más. El TP lo tiene que jalar. Lumiere no lo va a conseguir. Mientras que acá Notice intenta correr, pone el creep adelante. Sí, y esto va a ser el kill. Bueno, que se le va de las manos. Y una bajada también en paralelo que termina siendo por manos de Dashak, no con el ultimate. Logran así, con el ultimate de Dashak, de lejitos nada más de Raid of Nighters, que termina con su posición 5. La del Prophet que termina yéndose al más allá. BKB para Vitali. Lumiere, ya tienes daga, ya tienes a Gamin. Están los dos botitas también para el Kunkka de Analog, que en la parte inferior va a llegar a apoyarlo a su compañero que parece un Shadow Shaman que tenía planes de pushear la torre con las cobras, pero acá le dicen no, eso acá no se hace, le dicen. Miren, la parte superior, Lumiere logra el kill en contra de Lar y se va a parar acá en la pelea en contra de Dashak. Cuidado, BKB encendida, empieza a correr y no van a lograr más allá que el desgaste de una, bueno, el desgaste de una BKB. Se queda tirado un ítem neutral por acá, no sé si se dieron cuenta de esto. Sí, creo que se da cuenta, se percata de ello el equipo de Betboom.
Radiant are scanning.
Ya saben de que está alguien cerca también. Se van a dar cuenta el tío Licor. Mientras también sale el pucho de Lumiere. Plana la Tombstone. El Flash Golem. Viene el obeso de Mortimer. Y todo era un baiteo. Le baitearon la jugada. Cuidado que llega también Pangolier. El TP. Ahí Rolling Thunder. El Centauro termina pisando bien y se va a escapar, tío Licor. Ay, ay, ay. No. En la parte del triángulo van a encontrar a Dashak. Se lo va a terminar devorando. Acá el Kunkka sabía que no tenía BKB. Y el kill para Analog. Acción por doquier. Y es la acción que está generando el equipo de Hokori. Minuto 20 de juego, 18-10. Hasta ahora haciendo todo momento de partida para el equipo de Hokori. Cuidado, ay, se marcaba así solo Analog, se equivocaba ahí por un momento. Planta el guard, planta el Cedric, quiere ver si tiene visión, darse cuenta de esto. Media vuelta, a correr nada más el Kunkka. Y el Rolling Thunder llega también de Jack, no va a poder hacer más. Jala la marca muy bien el equipo de Betboom, mientras que en la parte de bot Soneiko va a salir cojeando, va a salir con vida. Pero ha logrado la atención del carry y del mid laner, ¿no? Esto es excepcional. Puch ya pensando también en lo que llegará a ser la Shiva's Guard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Saberlo Jack, que va a ir por la Shadow Lake, ya después de la BKB también, que habíamos visto, ha tenido dos usos al menos. Ha tenido un uso nada más, de 9 segundos, en lo que fue la parte superior, solamente para escapar del push de Lumiere. La daga de Vitali está cada vez más cerca. El segundo Roshan todavía no aparece. Está que lo busca el equipo de Hokori, pero tiene que aguantar 1 minuto y medio. Mientras estando en la parte inferior, van a lograr buscar pelea. Cuidado con esto. Van a llegar a poner, sí, todo lo que tiene el aguante. El barco va a llegar un poquito tarde. Y Analog se ven graves aprietos. Son 3 jugadores. Van a perder a 2. El equipo de Hokori se confió demasiado. No esperaba, y creo yo que va a ser, claro, obligatorio el tener que verse comprado la BKB para comprarse esta BKB para el push Lumiere ante el control del Shadow Shower. Mientras anda en la zona del río, muy cerca de Roshan, son los 3 jugadores que quedaban del equipo de Hokori para fulminarlo a Soneiko.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Que ahora tiene que, de Hokori, tienen que esperar el tiempo de Roshan, ¿no? Esperar por ahí un poquito más calmados. También la BKB de Lumiere, que sí va a demorar, creo yo, ¿no? Es que han tenido toda una buena ventaja al inicio del juego, que no han necesitado o no se han sentido tan obligados de ir a por ese rush, ¿no? De las BKBs. Cuidado con Analog. Bueno, ya se dan cuenta, se percatan de que tiene esta X en su disposición y por eso es que no quieren ir a la cacería del Kunkka. Mientras que el equipo de Betboom se mueve con el smoke. Cuidado con esto, ojito con ello, que por la parte en medio todavía ninguno del equipo de Hokori está surcando esta senda. Pero en la parte de bot tienen ganas de ir contra el Kunkka y lo saben muy bien. Por ello es que cada cuanto quiera pushear línea se va a ir a marcar con la X. Sale Roshan y el segundo Roshan lo va a tomar de nuevo Hokori al parecer. A ver ese segundo Roshan que puede pintar bien para Lumiere.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
No, cuidado. Por acá van a buscar el smoke. No van a terminar todavía Roshan. Están buscando la Lar, pero Lar va también a olfatear ese tipo de cacería. Se va a esconder entre los árboles y Lumiere al final va a decidir solamente pushear la wave. Y esto está demorando, mientras que estás viendo el tema de Roshan. En la parte inferior están tomando con los Gens Push que poco a poco se va a lograr sentir. Cae Roshan, pero lo van a terminar de llevar el push. Así es un Roshan que viene con el Shark. Es un Shark que lo va a tomar Lumiere. Es un muy buen Shark además, para darle esta oportunidad pues de comerse a sus compañeros, ¿no? En un tema de Prima Roar, por ejemplo, que termine siendo sobre uno de los 4 jugadores totalmente tranquilo. Cuidado que cae el Dismember, funciona y es un Pangolier que va a morir. Sí, fácil, sencillo. Lumiere termina de lograr.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Debe presionar la parte de top Lumiere. Ya está cerca la BKB. Sí, le falta ¿cuánto? Un poquito más, un poquito menos de 500 de oro nada más para el push. Ahí está ya. 300 de oro, 330 de oro, ¿no? Para manos de Lumiere.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Analog también está farmeando lo más rápido que pueda la BKB.
Radiant's middle
Va a caer la torre.
Dire's
Se lo va a
top
terminar de
tower
llamar
has
Lumiere.
fallen.
Falta un clipcito nada más por acá. Mientras tanto también la torre de medio. La torre de medio que sigue haciendo este push. El equipo de Betboom se está sintiendo poco a poco. Cuidado con ese tipo de presiones que a la larga puede terminar pagando caro de partida. Vitali, que ya tiene ese poder la BKB, tiene ese poder también la daga como pieza de iniciación, poniendo un poquito más, ¿no?, a la fuerza en luchas con esta Unleash. Tiene que ir por una Basher.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Acá la van a encontrar a Lumiere, pero no sé qué tan buena idea sea de manos de Roger. No va a querer jalar. Estaba baiteando un poquito también la llegada de quien. La llegada de compañeros. Termina siendo el Punka quien intentaba llegar a esta parte de top. Pero tiene que estar presente siempre en la parte inferior, ¿no? Donde casi siempre estamos ahí viendo el push de los trends de la Interest Prophet. Mientras que en la parte superior Roger sigue haciendo un poquito de jala de marca de los dos muchachos de Hokori. La X se escucha. Van a marcar a quién, van a marcar al Undying hacia la zona de la jungla en grandes aprietos. El dispose de Vitali y el golpe de Gardic, al menos para triturar acá al Undying. Mientras que en la parte de top, cuidado el hook. No, termina fallando en contra de Dasha, que va a terminar de tepear. Mientras que tanto Lar llegará con el Rolling Thunder. Cobras también puestas por parte de Shadow Shaman. Es uno menos, el menos es la Statfire quien ha muerto. Con Vitali, que también se ponía los puños ahí bastante duros para poder pelear sobre el Shadow Shaman. Lar intenta escapar. Tiene Swashbuckle una vez más. Le van a quitar todo el mana que resta al menos. Lar en graves aprietos. La Diffusal Blade solamente para generarle el slow. ¿Dónde está la X? No, y ahí está. Va a poder saltar Lumiere. Tienes el Dismember, el Root, y no puede hacer más. Lar se nos va a ir. Se nos muere. Al final de cuentas, el Pangolier del equipo de Betboom. Estas son buenas noticias. Mientras tanto, llega el TP. Oye, no. No te creo. Al final Lumiere estaba muy cerca. Está, creo que en este punto ciego, ¿no? Porque el War, claro, da visión hasta esta zona. ¿Ya ven? Dan visión hasta esta zona y te pega en este punto ciego donde el push al final no lo va a percibir. Que hubiese sido también genial cerrar con esta siguiente baja, ¿no?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Mira lo de Dashak, Nullifier, y está ya tomando cada vez más peso. Mucho cuidado acá. Esto están dejando pasar muy en alto el equipo de Hokori. Para esos minutos de juego, pues Hokori debería intentar cerrar algo, ¿no? Algún idea de juego de push de torres, porque las segundas torres todavía siguen en pie de la parte media y la parte inferior, mientras que el high ground sí se le va a hacer un poquito más dificultoso. Le está esperando alguno, ¿no? Por acá se logra mostrar, mientras que Smoke del equipo de Betboom. Smoke del equipo de Betboom para la parte superior. no van a ver nada. Bueno, un bar que termina delatando por acá la ubicación de alguno. Creo que es el Puch al final quien termina tepeando. No, no era el Puch que estaba acá. Pero acaba de llegar y le estaban esperando con el smoke. Y no te voy a creer esto al final. Va a perder la vida Lumiere. Muy buen bait al final de los chicos para poder tomar una muy buena baja y rápidamente. Saben de que no tiene el Puch. Y acá lo van a poder al menos luchar. Van a ir en contra de Analog. El prema a robar. Y el kill por parte de Betboom. Y empieza a desordenarse un poquito el equipo de Hokori. Empieza a tomar un poquito de caos, al menos en esta toma de decisiones de cómo moverse en el mapa. Lo del Puch bastante, creo yo, atrevido. Y acá van a ir al menos a intentar recuperar la baja sobre Shadow Shaman. Va a llegar el Pangolier, intenta ayudarlo. Beso de Mortimer en corto nada más. Va a lograr matar incluso a Roger, Tío Licor, pero le va a costar la vida vital. El Swashbuckle lo deja todavía con vida Tío Licor. El TP, un golpe y el bash, no le va a salir a Lar. El TP de Tío Licor a la casa, y con ello también llega el tiempo de la daga. Y acá empieza a sentirse toda esta presión en silencio que hacía el equipo de Betboom. Y van a tomar la tercera torre en la parte de top de Betboom, lo cual no ha podido hacer el equipo pues de Hokori hasta ahora. No ha podido lograr llegar por ahí a hacer algún planeamiento de high ground.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Se van a llevar el par de barracas el equipo de Betboom. Primero la fortificación. Primero la fortificación. Pero igual la barraca va a caer. La de cuerpo a cuerpo al menos es la que termina cediendo el hook. ¡Ay! Estuvo cerquita Lumiere. Pero igual no le va a terminar de caer. Y en la parte de bot también se acaban de llevar la tercera torre. Mira todo el daño que acaba de cometer el equipo de Betboom. Terminada la Shivas Guard para Lumiere. Mientras que hay Agamin Scepter para la Undying. Eso me costó de lo brutal. No te roba 8 de fuerza. Esto es un robo increíble.
Back to port.
Y la ventaja de network que ha tenido el equipo de Hokori, ¿no? Que iba creciendo por los 7K, creo, si no me equivoco, empieza a reducir a menos de 1000. Y esto está cerca de voltearlo ya el equipo de Betboom. Un Puch que, si bien está en la punta de la tabla, es el Nature's Prophet quien le falta muy poco en el oro para poder sobrepasarlo. Es un Nature's Prophet que está ya a puerta de terminar este Eye of Skadi. Smoke del equipo de Hokori, si esto no sale bien, creo que puede haber malas noticias. El Shield Guard, el Dismember y un kill. Bueno, de librito al menos para el Puch. Mientras esto pasa, mire la parte inferior. Mientras esto sucede, ya el Nature's Prophet empieza a tomar daño sobre estructuras. Manda también una buena cantidad de daño sobre esta barranca de rango. Van a matarlo a Tío Licor. Va a llegar la batalla de la Shaq, al menos sobre Vitali. Va a morir al final de cuentas por este leash. Por este uso del último de la Marcy. El Prima robar para frenar al Kuka. Hay una buena tumba también seteada. Logran el kill, a menos con el DK. Soneiko tienen visión, claro que sí. Tiene la gema a su disposición. Kuka intenta huir el torrente, pero no va a poder ser suficiente. Llega el Swashbuckle del back. Mientras tanto llega Lumiere ahora a meterse de pelea. El último en pie de pelea. Va a lograr esconder al menos a Lar. Intenta tomar la kill en contra de Notice, pero creo yo esto ya es algo conocido. Vamos a ver la muerte de Lumiere y la team wipe. Y el Kuka se va a apagar. Se va a apagar Analog. Va a intentar defender. Y ha ido por Boots of Travel nivel 2 Analog. Y ahora todo viene a ser trabajo de Roshan para el equipo de Betboom. Van a ir a por Roshan. Cae Roshan. Se lo va a llevar Dashak. Inmortalidad para el Nature's Prophet. Por acá la Refresher es lo que va a botar el tercer Roshan de la partida. Y es una Refresher Shard que va a llegar para el Beastmaster de Notice. Silver terminada para Nature's Prophet. Mientras tanto, Undying va por el Jules Scepter. Creo que el Courier por acá está que le trae el Jules al Undying. El juego todavía no se termina, creo yo que todavía hay oportunidades y hay chances todavía para el equipo de Hokori. Recién es como que está regresando como la partida del equipo de Betboom, pero el plus que tienen es la presión de todas las estructuras que maneja Prima Roar. Van a ir en contra de la Marcy, no va a poder morder acá, no va a poder devorarse la menos a su compañero. Se cancela rápidamente el Dismember, planta la Tombstone, mientras tanto el Lord con el Rolling Thunder para tomar la kill en contra del tío Licor, que va a llegar a blinkear, intenta escapar, el hook termina siendo sobre nada. Mientras tanto Dashak tomaba la doble kill sobre tío Licor y contra Gardic. Los chicos de Hokori van a perder una torre más y creo que también pueden perder la tercera en la parte superior. Cuidado con lo de Lark, se metía un poquito agresivo. Y acá, sí, tercera torre para el equipo de Betboom. Se mete con la BKB, por si acaso Analog, no sé si lo haya aprendido demasiado rápido. La X y se regresa. Va a caer la barraca de top. No lo va a poder luchar el equipo de Hokori. No.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.
Es el gran problema, ¿no? Porque acá la ventaja en Network estaba yendo tan bien para el equipo de Hokori. Y para las últimas instancias, en esas últimas peleas que iban uno por uno, un poco separados, Hokori empieza a perder la hilación de este match y el favor también de este duelo, ¿no? Vemos acá que solamente le queda que el equipo de Hokori, solamente le resta las barracas de la parte inferior.
Radiant are scanning.
Death tax.
Precious bounty.
Bounty. Invisibility.
Difícil situación. Lo de Beastmaster yendo por el Octarine Core. El Nature's Prophet ya tiene la Shard también en manos. Creo que el Courier, sí, está que le trae la Shard. Ya el Courier, su Amin Shard. Ya está completo, ¿no? Ya la Shard está completo. Literal, puede dejar las botas e intentar ir a por una daga. O si quiere por algún otro ítem, tal vez de daño, de control. Si quiere por una Satanic.
Aló.
Con el combo perfecto.
Saber Lumière, que también decide evolucionar sus botas a este nivel 2.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Los chicos de Hokori tratando de buscar alguna solución a todo este mal momento que han ido surcando en los últimos minutos. ¿Qué hacer? ¿Qué buscar? Errores pues, que también necesitas cuánto. Necesitas gastar el tema de buybacks. Es esto, o sea, que te ganen una sola pelea el equipo de Betboom y lograba ello, ¿no? La toma de torres, que es mucho más fuerte en toma de estructuras, y el equipo de Hokori, pues, ¿qué tienes en su poderío? Por ahí el Psychic que ayuda con el daño, lo de Gardy con el exorcismo, y luego, ¿qué más? No había más para el equipo de Hokori para la toma de torres. Por ahí Snotfire ayuda un poquito con el Shredder, pero aún así, con todo lo que tienes en Beastmaster, en lo que tienes en Shadow Shaman, en Nature's Prophet, poco o nada, creo yo, se compara en todo el daño de estructuras que tienes y un juego de Dashak que ha ido recuperándose de manera silenciosa, en un juego que no le ha ido del todo bien al inicio, pero que ha logrado sacar frente al menos con su equipo.
Uproot and after them.
Van a jugar con el Smoke.
Aló.
Va a intentar jugar con el Smoke el equipo de Hokori.
Dire are scanning.
Acá Soneiko pusheando la línea. Al final Hokori no va a conseguir nada con ese Smoke. Acá se prenden las alertas por la toma del outpost. 2 TPs. Va a llegar Roger. Va a llegar también Lar. Pero logran correr a tiempo los chicos de Hokori. Van a recuperar el outpost. Así que no pasa nada más. Llegar a los 3/4 de hora, vamos a llegar a los 45 minutos de juego. Betboom, que ahora en este cierre de partida parece ser que es todo de ellos. No ha tocado ni, bueno, la tercera torre en la parte superior un poquito por el push de Crips. Cuidado que acá Gardi llega a dar la ubicación para poder tomar la vida de la Jack. Intentará tomar la kill demasiado rápido. Van a lograr matar de golpes, a mi parecer, en contra de Gardi. Va a salir con vida, no va a morir también la Jack. Pero ahora la respuesta sobre Lumiere, que tiene el problema error. Está aguantando todavía todo el tiempo de lucha por el Rolling Thunder. Y se le va una de sus piezas más fuertes. Van a buscar el Kunkka, el Prime Roar, y creo que con esto ya le van diciendo adiós, a menos que quieran jugar con los buybacks. Sí, van a querer jugar con buybacks, es lo más probable. El equipo de Hokori, bueno, va a guardar también a la salida del Nature's Prophet. Va a intentar pushear todas las líneas el equipo de Betboom. Y está, consigue el primer buyback, que es sobre el push de Lumiere. Se va a decidir retirarlo.
Precious bounty.
Llega la BKB también para el Shadow Shaman de Roger. Ojo con lo de Soneiko, Soneiko ya también está a nada de llegar a su Wind Waker. Va a llegar a evolucionar y está brutal también la itemización de Soneiko como support. Lo vemos ya en qué posición, lo vemos casi ya sobre la marcha de Vitali. Cuidado con eso, el para intentar matarlo. No tiene suficiente poder de Prema Roar en contra de la Marcy. Empieza a correr, llegará a Jack para empezar a pegar nada más al Puch en graves aprietos. El Rolling Thunder piso que todo una y otra vez. Muere el Puch, que no tiene buybacks. Acaba de pagar y muere también. ¿Quién más? Muere Gardic. Se paga el Kunkka un poquito tarde para la lucha. Analog al menos toma la kill. Buybacks por doquier. 1, 2, 3 buybacks. 2 para el equipo de Hokori. Muere la bolita. Adiós en el fire. Cae el Kunkka. Dieback de Analog. Y creo que acá vamos a ir a ver el final del juego. Sí, van a poner el GG. Y el licor decide rendirse en esta primera partida. Y la victoria para el equipo de Betboom. Termina remontando el juego. Una partida que estaba muy cómoda para el equipo de Hokori. No lo puedo creer. Y qué bueno.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag. Cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel. I took the red pill. I know life's short, so I wanna live real. But how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
teams, turn to ban. Betboom teams, turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Betboom teams, turn to ban. Hokori's turn to pick. Betboom teams, turn to pick.
Shadow Fiend.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Casi me atoró. Bueno, chicos, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Estamos de regreso, estamos de vuelta para vivir lo que será esta segunda partida entre el equipo de Hokori y de Betboom. Tenemos el segundo match para todos ustedes en lo que viene a ser pues esta fase de grupos de International. Primera victoria ha sido para el equipo de Betboom. Un poquito la recapitulación de este primer juego es que tuvo un momento de dominancia el equipo de Hokori, que no logra traducir, no logra materializar esa ventaja con toma de high ground, que se mostraba bastante difícil por el constante push que marcaba el equipo de Betboom en las distintas líneas. Un juego en el cual se les fue de las manos el Nature's Prophet, el Beastmaster, el Shadow Shaman, y que un Undying también, que fue protagonista en muchas oportunidades, teniendo un elevado valor neto como support para este match. Así es que ahora vamos a meternos de cara al segundo juego. No sin antes también decirles cómo va, cómo se van dando las partidas también en simultáneo. PSG LGD va ganando la primera partida, al menos contra el equipo de OG. Gaming Gladiators le acaba de ganar al equipo de Betboom. Royal Never Give Up todavía creo que siguen jugando contra el equipo de Sonics. Y Liquid le gana el primer juego a Evil Geniuses. Así es que este es al menos el recuento de partidas que se están dando en paralelo. Gente, ahora sí, vamos a irnos al juego. Vamos a meternos ya a la fase de Pixie Bands, que ustedes quieren tenerlo en primer plano.
Betboom teams, turn to ban.
Ahora sí, chicos, entonces tenemos esta segunda partida de lo que ha sido, de lo que es este match entre Hokori y Betboom. Una partida muy difícil, al menos de cerrar por parte de los chicos de Hokori, y que no van a perder, pues no van a perder esta posibilidad, esta puerta del equipo de Betboom termina siendo de manera muy pero muy favorable para el equipo europeo. Así es que, ¿dónde está? Acá está, perfecto. Bueno, ¿Por qué estás tan serio? Siempre soy serio. Siempre soy serio, amigo. Nada, vamos a ir entonces a la partida. El equipo de Hokori. Estamos... Leica me está mirando. Está tranquilita ya. Escuchan un de entre ellos, mil disculpas porque... están reventando... alrededor de la casa y eso... Las mascotas siempre les molesta. Así es que les voy avisando que sí. Se pone así medio loco, es por ello, chicos. Porque ya lo han visto que estaba durmiendo. Shadowfin para manos de Hokori junto al Pangolier. También que lo estaría jugando Analog. En esta oportunidad de Shadowfin lo estaría llevando Lumiere de manera clásica, como en algunos otros juegos ya hemos visto. Van Enigma, Bloodseeker, Sniper y también Morphling. Mientras que el equipo de Betboom decide ir a por el Primal Beast Silencer. Primeros 2 picks al menos para ellos. Y en la fase de bans deciden banear pues a la Marcy. Van también de Undying, Cloudware y también de Beastmaster. Es bala, no es bala. No es bala. No, tranquilos. Es la primera partida, no Clusia, es la segunda partida. Muchas gracias, Rey Charlie, por responder. no, son cohetes. Acá siempre suele pasar esto. Solo di que el ruido es de chill. Así es la segunda partida y con el primer juego para favor del equipo de Betboom. Deciden banear Beastmaster y Puch el equipo de Betboom. Un poquito a lo que ha sido de respect de la primera partida con Lumiere y Puch. Y el equipo de Hokori quitando el Morphling como pieza pesada. Siguiente pick para el equipo de Betboom.
5 seconds.
Les estaría revelando el support 4 de turno. Estaría dejando ver entonces cuál sería el support de rotaciones. Y va a ser Enchantress. Interesante la Enchantress al final de cuentas. En un juego de auras muy similar a lo que tenía la partida anterior. Tal vez con el Shadow Shaman. No en propuestas de dar rotaciones rápidas en base a los auras que generan los scripts neutrales. El buen daño también que logra meter con el ímpetus, pero pasa un poco de apuros contra el Shadowfin, que acá Shadowfin con los primeros puntos en Shadow Race se la puede comer de manera pero muy fácil. ¿Qué tal, Greg? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido. ¿Cómo estás, Emerald? ¿Está bien por la gentita por ahí? Van a ir a por la Mirana el equipo de Hokori. Pero acá tiene que cerrar Mirana con un offlaner que le pueda setear, ¿no? O al menos que quiera ir por la Mirana en la offlane de posición que hemos visto en algunas oportunidades. Pero muy enfocado al daño mágico con Agamin Scepter. En cualquiera de las oportunidades, ¿qué le puedes dar acá a Vitali? ¿Qué puede jugar Vitali como para setearle a la Mirana? Lo de Mars, algún es un seguro. Lo de Sandkin ya se ha dejado de ver un poquito más. Snapfire, no se ha visto jugar a Vitali, creo que hasta ahora, si no es que tío Licor. Oh, ¿qué tal, Christian Joe? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido, amigo. ¿Alguna fija? Siempre las fijas son un poco traicioneras para mi persona. Van a ir a por el Abaddon de cuarto héroe para el equipo de Hokori. Van a ir como cuarta elección del Abaddon que la habíamos mencionado en la primera partida. Que podría cerrar bien, ¿no? Un Abaddon como medio de protección, como juego con el Aphotic Shield. Lo van a decir jugar en esta oportunidad. Y dejando en secreto el pick de Vitaldi todavía. Aguantándose esta elección de Vitaldi. Mirana Kunkka. Puede ser una buena opción de Mirana Kunkka y mandar al Pangolier de Vitaldi. Sí, también puede ser una buena chance de jugar el Pango de offlane. Con el tema del combo de X y Barco, dará mucho más presencia temprana de peleas.
Hokori's turn to ban.
Queen of Pain. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Va a ser la elección de Queen of Pain como parte del equipo de Betboom para la zona de medio.
Betboom teams turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban.
Mientras que quitan, cubren muy bien, al menos con este ban de Nature's Prophet, que es el Respect ban por parte de Hokori, frente a lo que tiene Dashak en sus manos, ¿no? Es uno de sus picks confort, lo dejaba pasar en el último juego. Se había olvidado de banear al menos esta elección del equipo de Hokori, y ahora sí tienen un poquito más de cautela. Elección para manos de Dashak, puede intentar jugar con Faceless Void, intentar tener este combo con la Queen of Pain, tener seguridad de que por ahí el tema de la falta de la ausencia de BKB no sea un problema para el Global Silence. Hicieron una herramienta muy fuerte en peleas para largo juego, ¿no? Igual lo de Shadowfield veremos, no va a ser ban de Monkey King.
Betboom teams turn to pick.
Y van a ir por el Ember Spirit. Oh, va a llegar el Huskar para el equipo de Hokori. Va a llegar el Huskar para tener ese acompañamiento con Abaddon. Y parece ser que es el Huskar, quiero o no, de Analog. Lo va a jugar Lumiere, creo yo, ¿no? Y van a mandar a Shadowfiend de Analog. Imbatible, lo del Abaddon. Con el Huskar, pero creo yo con el tema del Sonic, güey, queda un poquito ahí vulnerable lo de Huskar.
You may now select your heroes.
Iba a llegar el Ursa Warrior como respuesta para Dashak. Un poco más el juego también rápido. No, va a ser el Huskar de Analog. Y van a llegar al Shadowfiend de Lumiere. Van a llevar entonces a Analog a la parte de medio. Vamos a ver qué tan bueno sea al final el guiar en contra de la Queen of Pain de Lar. Ahora sí. Ya negó. No, estás durmiendo, Broly. Estás durmiendo. ¿Qué fue con tu Lycan? Estás durmiendo, ya estás durmiendo. Carga Analog, así es. Bueno, chicos, segunda partida entonces, pantallas, siendo ya las 12, cuarto para la una, viviendo estos duelos de la fase de grupos que nos regala la Nacional. Vamos a meternos de lleno entonces.
Prepare for battle.
¿Está durmiendo para siempre? No está durmiendo para siempre, está durmiendo. ¿Qué tal, Kaiser? ¿Cómo estás? Shadowfiend Carry en esa línea, no lo sé. Vamos a ver qué tan bien logre servir el equipo de Hokori. Que ha hecho en alguna oportunidad. Primer jugador en conseguir 15 negaciones.
Ese cheirinho de desastre.
Cheirinho de desastre. Qué buena voice chat también de Hokori. Primer jugador en conseguir 15 negaciones. Puede ser Shadowfiend, como también puede ser el propio Huskar. Si por ahí me estoy equivocando tal vez. Primer equipo en asesinar un Roshan. Se lo puedo dejar tranquilamente al equipo de Betboom también. Aunque con Huskar también no sería nada difícil. Está picante eso ahí. Jugador que conseguirá mayor racha de víctimas. Le voy a dar el favor a Analog con el Huskar. Momento de primera descripción de barracones. De 30-40. Así es que vamos a ir ya a la partida. Vamos a meternos ya de juego entonces en este segundo match entre el equipo de Hokori y de Betboom. Tenemos en la facción de Radiant a Gardic manejando el Abaddon. El Huskar va a ser por parte de Analog a la parte de medio. Vitali con el Pangolier, la Mirana de Tío Licor que sufrió algunas agresiones de parte del equipo de Betboom. Y el Shadowfin de Lumiere, que lo van a mandar a la parte superior, mientras que el equipo de Betboom los tenemos en la facción de Dire. Tenemos a Soneiko con el Silencer, Primal Beast de Noticed, es una Enchantress de Roger, tenemos la Queen of Pain de Lar y al Ursa Warrior de Dasha. Los dos. Por acá molestando ya a Lumiere con los Shadow Rays. De igual forma Gardic también para ponerse de la forma agresiva en contra de Soneiko, el cual empieza a robar inteligencia. Sí, es un robo temporal al menos de inteligencia en contra del Abaddon. Lo que hace Ursa Warrior al final es jalar la wave e intentar llevarla, ¿no? Intentar no arrastrarla hacia torre, intentar mantener una línea cómoda. Lo de la parte de medio, Analog empieza a molestarlo a Lar. Puntos de la Queen of Pain en el Shot Strike y también el Screen of Pain para intentar poner un poco más de presión, ¿no? Al Huskar, que va a tener que jugar con los dos Bracers y luego la toma de Mordigan para empezar a tomar mucho más peso en este early para mid game. Lo de Roger, la parte inferior para molestarlo a Vitali, que va a ser el Pangolier desde la offlane. Queríamos diciendo, vamos a ver qué tanta sinergia tiene entre Mirana y Pangolier en esta toma de flecha, ¿no? En el combo de flecha, al menos el Shield Crash tienes esta ventaja de generar el slow suficiente para marcar un poco esta disyuntiva. Cuidado que en la parte inferior, por acá había algunos avisos en contra del propio Roger, había unas molestias al menos sobre la Enchantress y también devolviendo los propios Noticed sobre la Mirana. Interesando en la parte de medio, está pasando los apuros de siempre en contra de un Huskar que termina siendo bastante molestoso, ¿no? El Huskar referente a la regeneración que se le puede armar por este Berserker Slot y el daño que mete con las Burning Spears. Un Lar que va a tener que jugar en base a la botella, que no me equivoco, así es, le va a caer la botella ya para manos de Lar. Y es un Analog que pues va a sufrir por un momento solamente por el Shadow Strike, ¿no? Empieza a mandar un poquito más de daño y por acá, claro, le conviene jugar con muy poca vida, pero también debe tener bastante cuidado ahí de baitear hasta lo último de vida. Hay un Fairy Fire igual que pueda ayudarle a generar esa batalla de pie, ¿no? De cara a sobre la Queen of Pain. Justo ello, ¿no? La botella ya lo reposiciona al menos con el total de casi un poquito más del 50% de vida. Otro Shadow Strike que recibe de manos de Lar. Se logra acercar, sigue poniendo Burning Spears y mira cómo lo somete con al menos tres quemaduras sobre la Queen of Pain, manteniéndolo a raya. Todavía con un sorbo en la botella, si es que no va a pasar más. Esperar a que se acerque. Otro Shadow Strike, pero ojo que Lar no tiene Blink, Cuidado con esto. Cuidado con esto porque Lars estaría arriesgando plan del arbolito solamente para quitarle visión si es que quiere avanzar. Mientras anda en la parte superior, cuidado con Soneiko con los Shadow Rays en contra del Silencer y el Aphotic Shield que termina reventando y dándole la kill a los chicos de Hokori. Consiguen así la primera sangre. La First Blood de este juego va para el lado de Hokori. Van a ir pelear, si van a buscar la pelea por la toma de runa. Al final Mirana logra tomar esta runa de agua, mientras que Enchantress va a dar un poco la vuelta, a intentar por acá molestar. Ya tienen su dominio al menos este centauro, y con este centauro puede dar algunas apariciones en la parte de medio. Mientras tanto, The Shack va a perseguir hasta la zona de la jungla al lado, donde va a morir Gardic, dejando por un momento libre al menos así a Lumiere. En la parte inferior, cuidado con Vitali, va a llegar a molestar a Noticed, va a intentar hacer un poquito de problemas, pero también ya se suma Roger entonces a esta línea. Una flecha que cae, al menos una arrow que impacta en contra del centauro, y es así como lleva rápidamente al menos esta unidad dominada lo termina tirando abajo de manera instantánea. Lo de Queen of Pain sigue siendo complicado en las labores. Está teniendo solamente 8 last hits. Lar no está logrando progresar por nada del mundo. La Queen of Pain de Lar, que es todo momento para manos del Huskar. A ver, acertamos con quién. Ahí está, les dije, les dije, Huskar iba a ser al final de cuentas. Va a llegar también Silencer, se va a sumar Roger y consiguen la kill. Necesitaba esta rotación, obligada la rotación por parte de los chicos de Betboom para darle la mano a un Lar, pues que venía bastante, pero bastante abajo en la tabla de últimos golpes. Lumiere, ¿cómo le está yendo en la línea? Contra Ursa Warrior, a cierta parte también bien, ¿no? Dominando. Debe tener cuidado porque acá Ursa Warrior va a intentar meterse de cara, al menos en contra de Lumiere. Tiene los Furious Wipes, va a dejar escapar, media vuelta, un Shadow Race que falla Lumiere. En la parte inferior, cuidado. El uso del camper para empezar a pisotearlo. Nada más a Vital y el Swashbuckle sale, pero viene la arremetida. Lo va a terminar de empujar. Lo intenta buscar, pero no se va a dar cuenta dónde está acá Vitali. No, se va a quedar muy corto de poder tomar esta baja. Mientras tanto, otra vez las rotaciones de los chicos de Betboom para intentar matarlo al Huskar, que va a perder así la vida por manos de Soneiko. Segunda muerte ya desde el Huskar en la parte de medio. Bueno, una Queen of Pain que sale al menos favorable en esta rotación del equipo de, bueno, de sus compañeros, ¿no? De sus supports a la parte central. Por acá va a intentar conseguir la flecha. Ay, por poco y casi impacta en Noticet. Casi, La mirada de Tío Lecor termina acertándole.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
La flecha, van a tomar la torre incluso. Ay, la primera torre en la parte de medio cae ante 2 muertes del Huskar, que tiene que regresar caminando. Un Analog, bueno, que al final de cuentas pierde la línea de manera rápida. Una línea que, bueno, refiriéndome a la torre, claro está, porque ha sido todo juego de Huskar. Ahora Lar empieza a tomar mayor presencia con la rotación, no en la parte inferior. Un Sonic Wave que caía sobre el pangolier de Vitali y lo aseguraba con este Scream of Pain. Así es que se pone arriba el equipo de Betboom en 4-1. Intenta salir del agujero acá de Lar, de lo que fue la parte de medio, un poquito la pesadilla en contra del Huskar. La Queen of Pain que estaría alcanzando ya en prontos minutos sus power threats. Lo de Huskar es solamente trabajar en la mórdiga, pero debe tener bastante cuidado, ¿no? Por acá ya está scouteando, está cuidando un poquito los lares, Tío Licor, y es por ello que, claro, se posiciona en esta parte de bot, va a tomar la runa, es una runa de haste, y como también en la parte de top, Gardic decide scoutear, ¿no? Campear la runa para los chicos de Hokori. El live break que se escucha por parte de Analog, y acá lo van a encontrar, Ay, le van a cancelar el TP a Analog, el Inner Fire, pero Lar llega a buen momento y el tipeíto que llega de Noticet, ay, no está logrando sacar adelante el pick de Huskar por el momento. Al menos 3 muertes ya, y en la parte superior otra kill más en contra de Lumiere. Van a buscarlo a Gardic, que no tiene todavía este Bird Time. Dashak tratando de encontrar entre los árboles, pero muy buena vuelta entre sí, cortando ahí con alguno de ellos de los tangos. Y el equipo de Betboom todavía sigue buscándolo. No sabe de que ya el lava donde Gardic había huido. Está, mira, incluso le va a cuidar la runa de Bounty que sacaba con la palita. Los Shadow Rays que conectan el 1-2. Intenta tomar la vida como sea de Lar, que no tiene el blink hasta por buen tiempo. Y un golpecito más de Lumiere. Es una perfecta kill contra Lar. Y ahora va a llegar también a ir sobre Roger. El life break se lanza Analog. Y la venganza que va a cobrar al menos sobre la Enchantress. Tío Licor tiene que asegurarse de que no se suicide. El último hit. Y para la Mirana al final, la asistencia para el Huskar. Pangolier intenta escapar, el Rolling Thunder, no, el Full Rise primero, la flecha que impacta Va a intentar tomar la vida, sí, del Primal Beast de Noticet. El uproar para intentar escapar, el rugido, dejando atrás a Tío Licor. No se van a lograr, no lo va a lograr ver. Primal Beast que escapa. Ay, Hokori. No va a poder toparse al final de cuentas. Mientras estando en la parte de medio, otra kill más para Lar. Mientras que en la parte inferior se voltea la situación y un Noticet pues que encontraba muy tocado Tío Licor. Clica, pesado. Van a ir a por Vitali. Ojo que tiene Pulverize, Tiene Pulverize, se queda parado ya el pangolier de Vitali. Sabía que si usaba igual el Swashbuckle estaba más que muerto. Igual caía a manos de Noticet. Pero acá el kill es quien lo toma Sumeiko por el Arcane. Curse, bueno, el Last Word en verdad, que termina consumiendo lo poco de vida que aún tenía este pangolier. Analog todavía no tiene la Morrigan, está en un tiempo que ya no deberíamos haberlo visto, incluso ya en ese tiempo, en ese minuto debería tener algún inicio de BKB o algún inicio de la barda. No se está expectando esto. Mientras tanto, Ursa Warrior está yendo por la Diffusal Blade, está en un momento regular de juego, en un segundo puesto. Es un Lumier que está yendo de mejor. Ha ido por Mates, el Courier. Ya saca le trae el Global Silence. Y solamente para que se meta de cara a Noticet, que con el Bramble intenta matar a Lumier. Llega el Pulverize también, logra destruirlo. La flecha que lo termina tanqueando Tío Licor. Vitali para intentar responder con el Rolling Thunder. Cae sobre 2. Pero es retirada nada más de los chicos de Hokori. Así es. Se van a replegar. Mientras que en la parte de bot, Rotier haciendo el trabajo de presión con unidades. Mira todo el daño que hace sobre torre, ¿no? Tiene que llegar Analog. Y lo van a solear entre los supports. No lo puedo creer. Cuidado ahí, que se le intentaba solear entre los supports. No llegaba la Photic Shield y también la Mordiga a activarse. Voy a perder la vida y Roger ahora se nos muere a manos de la Burning Spears que tenía en el Huska. Cuidado con la Queen of Pain que está acá más cerca del Sonic Wave. Ay, se nos muere. Y como también en la parte de medio el Pangolier está haciendo una pelea, una partida no tan buena para el equipo de Hokori. Si bien no hay ventaja de network porque lo está sacando adelante el Shadowfiend de Lumier, es una partida mala porque está teniendo choques que está perdiendo los mid laner, ¿no? Que están logrando agarrarlo mal parado. En esta oportunidad Huskar muriendo otra vez gracias a la ubicación que tenía Lar. Si no me equivoco, con una runa de invisibilidad, sí, con esa runa de invisibilidad y el Sonic Wave, que es lo que más me preocupaba en esa elección de Huskar, porque casi siempre lo ves jugar con muy poca vida y el daño que emite la Queen of Pain con el Sonic Wave es daño puro. Entonces, en ese juego, en ese bailar con la Mordigan, ¿no? Intentar subir y bajar tu vida te puede llevar a hacer un blanco muy fácil para el equipo pues de Betboom. Se retira nada más Lord. Ya tiene Diffusal Blade. No, ni siquiera hay Diffusal Blade para Vitali. No le ha pasado tampoco nada bien. Al final Roshan termina siendo para el equipo de Betboom. Como le decía, era ahí dependiendo de cómo vaya el ritmo de juego, ¿no? Quien toma el primera X iba a ser al final Dashak. Quien tome el primera X ya con una Diffusal Blade. Cuidado con esto. Va a intentar meterse de cara en contra de Tío Licor. Puede ser todo esto un baiteo y un Rage activado. Hay Global Silence, sí, pero no hay mana. Es lo que le falta al menos para mana de Soneiko. El Life Break junto al Requiem of Soul para llevarse al menos al Primal Beast. Pero también le va a costar la vida a la Enchantress, ¿no? Una Mirana como único frente del equipo de Hokori. ¿Qué es lo que faltaba para Betboom? Pues era el Global Silence. Soneiko se confía demasiado. Te pega la parte de top, si es que no me estoy equivocando. Sí, te pega la parte de top, pero te pega sin mana, ¿no? Te pega sin mana y poco o nada, en verdad, puede hacer en esta lucha.
Gotcha.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
inicio de su alabarda, va a decidir terminar las Power Gets. Bueno, lo da Analog intentando apoyarse en esos stats. Juego que tiene que salir adelante. Una partida que no le ha sonreído por nada del mundo. Y una segunda torre en la parte de bot que cae en un minuto 15. Creo yo que bastante temprano, ¿no? Y acá el equipo de Hokori va a intentar jugar con el Moonlight Shadow. Llega el Global Silence. Mientras anda también muy de cerca Lar. Va a tener que solamente blinkear. Va a intentar huir, pero cuidado que acá la flecha. Claro, lo va a ver, lo va a lograr ver. Intenta como sea escapar Lar. Incluso va a lograr matar a la Mirana. No te creo, lo va a lograr matar a la Mirana de Tío Licor. Muy de cerca el Lumière. No puede hacer nada más. El Swashbuckle no le va a quemar, no le va a quemar nada de mana. Creo que decíamos, no tiene ningún ítem vital de ahorita. Por ahí la conocía Diffusal Blade, pues un poco para condicionar ese tipo de héroes a ausente. El quien tiene el Diffusal Blade es ahorita Shaq, ¿no? Que está también farmeando lo más rápido posible para llegar a su Blink Dagger, para mostrarse un poco más de cara, jugar un poco más agresivo, acompañado con el Primal Beast, que está también cerca a tener la BKB. El equipo de Hokori van a smokear Dragonlance y Madness para Lumière, buscando ir por la Hurricane Pike. Y aún así, sin Hurricane Pike, pues creo yo que el tema de BKB acá sería necesario por el Global Silence y por el Primal Beast, ¿no? Únicamente esto. Analog va a ir directo por la beca. Él sí necesita esta beca. Creo que también es Shadowfin, pero bueno, veremos si esto no demora, no demora más. Por ahí hay recuperación para el equipo de Hokori. Noticet llega ya a la BKB. Por fin. Toma la BKB como primer ítem. Siendo ahorita el tercer puesto en la tabla de network para los 10 jugadores. Daga para el Urso Warrior, y eso sí agrada un poco más para el equipo de Betboom, que va a intentar o van a tener que jugar con algún smoke. Sí, van a tener que smokear con el Silencer. Lo va a dejar aparte al Ursa, solamente Noticet va a intentar smokear acá junto al Silencer. Van a ir a por Gardic. El Bramble activa, sí, logra activar al final de cuentas este Time. Viene el Pulverize, empieza a masacrar, a machacar al pobre de Gardic. Un golpe más, le roba inteligencia por manos de Suneiko. Mientras que en la zona de medio, Dashak tomaba la vida de Vitali con esta daga. Y quiere ir a por más, pero no tiene detección. Así es que Dashak va a hacer un poquito en vano. Hay una run, sí, hay un Sentry por acá, lo van a matar. Va a llegar a asesinarle y es que... no te creo, no te lo voy a creer al final de cuentas. La Queen of Pain, que si no me equivoco tiene el Shard, sí, tiene el Shard, y esto hace que pues termine silenciando y no deje castear este Requiem of Soul de manos de Lumière, que pierde la vida, ¿no? Se nos muere. Es otra kill más para el equipo de Betboom, que sigue creciendo al menos el 17 a...
Worthy tribute.
Ya saben, chicos, después de esta partida, después de esta partida, se viene el juego de Thunder. Ojo con esto. Después de esta partida se viene el juego de Thunder enfrentándose al equipo de Team Spirit. Así es como escuchan, les tocará jugar al equipo de Thunder contra el equipo, el actual campeón del TI, Mouk, del equipo de Hokori. A buscar pelea. Al final no va por la BKB, sino es que decide ir por una alabarda, mientras que el equipo de Betboom por la zona de Río. Veremos si quieren tomar esta lucha ya sin ventaja de Roshan. Cuidado con Analog, solamente molestándolo. Y Gardic muy de cerca para poder darle el Photic Shot, para poder purgarle al menos así al mid laner de Hokori.
Precious bounty.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Set va a encontrar el courier nada más de Gardic. Deja el Urso Guardia para meterse de cara en contra del Huskar. Va a intentar pelearlo, tiene la BKB activada, el Pulverize también lo va a decidir soltar, sabe que está muy de cerca el Lumier, va a tener que salir corriendo nada más. Y el equipo de Betboom tiene que emprender la huida. No le puede pelear encima con el Rolling Thunder de Vitali, lo van a dejar morir nada más a Roger. Dos golpes de Lumier también. Siendo demasiado fuertes al menos contra los chicos de Betboom. No le sale al final la jugada. No logra el objetivo, al menos por manos del Primal Beast. Un poquito más ahí, tomar la vida de Analog. Noticia también está pensando ya en la alabarda por un juego en contra del Huskar y del Shadowfiend. Son las piezas al menos de right click más importantes para el equipo de Hokori. Y frenarlos, ponerle esta pausa al menos la alabarda les va a generar un muy buen tiempo de pelea. Acá Lumier va a intentar cambiar, ¿no? La itemización de BKB no va a requerir jugar con esta, sino es que piensa por la Manta Style frente a lo molesto que llegue a ser pues el Global Silence de Soneiko. Ursa Warrior ya también encaminados hacia la BKB. 2 segundos, a ver, ¿cuánto tiempo sale Roshan? ¿En cuánto tiempo sale? 2 minutos y 40 segundos, bueno. Acá viene Rolling Thunder, los hechos también puede acertar. Nolan Rage rápidamente de Shaq para empezar a correr el TP, pero no, el Scepter y se nos muere el Key of Soul para poder reventarlo. Y diveaba demasiado ya el Ursa Warrior de Dashak. Lumier ahí, Lumier tomando el momento preciso. El Jules Scepter era de la Mirana. Mientras tanto, ahora el Pangolier de Vitali en graves aprietos. El Sonic Wave que lo deja en coma también el propio Gardic. Vamos a ver si es que el Lar intenta matarlo acá. ¿Se va a querer arriesgar? El Link rápidamente y toma la muerte del Abaddon de Gardic. Doble kill para Lar, doble baja para la Queen of Pain del equipo de B. Ojo lo de Lar también yendo por alabarda, yendo también por alabarda. Va a ser 2 alabardas en el juego. No, Primal Beast va a cambiar de opción y va a ir por esta Gaming Scepter, que termina siendo perfecto el juego sobre héroes. Bueno, con el tema de pasivas tan importantes como Analog, por ahí el tema de Pangolier de cierta forma con el Lucky Shot y también del propio Shadowfiend con el aura, bueno, que tiene entre manos. Porque acuérdense que te va a generar ese uproar que le da, bueno, oleadas de proyectiles, y esto da la ruptura, ¿no? Da el ruptura al menos sobre los héroes que impacten.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Falta menos de 1 minuto todavía para el siguiente Roshan. 40 segundos para ir a por este siguiente Aegis. Termina quedando nada más Lar. Pide al final retroceder de la presión. Y es que el equipo de Betboom está guardando ello, nada más. Está esperando al siguiente Roshan, ¿no? Roshan, que sea la clave de victoria para ellos. Que también el equipo de Hokori, decíamos, quien está manteniendo la ventaja de Network todavía ahí mesurada es el Shadowfiend de Lumier. Ahora lo de Huskar es que ha intentado recuperarse, pero creo que la llegada de BKB puede darle una mejor esperanza en el juego. Lar, luego de la alabarda, va a ser toma de Shivasgar, lo del Primal Beast. Todavía lo está ahí considerando. Bueno, igual lo va a comprar, sí, ya tiene las dos partes. Y falta solamente 200 de oro nada más para su Agami Scepter. Mientras que el equipo de Hokori van a ir a por este Smoke. Van a intentar buscar la pelea. Van a intentar parar mecha sin tener esta BKB. Esta es la flecha que impacta en contra del Ursa Warrior. Y es una perfecta pelea tal vez que tiene que sacarle provecho. Logra destruir al Ursa Warrior. Viene detrás quien termina llegando. La Queen of Pain para tomar la kill al menos contra la Mirana. RQ Soul y Analog también sirviéndose. Y aún sigue con vida Analog, que sigue pegando. No lo desarma por unos momentos. No lo van a poder ayudar. Pero va a dejar bastante tocado a los chicos del equipo de Betboom. Desaparecieron a Soneiko y Lumier. La principal pelea es para él. El principal de la lucha es él. El señor Lumier con su Shadowfiend, dejando escapar nada más a Lar, dejando huir a Lar hacia la parte de top. Y una torre para los chicos de Hokori. ¿Mueren cuántos? Mueren 3 jugadores del equipo de Hokori. Mientras que en el equipo de Betboom solamente a uno lo dejan con vida. Van a tomar Roshan, lo decíamos. Y esta ventaja de Network que lograba mantener Lumier lo ha reflejado muy bien en esta pelea, poniendo muy buen frente los chicos del equipo de Hokori, que ahora van a hacerse acreedores de Roshan, esta X, la inmortalidad, como también serán acreedores del Shard para Lumier, ¿no? Y esta Shard que viene siendo un ítem brutal para él. No sé si es que lo vaya a cambiar, no, creo que va a ser para él. Todo para él, este Shard que le va a dar la pasiva que era el Necromaster y se puede activar y que cada golpe, bueno, cada cuanto se suelte un alma y que logre darle un golpe crítico. Y el Primal Beast, no va a ser suficiente, no se tiene que cortar la canalización de esta habilidad a la barda por parte de la Queen of Pain para cesar los ataques de Lumier, que intentaban ir a por el Primal Beast, y el equipo pues de Betboom lo agarraron mal parado en esa lucha. Creo yo que no la agarra mal parado, sino es que la flecha de la Mirana también es que logra dar en buen momento a Dashak, ¿no? Quitándolo de la lucha de manera muy temprana. También darle mérito ahí a esa flecha de Tío Licor, que fue la que snipea toda esta lucha, esta pelea, esta teamfight para el equipo peruano, que ahora pues van a tomar esta torre. Cuidado con esto, lo decíamos ya, la pasiva, ¿no? Que se activa ahora el Necromastery. Y acá, ojo con ello, van a intentar pelearlo. No, cancela nada más. Cancela el onslaught, mientras que el Rolling Thunder de Vitali sale previo a que caiga la torre y los chicos de Betboom deciden retroceder. Ya Huskar también debería estar preocupándose por esta toma de BKB pronta. Debería estar llegando ya en un momento. Le da el tiempo de farmear lo que le falte, lo poco de oro que le falta al menos para este mid laner, que también ya se ha puesto el equipo en la espalda también junto al Shadowfiend de Lumier. Los dos tienen que ser los que lleven esta victoria en este duelo. Mientras tanto, la Mirana se quedaba en la parte superior y Lar pues que no perdona ni una, no logra matarla así a la Mirana. Muy buena kill para Lar.
And little something extra.
Buena case para Lumier. Ojo con esto, ya tiene la Butterfly también. Lumier ahora está pensando en lo siguiente, que viene a ser la Silver Edge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ya tiene buen tiempo para el tema de Roshan. Lumier tiene 2 minutos aún para poder sostenerse de alguna presión de líneas. Lumier que va a buscar la toma de torre en la parte de bot.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Se va a poder incluso tanquear por un momento la torre nada más. Que cae para nada, en verdad. Un papelito para Lumier.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Llega la BKB para el Huskar de Analog. Esto es bueno para los chicos de Hokori, que van a intentar subir al high ground. Un poquito con esto. Tiene cara para intentar sorprender a Lumier, el Aphotic Shield, el Force Staff también. Nocturnica Hype para poder sacarse de problemas. Ojo con el Rolling Thunder que ya ha sido utilizado y también allá con la BKB activada. Mientras tanto el Uproar de Noticed. Un momento nada más.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under
Cuidado de los
attack.
Optic Shield. Lo van a detener por el momento a Lumier. Sigue pegando nada más. Viene 3 con el Breakback. Se va a llevar la torre. Y no se va a poder meter cara ni siquiera el Ursa Warrior que le decíamos. Ya no tiene la BKB. Al menos con Enrage puede ofrecer algo más. La barraca van a caer, así es. Uy, 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 ahí el golpe. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, 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 ese golpe de Shadowfield. Otro más, miren, ahí está. Ah, bueno, al menos contra la Queen of Pain no es tanto. Cae la flecha sobre Lar. Va a retroceder el equipo de Hokori. Como si nada hubiese pasado. Total de respeto ante el Shadowfield de Lumier. Quiere ir a buscar el kill Lumier, ¿eh? Está buscando lucha porque sabe que todavía este Roshan lo tiene en 10 segundos, pero cuidado que lo timeen, ¿eh? Cuidado que lo timeen. Mientras tanto, desde detrás, ¿quién está? Está Noticed, Rolling Thunder. Están buscando el Pangolier, mientras que también han visto a Dashak. Y esto puede ser bueno para el equipo. Ay, 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 no te creo. El Dual Scepter impacta la flecha y se olvidó la BKB. Ay, no te creo. Ursa Warrior pierde la vida. Sí, ahí el equipo de Betboom, ¿no? Estaba muy salido de base. Y encuentra una perfecta baja el equipo de Hokori. ¿Qué hacía acá, no? Sí, ahí fuera de base el equipo. Bueno, de Betboom, Global Silence, rápidamente para purgárselo con la Manta Style. Igual el Sonic Wave ni siquiera le hace cosquillas a Lumier. Sigue y sigue pegando. Noticias que desaparece. Unstoppable para Lumier. Y no puedes controlar ya el Shadowfield. Está... Lo quería al menos con su right click. Él lo querido en este toma de kills. Mira, 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 mira. Lo dejó con muy poco el Swashbuckle por parte de Vitali. Y literal acá Lumier sí se los ha puesto en la espalda, Venga para acá. Vamos a tomar al equipo de Hokori para la espalda de Lumier y a carrear la partida. Van a ir a por la última, sí, por el último set de barracas. Ya tiene la Satanic por parte de Lumier, el Hurricane Pike, el Twin Scepter, la combinación con la flecha. Viene igual el Enrage para poder soportar. No quiere activar todavía el AD-VEL. Mientras tanto, el Pangolier de Vitali con el Rolling Thunder para sacar un poco de carrera de lo que sería Silencer. No, la daga y retira. Tercera torre. Termina cayendo. Voy a intentar meterse de cara. Lumier sin BKB. ¿Cómo le está peleando el equipo?
Dire are scanning.
Scan utilizado y acá se puede ir la última lucha. Desaparecieron a la Enchantress. BKB activada por parte de Huskar y también por parte de Noticed, que le está dando vueltas, solamente un paseíto. Viene a colocarle el Pulverize, pero la Photic Shield termina siendo más fuerte, purgándolo así. Ursa Warrior intenta pelearlo, desarma, no puede hacer más. El Requiem of Soul no sabe dónde correr, no sabe dónde ir. Se le pierde el héroe en plena pelea y el equipo de Betboom lo va a cantar. Esto va a ser el GG. Well play. Y tenemos en pantalla hasta el MVP de la partida. Lo que acaba de hacer Lumier, carriendo el equipo en un juego en el cual Vitali había tenido una línea no tan en esa safe lane, porque cambian las líneas los chicos de Hokori. En la mid lane ni siquiera queda decir, ¿no? Lo de en la mid lane fue un abuso en contra de Analog, que cada cuanto los supports siempre estaban rotando, y es un Lumier que así en silencio, calladito, ¿no? Estaba yendo a buscar farmeo en toda parte del mapa, y con esto pues saca adelante el equipo.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss that fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't playing no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to
Beastcoast's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Fnatic's turn. Beastcoast's turn to pick.
What's your way?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Earth Shaker.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Lena.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Life Stealer.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban. Seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Juggernaut.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Choose your hero.
It feels good to be this good.
这大概就是年轻人的操作。
Prepare for battle.
Each blow sharpens our blade.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
I think like especially when you start to consider the kind of creep Sench can bring into this lane, right? I don't think Johnny Hill is going to spend too long, right? Like looking for the right one, but there's a lot that he can do, even just like with a ghost early, right? Get that brutal slow, a little bit more healing, right? Maybe in these early couple of levels to sustain through what might be a Bat Rider. I mean, I just think there's a lot of options here once you start considering the active component or even the passive of some of the creeps he can bring into.
The battle begins.
Sundyne. A Stinger is definitely focusing down, trying to bully jabs away and delay his access to the creep wave.
Try a bit harder next time.
Denied.
Come now.
First blood.
Death from above!
Did not think it was possible.
It's not the heat, it's the humiliation.
Tentar sair.
Quase.
Rapaz. Só que agora o K1 tá tomando muito dano, tem que tomar cuidado. Stinger tá por ali, tem degeneração. Por isso mesmo. Rotação do Gojira. Será que vão tentar alguma coisa? Só pra garantir.
É só garantir na runa, não tem mais aqui. Top. Vai ali de novo, mais uma vez, pega as duas runas de água, cara. O mid terrivelmente vai pra cima do...
Tô sentindo só falta já de pensar em rotação aí dos suportes pra uma briga aqui.
Hoods are way bigger than masks. Just saying. You look all sorts of wrong. From one Muppet to another.
You're dead.
It's more for fun.
barbecue.
Money to burn.
有人挨蛋的话，
还缺3点2点啊，实在是来不及了。哎，但是这边你 TP 的话，牛头是不是？晚上约看是看不见。
Invisibility. Dire are scanning.
Bounty.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Denied.
Death tax. Generation.
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
No.
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
This is gonna sting.
Precious bounty.
Wait up, nature tend us.
Too many irons in the fire.
It's not personal, Lina. You're simply in.
Coming through.
I'll do better next time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Heal us.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Scanning.
A little something extra for the effort.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Broadside of an oak. What could be easier?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant are scanning.
What are you up to?
Amazing what you found lying around.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been denied.
Invisibility.
Dire are scanning.
A minor problem.
Where are you going? The sprites are with us. Who put me out? Don't think I was a part of you.
Stop shaking. I break your life.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Fallen to the Dire. Regeneration. Dire are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
An honorable day.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Haste! Radiant structures are fortified.
Snuff out!
这大概就是年轻人的操作。
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Money to burn.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Too much.
Dire are scanning.
We were the last of our kind.
这大概就是年轻人的操作。
Enchantress, you are spunky.
statistically.
Were you watching? That's how it's done.
Gotcha!
Twice as nice.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Strip back off tree.
Dire are scanning.
Well, just keeping it loose. I'll get over it.
Roshan has fallen to the dungeon.
precious bounty.
Got yourself in a bit of a quandary, eh?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We rely not upon fortune.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
I'm not resting till there's nothing left to burn.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Mate!
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Where are you watching?
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. The Dire now have mega creeps.
Don't be mad.
This is where I get out of bed in the
Monster kill!
Fnatic victory!
brave, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life.
Generation.
There's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Coast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Time!
10 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Lich.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Points away.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick. Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Puck.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Park 点出来之后，基本也是确定了这个小小应该是个4 Park 是个中。
Admiral Conquer。
Já tentei.
Kunka é a escolha para a equipe da Beastcoast, cara. E seria um Kunka HC ou um Kunka mid laner? O que você acha?
A partir do momento que você viu esse punk, você pega o Kunka para counterar esse punk, você joga ele na lane do punk. Rota do punk.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban Templar Assassin.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Medusa.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. You may now select your heroes. Prepare for battle.
每一把都当最后一把，然后就也不要怕输。
超人他来了呀
Partida tensa, partida complicada.
30 seconds to battle.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
The battle begins.
Oh, very cute.
Dear me, no.
No gold for you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Denied.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The Winter Warrior ends you.
Snakes are silenced.
Might wish to retract your last move.
Set sail or fail.
Here I am. Don't mind me. Oh. Behold.
Here they are. The harder they fall.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Fire!
Who casts that shadow?
Denied.
Generation. You shall not.
I'll take that. Well, look at that for the dead.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Clear sailing now. Step lively now. Your admiral is on.
Your death is a secret I can no longer
Gold for my chest.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Stay near.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
No, just unfair.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
You're dead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Blessings. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
I am frost free.
You set sail or fail.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has been denied.
Bounty!
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is falling. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
A prize!
Dire's courier has been killed.
Arms for the dead.
Back so soon?
Dire are scanning.
I'll be back for you, Titan. There's your... Now, conquer harmony.
You might wish to retract your last move.
Roshan has fallen to the dark. Dire's middle tower has been denied. Dire's courier has been killed.
8 knots and full ahead.
Let the sharks have my flesh. Mega kill.
最大概率是年轻人的操作。
Monster kill!
Might wish to retract your last move.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
OT!
For the dead.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Illusion!
Dire's courier has been killed. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning. Blessings. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Blades of Tundra as one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
There is no pleasure in this.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
这大概是年轻人的操作。
No, it's just unfair. Just to be clear, have I
Radiant's middle tower has
I
fallen.
don't mean it literally.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
Fail.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's middle barracks. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Back so soon?
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
Now that was a fail.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I number you among the dead.
Fnatic, victory!
always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life. I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light. Ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Geniuses turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban.
Massively overperformed a lot of people's expectations. You know, how their experience at the majors hasn't been incredibly solid. It's really just been isolated towards the
10 seconds remaining.
Evil Geniuses turn to ban.
Straight through on DPC points, but they're certainly showing up today.
They are indeed. And Gaming Gladiators, along with Betboom, they have versed so far, and not being able to tie every single series. I mean, this could lead us into a 1-1. We could just, sign it up, send it away, series done. We're just going to see the outcome of who takes game 1 and who takes game 2 then.
Yeah, I wonder how many teams would actually say yes if you went to them and said, hey, before this series, are you going to take a 1-1? And would they just say yes? I would say a lot of them just want to play more Dota, to be honest, on the main stage, right? Just to be able to get more opportunities to showcase what they could do. We saw in that previous series, Matthew, absolutely game-changing plays, and exact same thing coming out from Toronto, Tokyo, and Collapse in particular for Team Spirit. But we're into a new series now. Hokori, Evil Geniuses, bans are out, and Broodmother is out, something that Nightfall has been playing a lot throughout these group stages so far.
He has indeed, and Evil Geniuses, they'll get rid of the Enigma and the Clockwork as well. So they're going to be playing with first pick. See if they want to go down into the Undying route. Primal Beast is still there as well. They want to try and look to pick that up.
Shadow Fiend.
That is an early Shadow Fiend pick as well. I mean, Abed is capable of playing it, but it's been mostly Arteezy picking it up so far. Really assisted by heroes like the Clockwork, to be honest, as that little bit of a frontliner for him. So not going to have that tool, I suppose, at his disposal. The other hero that they've liked to pair together with it is the Sven. So I wonder if that's going to be what they pick up with this last pick of the first phase. I played it in that one time, and they were incredibly successful. I think both him and Arteezy only died a single time throughout that entire game that they picked it up. And then you still have the flex of throwing this Shadow Fiend into a mid lane. You still have the flex of putting the Sven as the actual one. Who knows what they're going to do? They're just going to say, all right, you pick up some cheese, we're going to do the exact same thing and actually block you by picking AA ourselves. Okay. We haven't really seen too much of the AA slip through, have we?
That we haven't. Not on this stream, and I should say not on the games that we've casted. I've seen some other teams picking up the apparition, and I wonder if we're going to see that this hero played a little bit more often, even not into some counter matchups. I think the Aghanim Shard was a big change to this hero, and especially getting pushed to the 15-minute mark. I know that's been for this way for quite some time now, but one of the big weaknesses to the AA is just your not being able to push outside lanes. So you can now get that next set of items. Yep, push.
Morphling and AA really do not deal with e.g., I'm thinking more towards the Lycan or something along those lines. I'd be picking up Nightfall's immediately. Yes, Hokori have the flexibility just to be able to throw the Morphling onto the mid lane, but Lumiere plays it, in my opinion, far better than Analog does. I just want to be emphasizing the speed. Beastmaster's fine enough as well, right? You have more versatility with what you're able to pick up in terms of both your item and skill build, whereas Lycan is very much locked into that, Helm of the Overlord style, and you might get Night Stalkers, you might get even an Enchantress being able, or a Chen being able to counter you something.
10 seconds. Beastmaster now has some nice synergy with the Shadow Fiend, being able to buff him up. This vision is a very important thing as well. So I like your suggestion of either. I didn't really have a favorite between them. I think Lycan also provides you with a Howl and some of the passives coming through from like the Helm of the Overlord. So yeah, I think both these routes are really nice for EG. I think they've got a bit of an advantage coming through, and I think probably for them, you're looking to try and address some heroes that need to initiate from Hokori. Because you want this stun setup for the AA. Like this hero really relies on blowing one hero up and then having that numbers advantage to be able to kind of outnumber them in a big team fight then afterward.
Yeah, and I wonder what Crit's going to go here as well. I think they might be going into something like... There's a reason why they're banning the Tide Hunter. It's because it's going to stop this faster pace that they're going for, because they realize they've got a timer of about 30, maybe 35 minutes to be able to try and end this game. But also Tide Hunter has that Kraken Shell, right, which is able to shrug off a lot of these chain stuns. And so Crit, he's the style kind of like what we saw with Matthew in the previous series, where he plays a lot more of the spell casting type. So his Rubik, his Mirana, his Hoodwink. Of course, he's got the potential to Tusk, he's got the potential to Earth Spirit as well, which I really wouldn't hate this game just because of the silence against the Morphling, against away with the Beastmaster Hawk to be able to instant gap close onto the AA. I think it could be...
So we could then see Hokori look to steal the Tusk away from Crit then, because it would work really nice with their lineup. Kind of set up some synergy with the Morphling, enable Roche, also a save versus the Beastmaster would be really nice. The Earthshaker, I know that's one that you don't particularly like as a support, but...
Against a Beastmaster when you've got a Morphling and an AA already?
That is true, that is true. I think if you look at kind of the Morphling AA, you'd be pretty happy, but then you see the lineup on EG and how fast they can push, and yeah, that's a good point. It is a kind of a deterrent for going for another support that really struggles against the pushing strat.
They just need something that's going to be able to stand in front of these towers and stop the push. Pudge kind of makes sense as well, just because with the ban, just because it would have been able to get rid of the, Helm of the Overlord creep instantly. Same sort of thing with the Siege. So what do they now look to go into? There's no Enigma to be able to get that deny off. First Sand King of the tournament. Like even the Conquer feels like it makes a lot of sense, right? Clears out the creep waves, out the wars as well, which you do need to focus on for the laning stage too. I feel like a Sand King's a potential option here.
10 seconds
You're not
remaining.
quite so worried about the later game BKBs. What were you thinking?
What's your thoughts on Ascend support for Hokori? It's something they have played.
Yeah, it's possible, and I think if they want to take it away from EG, it's a very viable option too. You know, if you go on the support Sven on EG's side, it could probably be better used for Fly, and then you just need to go into those boots of bearing, right? And then you just even up the tempo further. So I feel like that's a possible option for them to just pick it up as a bit of a block pick here. It's going to be really nice against that Prince of the Dark Lord aura coming through. They're able to get into the Aghanim Shard even better.
So I think for Hokori, pretty much what we're asking for is just like a kind of initiating stunning support that also has some potential to be able to wave clear, not being a bot early on and just having some difficulties with the push that will definitely come out from EG.
Stands ready.
Hey. For it, when the announcer says Hokori, I really like the way she says it. Hokori's turn. Love it.
Hokori's turn. You don't like how she says AG?
It says evil geniuses. Actually.
Actually.
But they just need something now that's going to provide a little bit more of that instant, right? And that's why I was really wanting something that's able to get it onto the backlines, not allow the true benefits of the Warcry and the movement speed to be able to come out. I'm leaning more towards the Earth Spirit, to be totally honest, just because you also do provide a little bit of that that isolation aspect. You know, you can kick people back towards the rest of your team, quickly burst them down, and then continue to go forward. It's not until you get the Aghanim Scepter on the Tusk that you get that same benefit, and I feel like if the game's going late enough that the Aghanim Scepter Tusk is coming into effect, then maybe this Morphling's gotten out of control. Don't hate this either. They've taken out the Sven, right? So Ogre feels like a very useful...
Sky Wrath Mage.
Oh.
Okay. More silence. Really? That was part of the reason why I liked the Earth Spirit against the Morphling. So, Primal Roar, into the Silence, into the Ancient Steel, into the Mystic Flare. Going to be damage tool.
And it now kind of spreads your damage, doesn't it? Because at the moment, when you saw the Shadow Fiend Beastmaster in the first phase, you're like, all right, there's going to be a lot of physical damage. And that's where the answer for the Sven comes through with the Warcry. So EG, they kind of counter that. You've got Ignite and you've got Mystic Flare, like you said. So they're kind of just, you're making sure they have both the damage sources covered.
Don't hate this. I mean, it's going to be going up against a Beastmaster, which, of course, the Roar, going to be very effective, and a Shadow Fiend once he's got the BKB. Need to do is press it, and then right-click, and then Pango's probably going to die pretty damn quickly, especially a Bloodlusted Shadow Fiend. I really want to make sure, if it does get that late as well for Fly, if you're having to contend up against this Morphling when he gets the Aghanim Scepter, that you buy the Aghanim Shard for yourself as well. I feel like, especially if you're able to get a lucky multi-cast off, it's going to provide you with just that little bit of extra time to be able to position yourself effectively in these team fights, where Morphling doesn't just burst down either yourself or the Skywrath Mage. They're really just doing everything to stop these heroes that are great at preventing push from happening, right? If a Venomancer sets up his ward, army,
turn to ban.
family, whatever you want to call it, then you just can't look to get through and look to take some of these towers. Same sort of thing. The Tide Hunter, and of course Kunkka with the Swash, with the Tidebringer, excuse me. Pango's the one with the Swashbuckle, and Hokori are going to have that at their disposal.
I wonder if EG can be considering about going for an Invoker here for Abed. I think having a way to dispel the Warcry could be really nice. Alacrity as well to be able to buff up the Shadow Fiend. My only concern about Invoker is that they could gap close him very easily with the Pangoli Rolling Thunder, and that's probably where Nightfall needs to come into play to protect him. But I think there is a lot of value with that hero if they want to go down the route.
The most played hero for Abed so far this group stage has been the Primal Beast. And that one's gone away. Could they be thinking of a Leshrac
5 seconds
well
remaining.
for Evil Geniuses? Again, more of that split damage, still damage that's going to go through the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be towers to be able to pick it up. You've even got the Bloodlust if you're looking at him too. Bit of extra movement speed. I wouldn't hate it, although the AA is kind of a little bit of a counter to it with the Bloodstone, being able to have that regen coming through. And I guess the Pango if he goes into the Blade as well, but does certainly help with picking up the pace.
What do you think they need to cover with this 23rd pick, at least for Abed? Like, we're mentioning some heroes that they can go down, but what are some of the weaknesses, at least, that the hero needs to help out with?
They're that weak. I guess they're kind of pick-off
I don't think they're
as
weak,
opposed
it's
to
just
team fight, you know? But there's not really many, outside of the Invoker that you mentioned, mid-heroes that excel at teamfight, you know? Most of the time it is those pick-off styles, whether it's or the Puck, but Puck's not great into the Pangolier. But they end up going down. It would give them another silence, I suppose, though, and maybe he's going to bank on the fact that he's just an exceptional Puck player to win them the fights. Hokori as well. What's in their mind, right?
Geniuses,
what else do they look to need? Is this going to be a mid-Pango, or is Vitali going to actually play the Pangolier instead? Else... Thing about this, I just like the sand. And maybe I'm just talking out my ass right now, but I just think it's solid enough in this game that it's going to be able to slow the game down enough. Like, you're not picking a game winner here. You're just picking a game staller. And I'm just trying to think of what other better heroes are there outside of maybe the be able to do that.
Yeah, I'm happy with the Sand King Sword for Corey, because what I think they're going to do is play the Morphling Sven lane and put the AA in the off lane. So you kind of want a melee hero, you want another initiator. I think the big issue for EG is you do not have...
Look at Abed. He was just chuckling a little bit as soon as that Storm Spirit pick came out. He's like, oh, I know what everyone's going to be saying to me right now. He's already given over his phone to the admins, but as comes back, it's just going to be blown up with Storm Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Storm Spirit Abed. We'll see. They do not have a lot of ways to hold him down into place here. Corey having honestly, I'm fine with it, man, because the big issue I have with the EG's lineup is that if a Corey are playing even, then they can blow up heroes, and Tiny is going to further enable that now. So let's see if it is going to be... I mean, it looks like it with the Tiny getting picked up. Yep, Analog's going to be playing the Tiny, so we're probably going to get this off-lane Pangolier, which is very interesting. If they're going to run a Pango Sven lane, which again, I really want the Morphling to be paired with the Sven, but then an Ancient Apparition and a Pango lane sounds incredibly weak. So I'm a bit concerned for one of the side lanes from Hokori.
I would be like... Of course you don't want to let the enemy safe lane get out of control, but you got to protect the Morphling, and AA just does not do that at all. You need someone... like, the term is a fat hero to get in the face, you know, just someone with a lot of HP that's able to soak up a little bit of that damage. And, I mean, Sven does a really good job at that as well. So just a nice way to potentially secure the boars if Nightfall does choose to go down that route. Stormhammer, lock it into place, burst it down, get Morphling up to that level 3 where life becomes a little bit...
So again, I do think one issue here for Evil Geniuses is the fact that Hokori throughout a good stage of this game will have no worries about not being able to blow heroes up. You can jump in with Tiny, Pango, or Sven into Ice Blast, and all of a sudden, a core's just dead. So I think this is where Fly or Crit, probably Fly with the Ogre, has to itemize defensively. You need Glimmer, you need Force Staffs, you need to break the combo. This is what AA lineups thrive on. And if Hokori, if they can get pickoffs with the Ice Blast, then they should have a pretty good time of getting that Morphling to the late game, where then he can match up pretty well versus the Shadow Fiend. But it's just an itemize on EG to protect those initiations, because if they can, then they could have a very, very fast-paced lineup.
Need some Force Staffs of their own, though, on Hokori, right? You're going up against this Beastmaster Scarith Mage combination. Very potent, that can just get kills on their own throughout the map once you hit the level 6 timing on both of them. Got the Storm Spirit able to exist, but it's those two, if you're able to counter it out with a singular item. Long way towards your victory. Glimmer Cape as well, honestly, fulfilling a pretty similar sort of role.
Yeah, so it seems like both sides are kind of in the same kind of avenue with how they want to try and maybe take some of these skirmishes. Mention Evil Geniuses with the Beast and the Mystic Flare.
Be careful here, he's got all the boys coming up behind him.
Long wraparound from the boys.
Yeah, you're going to want to see how these lanes are set up potentially beforehand as well. That's the purpose of the Hawk that's been laid out between the Tier 1 and the Tier 2 up on the top side, so you don't see anyone for that entire pathway. They know they've avoided a smoke. Back off and just focus on their lanes for now. No pickoffs have been obtained, and Nightfall did actually go for that Call of the Wild, of course, so how they look to set up these lanes with the Olakor. Start with a tri-lane, because it's not horrendous. The gun into the Cold Feet has the potential to be able to get some kills, especially if you can get a slow off as well with the Shield Crash.
Something we saw Liquid do a lot through the last chance qualifiers, where they just aggro even just before the kind of creeps map, doing a lot of damage early on, and then all of a sudden you just TP up fellow support to have that natural 2-1-2 lane.
But you see they're using the Hawk very effectively. Gardek and Vitali walking underneath it, so they are setting up the lanes like we were wanting to on the top side, and Arteezy was just hanging around that mid lane, only making his movement up towards this side of the map once that was revealed. Now they're going to look and see his inventory, the fact that he doesn't have the TP available.
Yeah, this top lane is pretty much how I'm going to expect it to go for the rest of the lane here. Like, this is not fun for Hokori at all. You see just Ignite, Raise spams. It's going to be like this for the entire lane, I think.
A little rough for the very beginning, but you're going to have that, not necessarily turnaround potential, but as soon as Pango gets more and more points into it, then that's why they're prioritizing the kills onto him, right? Look, try and punish him as quickly as you can. Gardek, he's going to go forward, trying to pick up this kill onto the SF.
Not the case. They might get a double kill turnaround. Mango given over to Arteezy, but he will miss the short raise. Vitali being able to duck into the tree line. Pango is going to be okay. At least the lane is now getting shoved out, and they don't have...
were able to secure the first blood, but wasn't onto the hero that they wanted it to. They would have loved to get that kill onto Vitali, so he wasn't getting all of this free XP.
Take a look at how the safe lane is shaping up for Hokori at the moment, because their off lane struggling a little bit. Lumiere, 6 last hits early on, having a pretty good time. That's what we were asking for the lane, to just put the Sven into the Morphling, being able to protect him. But do we feel like this is going to get difficult as the levels go on here for Hokori's safe lane?
Potentially, but I mean, they've also got some kill threat as well for Crit. I know you need to emphasize the attribute shift for the Morphling, but level 4, I feel like they could potentially look to make something happen. This is just more harass coming through, but with no mana left, I don't know if they're going to have the easiest time dealing with these wars for Nightfall. Happening in mid lane. I mean, Abed on his Storm Spirit. Lane's pushing back into him. Make sure he's securing a lot of that early experience. That's the important timing for a Storm Spirit relative to a Tiny, right? His is level 8, Storm Spirit level 6, where you can really start to make a lot of those early movements happen around the power runes. But Analog's been doing a great job of just making sure to toss Abed up, make sure he gets the stuns off to deny a lot of these last hits off, and you're not going to be accelerating quite as quickly as you would have liked.
Well, we've got some 2-1v1s going on at the moment. Quite sure who's coming out on the top. Partida's still trying to man-fight Vitaly. Angly's going to get some distance away, almost finding that long raise, but with Gardic nearby, will pressure the Shadow Fiend to not continue on to try and get that last little bit of damage required to secure the kill.
Not amazingly happy with this, though, on EG, right? Like, I know it's super early on, but he just got his 10th last hit there on the Shadow Fiend, so just maxed out the Necro Mastery for now, and he's at last in terms of net worth for all the calls. He might be dying here.
Is he going to tick out? He will. Gardic with the last right click. Beautifully done. The big kill for them to find. They're not going to be able to get rid of the beefy boy in the Ogre. Shield Crash is coming up shortly, however, but I think Fly will be fine.
I don't think you care, to be honest. I think you'd much rather have an Ogre up here alive, leeching experience away from the Shadow Fiend with little mana. Honestly, a kill might send it back to the base and enable him to get a kill onto Vitaly, so I think they're totally fine with leaving him die here.
Bottom lane, Lumiere. The silence into the burst, crit almost enough damage, but Nightfall wasn't able to help out here. No point in the Wild Axes, of course. I'm expected in this lane where there's no way to deal with the boars, but just didn't have that burst potential to get rid of the Morphling thanks to the Fairy Fire.
Careful, just have a look at Prince's positioning. He's always looking, seeing if he's going to be, morphing a little bit more aggressively. And there we go, he gets caught out.
This time they'll find it. Beautifully done. They had the ward, so they knew Theolacor had left the lane. There was going to be no assistance from the Sven to maybe disrupt the spell. Oops. Slowing down this Morphling's game, very important, because we spoke about late game matchup versus Shadow Fiend. It's pretty goddamn solid for Lumiere as it goes on. It's always a strength for Evil Geniuses. No matter the iteration of their roster, their lanes have always been something they pride themselves on. And Nightfall 29-12 compared to the 14-4. Mid lane that's looking pretty decent at the moment between Analog and Arbed, but still the Storm is getting a lot out of it.
A decent amount. I mean, it's on the back of a lot of lanes pushing in. That's what a Tiny's going to do naturally, right? With the tree grab, of course, important to be able to secure range last hit, says the Theolacor. He's actually going to drop on this bottom side of the map. Pretty important to have that body there available so that Lumiere's got a decent safety net in the lane, but he's getting a lot of this solo experience. He is level 3. Crit doesn't have the biggest mana pool to be able to play with. Might still be enough. Side they actually get the kill onto Gardic.
If they're going to try on Arbed, just picking up the level 6, powering spawning shortly as well. They're going to have Fly nearby to try and secure with the rune, but the burst might catch him off guard. Double stun, beautiful views of the chain control for Hokori. Get a big kill. You need Analog to have a really important early game here to make the space. His rotation's going to pay massive for his farming speed. They're going to be able to chase down Fly, adding another kill to the tally. It's just a question of who gets the finishing blow. It will be the Ancient Apparition.
On the way back, Analog it's going to be able to walk on through past the Bounty Rune, be able to pick that one up, and maybe even go for a little bit of a backstep here onto the Storm Spirit, but Arbed, he's playing around a full mana pool once again, having come back from the base. They're actually going to scan out Analog. Oh, will he dodge the scan, actually? Just clipped on it.
Expired. Did it clip? I thought it expired. Did it go red for you?
Clip. I think it... Well, I'm red-green colorblind, so don't take my word for it.
Oh, no, I didn't. No, I didn't. So I don't think he got clipped. It doesn't matter. They're not going for the lane anyway, so... Chilling, backing off. That's a lot of time out of the lane for the Tiny, but I guess you've got Theolacor that's soaking up, I should say, some experience.
Important for a Sven, against the Shadow Fiend, who's going to have a lot of his levels prioritized. Just having more points in the Warcry really effective. Not if Lumiere is going to be dying down on this bottom side, though.
When you formed into the lane, with some one charges, let's see if the bonus health is going to be enough, and let's even use the charges. So another death onto Lumiere. Meanwhile, Hokori, they are shoving Arteezy out of the top lane, so at least they're getting something else across the map.
They're getting something. But you got a mid lane also being shoved in, right? Like Theolacor, he was starting to make his path back towards...
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
What's he doing here? Arbed's just looking to cheat the waves a little bit here and look to deny away a lot of this gold from Hokori.
Oh? No way. Oh, that was so close. That would have been a big kill for Lumiere to find. Already his tower's gone down, so he can't continue to play around bottom. It's going to be an incredible Helm timing for Nightfall, which he already has. And he can now consider about wrapping on mid if he wants to shortly.
Yeah, I think he can just seriously slow push the creep wave out. I think you're fine to continue farming down here. You know, it's kind of the vengeful spirit situation.
Vitali. It's going to end up walking through the tree line with the Ancient Seal. Extra magic. It's going to be able to help Arteezy to blow him up. Slowing down the Pangolier. First death of the game for him. But of course, that ultimate's going to be really important for Hokori to potentially get kills up top and open up the map.
Looking to go for the big wraparound, try and find Arteezy on the back lines with the respawn coming through. He's pinging out, hey, this is where I'm looking to play, but senses something's up. Don't want to commit too deep into the lane, and he's going to back off entirely. Have a smoke available. Do be one of the shortest smokes I've ever seen. Committing it.
He's in some trouble at the moment. Arbet's got plenty of mana to be able to utilize. Just a question if the damage is going to be there fast enough. That will be the case, but the cold feet proc onto Arbet is still going to die out of the tower. So Hokori, I know 1-for-1 trade, but I mean, again, this Tiny needs to be someone that's kind of snowballing the game.
Top tower is under attack.
Indeed. Or also looking to make sure that their Sentry Ward coverage is good, denying away the Hawk that Nightfall had set up there, and there's that wraparound that you were talking about with the Skeleton Army, of course, to be able to assist. Helps matters, but push this one in, up the tempo again. Morphling didn't have the greatest time in lane, sitting last on the cause, so if they could keep this sort of situation a reality, shove out the lanes, commit multiple heroes to make sure that they maintain map control for Lumiere to farm, be very happy still. Not if he dies from this rotation, though. Raw, they've got the Ancient Seal, and they've got the Mystic Flare, more importantly.
The ward of the jungle was able to scout them out, though. I didn't see the pathing from EG. He's going to be able to read that to TP out. I think for Hokori, even though it's a 1,000 deficit, they're starting to pick up their ultimates. Vitali with the Rolling Thunder, you've got the Ice Blast as well. You need to try and get some pickoffs to be able to open up the map. Easy inside the jungle.
They're tossing out the Ice Blast.
Yeah, they're going to see him surely. They got confirmation. Are they going to be fast enough? They will not. Arteezy just surviving, but it looks like without EG around top, this will be a free tower from Hokori. They might be able to trade mid, though.
G looking to make that a priority for themselves. Don't really have anyone to tank up the tower hits, though, ensuring that that siege creep stays alive, so
Radiant's middle tower
it's a little bit of his model, but you would really want Nightfall to be here. Seems like he's gone away from that aspect, considering how much emphasis they put on to protecting this wave. Rather just pick up that farm, get that Helm of the Overlord, and unstoppable force about 15 or so minutes into the game. It has been Nightfall that's been the most impressive improvement coming through from EG. He's really looked incredibly solid all throughout EG's performance, but he is showing up right now.
That he is. And the Beastmaster is really going to enable them. Importantly, the Shadow Fiend, potentially Vision as well, to set up for some of these pickoffs. With a good start that he's having, it's going to be very difficult to deal with this hero. There's someone who can set the tempo. Needs to get kills though, Hokori. This blink, that's what they're waiting for. They have it completed now from Analog.
Radiant's middle
maybe smokers these two, but they will be too late to protect the tier 1 tower, so it's going to go down without any contest at all. It could have been a big opening them to take a fight, but EG, they'll get out.
I think it's important if they can keep Nightfall
dead. He might be picked off from crit. Almost enough damage with the Mystic Flare. Gets out of it. And now they're going to jump in mid lane. Arbet, he's able to zip away. Inside the river though, Guardian's going to be in some trouble. It's going to be up to Vitali with the Rolling Thunder. They won't have the board to be able to stop him in his tracks, but where's the extra damage coming through? Nightfall's able to step out to the right side, so the Beastmaster's going to be okay for the moment. And now they can turn their attention back to the Pango, but it's just the Ogre, Flying, Nightfall in combination, and they're happy with what they've got. It Rolling Thunder on cooldown and a kill onto Gardic.
I have to question their choice of going on to Arbet instead. Oh, it's going to be important to be able to pick him up, and Fly is actually going to live as well.
The Ranger keeping Fly alive, and now the rest of EG, they're going to swing on over for the team fight. They've got plenty of damage to get rid of Analog. They might be lacking the stuns to catch up to Vitali though, so that Pangoli will be able to position himself back towards the tier 2 tower.
Be able to reclaim that high ground as well, just seeing with how Hokori were able to fight, understanding that they had the vision there, so vision shrinking, you're always going to have the advantage playing with a Beastmaster, and it's that timing. I said 15 minutes, but it's just gone so well. They didn't focus in onto Nightfall with that gank attempt when he had his creep army following him into camp area. Instead, going on to Abed, hit into his infused raindrops. He lived, and he was able to turn it around.
Huzzah!
And for Hokori, stressing it a lot this game. They need to get pickoffs. Like this Blink Dagger for Analog, it's an item that enables you to get kills, and it's not going to help with your farming. Really see he's starting to fall a little bit further behind if you compare him towards Abed's net worth. Also needs a crit up top though. Healer core with Lumiere nearby should be enough damage to be able to kill off the Sky. Will reveal the ward positioning on the high ground.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, thinking maybe they thought Analog was just moving around, but he picks it out. Yeah, like you said, you need to make sure that you're getting a lot of those pickoffs, but a lot of the time it's you get this mid-tiny and you pair it together with a position 4 that does a lot of damage. The Yellow Core does not do a lot of damage, and they looked to go for that kill attempt onto the Storm Spirit previously with the AA Blast connecting on everything, and he still didn't die. So that's the big area of concern that I've got for Hokori right now.
Do we think the damage is going to come out from the levels? I guess Analog. I thought mid lane. Let's see if he's going to be able to get the toss. He will want to Storm Spirit. Great sidestep from the Tiny, making sure he puts himself directly on the Storm instead of the creeps.
Double damage as well, which certainly helps matters. Around a lot more burst damage coming through onto Abed, and it's that extra little bit of levels in handy. Ended up doing 200 damage with the tree throw, which was enough to get him in the grave.
He'll call play in front of Lumiere, so he's going to be able to pop the smoke. And look at the prize target of the Morphling. And Radiant is starting to shot to try and take the skirmish if it does continue on. In the end, it will just be a 1-for-1 trade, nothing crazy.
Slightly worrying for the EG though, isn't it? You know, you've got this Lumiere, he's working his way towards the Manta style, and after that, towards the BKB for himself. They're playing around their high ground pretty effectively on EG, but it's under all of the vision. Got Hokori right now, so if they wanted to make another jump happen with Analog, be able to do so. Maybe not so much when you've got the Siege Creep and the Ancient Granite Golem to play with.
It's a great ward on the cliff. Out of the backline as well. Vitalik can even initiate as well. They're going to try and bring down Fly. I mean, it was just waiting for them to jump, begging Hokori to try and have the follow-up.
They got the damage. Look at this.
Abed can come into play. He's onto Lumiere on the left side. The attribute shift, he doesn't find it fast enough as Abed. Quick on the fingers with the electric vortex, and he's already looking for more. They've got the Hawk that scouts out Gardick's position as Abed is everywhere on the Storm Spirit, and he'll be rewarded for a double kill.
And here we go, straight into Roche Pit. That's exactly where they wanted to take this fight. Probably going to look to give it over to Abed. Second Roche still feels like the timing for EG, and they're going to have the openings to be able to do it. Let's look at this. Fly, he knows that he's the bait. He's given up his life, and they commit so much just to try and take out one hero. Onto the backlines, Vitaly's trying to chase down Nightfall. They get the Primal Roar onto the Pango, and Arteezy just chunks him down in about 4 hits. Power of the inner beast aura, that's the power of the Aura.
Glad he's trying to time it, but he doesn't get the Aegis. So close to stealing key component of Roche, but not the case. Is now probably the best hero in the game with a second life to work with.
Illusion.
I mean, that would have done a little bit of the job towards slowing down the game a bit. Illusions to scout out where Lumiere's farming. Play a little bit more scared, maybe slow down. Bit of that efficiency from farming. Lumiere, all the SA carries, to be honest, because K1 as well as Lumiere, very, very good farmers once you just give them the space in the jungle to be able to do so. Surprised if they're just taking their attention away from him. Pops out at the very end with the Manta style and towards that Aghanim Scepter, but it's going to be quite some time until he gets to that stage.
Yeah, and the concern I have is... Wait for a second, crit a Nightfaller.
Division.
Maybe ready to take a fight. Getting out of Corey inside the lane. They will be able to retreat as a team though, so Corey going to be chilling, but... Yeah, I'm concerned of the item build here for Lumiere, because I think he needs another defensive item after the Manta. Like, it's a very good Linken's game. That's exactly right. I don't think you can afford it, but I think if you don't go Linken's, then you just die. So, it feels like it's a very awkward game to play here for the Morphling. You need the Scepter, but you kind of need another item to be in fighting shape.
You need to spend with that Warcry Aghanim Shard, you need a 4-staff as well, so... Gardick, it kind of makes sense to want to go for his own shard, but he needs force. He needs that to be able to deal with a lot of this burst.
Make or break it defense from Hokori. 6,000 deficit. Not an easy fight for them to take it all. AG don't Look to back up. They won't even give that opportunity for Hokori.
Golem is a big boy once he gets the Bloodlust used in on.
It's gonna pop. They've gone for the chain control so that instead of the damage burst from the tiny combo. He's not gonna tick out. Nice use of the zip to prevent some of the damage.
Again, every single time that they're not able to claim a kill on EG, they're not able to force the tempo even further, it causes Abed to go back to base. Sure, it's fine, and it means that you've still got that level 12, you've got the Aegis to be able to play around, but you've got to be making aggressive moves. You've got to have an understanding of where Lumiere's farming at all times. Now, it's all the way back in base. They're making the right moves. Onto Analog, the main pace setter for Analog that's going to stop a lot of their aggression.
Look at the Mystic Flare burst. Crit just easily walks into the lane to drop the ultimate. Emperor control, the Space Maker going down once again. Third death of the game here from Analog, and now they're going to look to sweep to top. They see Theolocore playing out here. A long zip in from Abed. Pogo sticking to the tree line. Is he going to drop the remnant for the vision? Not the case. Nice TP out.
Okay. Making good space. I mean, Analog probably doesn't want to give up his life that freely. Might even look to go into... I guess the Echo Saber makes sense just because the Ogre Axe, but...
Radiant's top
it's
tower
pretty late
is
into the
under
game,
attack.
but the Infused Raindrop still gives a pretty good amount of value against this big... Under that Beastmaster vision, they know exactly where all of Hokori are. No, the air rotates back, able to play with the rest of the team, and they know they've got backup, so they're going to go on to someone that's a little bit easier.
Just walking to the river.
Oh, you are storm over here now.
Region as well in Abed. Fortunately, he's not going to be able to find it though. Easy kill onto Guard. It's just a question of if Lumiere can get out with his own life, and yeah, it looks like that will be the case.
Yeah, had to assist with a lot of that though. He's going straight into the Ags. Does change massively. We're able to get to that stage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He got it. Oh, the Rec Room was just fast enough to cancel the TPs. Analog's now stuck up top with no assistance because mid lane another fight is breaking out of the rule to hold him in track. There's nothing you can do with the Rolling Thunder to pummel into him, getting another kill onto Vitali and also an objective for good measure as EG. The ball is rolling, 11,000 net worth lead, and it looks like there's no stopping these boys.
Yeah, they're not slowing it down enough. Yeah, he's doing his best to try and keep this pressure in onto the bottom side, maybe force a defensive movement out of EG, but they're not interested at all in the bottom side of the map right now. You know, maybe if you could make a movement with just Crit and Abed, but it's like they just want to put all of their pressure onto the top side, take that farming avenue away from Lumiere, force him to farm in the riskier positions when they've still got a tier 2 that they can look to take on the bottom side of the map if they were wanting. Now, top side, that's the main priority for EG.
Another jump in, Abed, once again, Theolocore playing with no one. Hokori is so worried about trying to follow up with the burst and potential of EG to turn it around. And now they're even just into the Dragon forward guarding, like, what do I do against the summons?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Oh, nothing. They can do absolutely nothing against this. And what level is Arteezy? Level 16. Wouldn't you know it? Presence of the Dark Lord affects buildings, and that melts in about 5 seconds with the combination of the Helm of the Overlord. Even just keeping the Beastmaster around just in case for a little bit of that aura.
It feels like they're going to have such a crazy hill to climb even once Lumiere gets towards his scepter. That's really the last hope. I think they're going to take one more fight with his scepter. If it doesn't pay off, then they'll probably call it, but it's just going to like, it could be such a high net worth lead that even once he gets the scepter, they're going to be too far behind where they won't have a way back in.
He's actually TP'd down here to the bottom side of the map. They'll see it. They might be...
Oh, Nightfall's just going to jump over the Sven. Instant use of the BKB. He'll clean up the Ancient Apparition, and meanwhile to the northern side as well is Abed. There's all that is required to get rid of the Sven. An attempt from Hokori going begging. Instantly they have to back off with Analog, who's going to duck into the trees.
If he's going to like Avatos and then blink off and the TP scroll. Maybe a little bit of PTSD coming out from that previous Requiem used. Might look to get the next wave instead. But Arteezy understands that he's got to hedge his bets a little bit here. You know, he's already gotten into single Hyperstone. He wants to go into the Moon Shard so that even if the Morphling is able to get that Aghanim Shard and have it for a couple of fights, sure, you might lose 70 attack speed and 20% of your agility, which, you know, sucks. But you're still going to have decent enough attack speed with the Inner Beast Aura to still be a significant threat.
Yeah, very interesting. I wonder if we're going to continue to see this kind of be the itemization to deal with this Morphling Scepter. We saw when we were casting PSG OGD on day one, our army went down that route with the Moon Shard on the Faceless Void.
And we've even seen a few teams go the Linked Spear just to prevent it happening, assuming that they don't have some kind of long-range way to be able to break it. But the times that I've seen it actually have been when the hero has illusions, and you're actually still able to steal off of the illusion, and it affects the main hero. So hopefully,
not so silly
to get caught out by that.
It's so silly how that does that.
Committing heavily in this mid lane, blink in by Nightfall onto the tier 3 high ground, and bottom lane as well. They're just cleaning up everyone.
Under attack.
EGG's playing the 2-1-2, Arteezy and Fly down bottom. You had Crit and Nightfall that were getting kills across the map along with Arbed with them, and they're going to look to end up on the high ground and probably end this game as well now. They even need the Roche to potentially be spawning. In fact, it will be spawning in 20 seconds, but EG don't give a damn about that. Up they go without a care in the world.
A little bit early. Yeah, they were a little bit early on that glyph. You've got the Mask of Madness, you've got the Bloodlust, you've got the Moon Shard on Arteezy. Just demolishes these buildings right now, and you can't afford to buy back on the Morphling. This is what you've been waiting all of this time for, to be able to protect this, to be able to get the Aghanim Scepter timing. It was about 30 or so minutes that you need to be playing around, and it really feels like Hokori only have, well, they have no more mistakes that they can make, to be honest. You've got to give everything over to Lumiere, give him his level 18, and hope he can carry the game for you. So EG will be able to play around that Roshan if they scout it out, pick it up. That Morphling won't be much of a threat. I mean, past the play on these front lines again. Want to get a pick off because they probably know that Roshan's the next attempt, and Lumiere's just stuck in the base with the not too great gold bounty that you get from killing the super creeps. Then that is still, his timing is still slowed down, and even experience front, he's leeching it with the rest of his teammates. Or being shared. Hit the Aghanim Scepter, but have that level 18 that you need, so there's basically 100% uptime. He's got it though. He doesn't reveal himself with the creeps, having picked up about 1 second. I want to see if there were any pings on the map. It doesn't seem like it. Going to be able to clear out the Hawk as well. Instantly looking to go for a smoke, I would imagine, but that even makes it kind of obvious what you...
Dire are scanning.
And connects. Staying behind Lumiere. Acting's debate is going to be the Morphling. Do the wraparound, or do they continue to follow the wave? You need to get some wards down if they're going to be able to take this team fight. Dragon Ball scout at the positioning, and EG are going to look for them, smoke themselves.
Fly, be a bit careful here.
Again, we saw what Fly was able to do prior though. Like, this is a hero here, he's just asking for them to jump. He's wanting spells just to be wasted on him, and AG, they don't even care. They're just going to go bottom. They're like, alright, we'll
it's so silly.
And look at Arbed. He sees multiple times into the tree line. Oh, what a beautiful play from the Storm Spirit, just going exactly to where you would expect Hokori to TP back.
Oh man, they're just doing everything right, and even with this Fly, I asked for him to get the Aghanim Shard at the very start of the game when you consider this is probably going to be coming at an equivalent time to the Morphling getting the Aghanim Scepter, and he's got enough gold to be able to buy it if he wants. Shun. Seems like going to be the next priority for EG. I would imagine that they're going to give the Aghanim Shard over to Arteezy this time. A little bit of that extra damage. He's already got crit sources, but a little bit can never hurt.
Actually lost in fight. To the pop, and look, gets the jump at Arteezy, quick on the fingers with the BKB and the Requiem charge up, and now they've got firm control of the area. Nothing they can do on Hokori, they're just too far behind, with a net worth lead insurmountable, as Evil Geniuses will be able to secure with a game 1 victory 28 minutes in.
Yeah, this is kind of what happens when you go the not great responses to the fast draft in the first phase, right? The Ancient Apparition, the Morphling picked up super early on, but you don't have those bans immediately after the Morphling to protect it. When you reveal the strat this early on, this is what can happen. E.g. just changing up their draft. Well, I don't want to say changing up their draft, but they pick the Shadow Fiend first, they have flexibility with that, and then they just say, we're just going to go. Go. What's going to provide us to that vision, pushing power, creeps? They had everything, and I think EG was just phenomenal this game.
And come out with a net worth deficit off the lane. So do you feel like Hokori need to put a little...
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seeds as I spread with every word that I've said. How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
5 seconds
Evil
remaining.
geniuses turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Hokori's turn to ban. Evil geniuses turn to ban. Hokori's turn to ban.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Evil geniuses turn to pick.
The Broodmother, the Lycan, the Beastmaster, the Visage.
Hokori's turn to pick.
So something's going to come through. They're just saying, all right, let's Shadow Fiend it. We're comfortable enough with this too, with being able to throw it into multiple roles. So I quite like it. I like the flexibility that it gives EG, even when they've got this first pick with that. They're playing so much off the back of Nightfall, aren't they? With being able to have this last pick of the first phase, it seems like almost always they're going to pick up his hero at that stage.
Yeah, and it kind of just seems like they're baiting a response to the Shadow Fiend that is then vulnerable to push, and then we just see that's where, like you said, enabling Nightfall with his hero. So Undying's going to be picked up, which is a way to at least secure the safe lane. Maybe they still go into the Morph lane because Undying Morph very strong, but then all of a sudden you kind of worry about Nightfall's heroes again.
Also, yes. I don't think you can get away with Shadow Fiend and Morphling, so if I'm Hokori, I don't look to pick up. Yeah, so this just provides them with a lot more early game, a lot more damage as well. And if EG are going to go down this full-on pushing route, it probably needs to be something like a Visage, because Undying isn't necessarily fantastic against the Visage, right? The birds do a decent job of being able to deal with him. You're not a strength hero like those other ones that we talked about, the Lycan, the Beastmaster. I wouldn't hate to see them go down the Visage route here, although the fact that there's no Marcy does drop it a little bit in priority for me.
Evil geniuses turn to back.
It's the other one that's not a strength hero.
Alright, so interesting. When you saw the snap and Undying, did you feel like this was going to be enough of a deterrent for the Brood? Because I thought they were going to avoid it and go like Visage, like you said.
No, I didn't think it was enough of a deterrent necessarily, and this is just because EG are going to play with what's been working for them so far, right? There's a reason they're now 7-2, I think. They've just found a little bit of a winning strategy. I think it's going to carry them through the rest of the group stage. It's a question of will this be effective once the playoffs start, once teams get those couple of days to be able to time where they're not having to think about games, they can just look at replays, they can theory craft, they can bounce ideas off each other, and we can see it's basically the exact same situation as last time, right? They're going to ban the Conquer, I'm assuming, next. They've banned the Tidehunter already. Just anything that's going to be able to deal with this Broodmother pushing out your side of the map. What it also means is you're going to need to put more points into the Decay on the Undying as well, just to be able to deal with some of these Spiderlings.
I like the Conquer call a lot for Hokori, but more than likely it's going to be banned out from EG, so not going to have the potential. It's something that Analog has liked so far, and I think you do want some kind of synergy with the Snapfire, some team fight as well. That is a big advantage that Hokori have at the moment, so you just need to find a way to get out of the lanes. That's really the big thing for Hokori. Tombstone Kisses is great, a lot of team fight combo, whereas EG, they don't particularly have that. If Hokori can get out of the lanes and not be too far behind, then they'd have to be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I believe the way that, again, we've been casting all the time, so we have no real chance to look at all the replays, but I think the way that Nightfall's building the Broodmother is the Wraith Pact with a pipe, and then he goes into an Aghanim Shard, I want to say, and that actually really does ramp up the Broodmother's damage, so that you're not just an aura bot, and you're not just you can legit just wipe out heroes in teamfights in combination together with the Shadow Fiend. Let's say it lasts, I think, 16 seconds with the Aghanim Shard, the Insatiable Hunger. 10 seconds in, you're getting 120 bonus damage, and it just grows for the next 6 seconds after that. It's kind of nutty.
I kind of forgot they changed it to the... I forgot they changed the shard to the Insatiable Hunger. I thought it was
pretty strong. Got the AoE bowler.
Second bowler, yeah. Which was also kind of annoying to play into. They'll get rid of the Pangolier from EG. So, we'll see if Hokori want to go down the Conquer route, which I'm pretty happy with, honestly.
I would. I think entirely, not necessarily in the lane, because again, you're not playing with the Spiderlings in the lane. You're still going to go down the Morphling route. Okay. I think they're really convinced that they're going to have something with this last pick overall that's going to be able to... Honestly, if I'm EG, I pick the Conquer now. You know, you're a strong enough laner. The Shadow Fiend as a Broodmother can do the for you. You're someone that naturally builds into something like the AC as well. You're a decent team fighter, which is something that they're lacking right now. I bet plays a pretty good Conquer too, so they go down that avenue if I'm EG.
Do you want to see them pick his hero up here though? Because you haven't shown the supports.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're not picking it now, I feel like Hokori are going to pick
Evil Genius's turn to pick.
Slow down enough. Go up the tempo.
It also deals with the Undying Tombstone, which is really nice. Like, he's got a lot of value in this game on the Shadow Shaman. Able to take objectives, instant hex, which is incredibly important versus the Morphling. Now it doesn't really force the Broodmother to go down into like an instant Orchid or something like that. You've got the Shaman that can play around with it, and yeah, being able to address the Tombstone is really nice.
Hokori's turn to pick.
All those reasons that you mentioned, they're just going to go back into the Ogre Magi. Again, understandable. They want to buff up this Shadow Fiend to be the real carry of this game. I still think that you have the avenue to go down the Conquer. Slow the Broodmother, strongish early timings,
10 seconds
be able to stall out effectively the Morphling. You've got X marks or Current to be able to stop the Shackles if they end up landing it onto a high priority target. The Axe instead, okay. Chances to spin, I suppose. Fire, isn't enough lane. Maybe just banking on the fact that they're going to get a bunch of kills maybe early on and look to scale with the Culling Blade giving armor.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm trying to see the reasoning of why I like the Axe, at least over with what it can provide in this game, but I'm just intrigued on why they feel like this hero has more importance than another hero, like we're mentioning the Conquer or something, or another route similar to the Conquer. So you already see the safe lane, and maybe you're just waiting for that complete counter pick onto Abed's hero. So we'll see the Conquer coming out of the 24th, but they just want to make sure that they get a very, very comfortable lane matchup for Analog.
Yeah, I mean, the issue I see this game, though, for Evil Geniuses is that they don't necessarily have that instant off that they did last game, right? That's why the Skywrath Mage was banned out. That's going to maybe change up the hero that Abed's choosing to play. Again, we're not 100% sure if this is even going to be a safe lane Shadow Fiend, right? It could be a mid Shadow Fiend. And, you know, that's the power that Evil Geniuses draft has. I kind of wonder if they might be considering, you know, just picking, there's the Conquer ban, something that is still, has some level of flexibility with where you're looking to play it. Like, we've seen a mid-Razor look fine as well, and it's going to be pretty decent into an Axe lane too, even though you're still going to be able to land those counter helixes and do just as much damage, but it certainly isn't a hero with a ton of mobility.
Is not, so
10
so the Monkey King even banned out from Hokori, so it looks like they're also thinking about the same thing, the potential of the Shadow Fiend to be given over to Abed. And I don't particularly hate that as well. Like, if you do slow down these Axes game, it's very similar to what we were mentioning of the Tiny in the previous game. Like, you need to make space for the Morphling. You need heroes that are able to get kills across the map and set the tempo so the Morphling can free farm, and that's what the Axe, that's kind of his role in this game. So if you slow him down, then all of a sudden Morph's going to really have a difficult time at being able to freely farm.
More stuff to slow down the Zeus. Obviously a little bit more backline magic damage, so you're not as easily able to deal with the Broodmother Spiderlings, but I think it's still fine enough. Would have been able to some extra pickoffs if Axe gets in Blink Dagger, so Zeus still have that impact if you get into the Aghanim Scepter, and of course your ultimate. What were you thinking?
No, I was thinking something silly. EG.
Tell me. I'm down to hear something silly.
I was going to say Snap 3 and they have an Axe. So no, I literally just mind blank for a second. For EG, you mentioning that they don't particularly have that instant kind of pick-up potential. With the Shaman you do in the Hex, but maybe just lacking some damage. So is there something that we can see come out for them for Abed's hero? Or
that's what I'm really trying to think about. Like, are they going to go down the avenue of some more magic damage? Because they are still pretty physical oriented now, right? With the Brood, with the Shadow Fiend, Axe has the potential to get a bunch of armor. So are you going to be looking to consider that? Axe doesn't really love building the Blink Dagger. Sorry, the BKB, not the Blink Dagger. That's the sort of route they're going to go down. Maybe it's a Void Spirit or something along those lines that has a good amount of burst if you're looking to fully commit with those ultimate charge. They wouldn't storm again, would they? I don't know if the damage is quite there to the extent that a Void Spirit is for the pick-off purposes that I'm talking about.
Pick. Hokori's turn to pick.
Invoker.
See, what do they do? They're going to go the Invoker. Okay, so Resetter, which is really nice. You haven't got too many scary matchups. You've already banned the Conqueror as well, which is really an annoying one. Void Spirit could be something that, considering, can go back and forth. It's looking like a pretty good Void Spirit game, though. You've got the Mortimer Kisses to be able to follow up some damage inside the Axe. Tempo Setter as well, which they kind of require out of Analog.
They Batrider as well?
Yeah.
Made the Batrider into this. I mean, I feel like the Invoker wants to be going the Exalt style. And they go the Void Spirit themselves. Okay, it's not terrible. I mean, the Cold Snap isn't going to be that effective in the lane just for being able to get those solo pickoffs, provided that he's got some points into the Stimulate, so that should be just fine. Even just the Resonant Pulse, right? If you're not taking right-click damage, you're not getting stunned up by the Cold Snap, so all you need to do is press your E, and you're going to at least have that little bit of a window to get some spells.
I think the big advantage with this Void Spirit matchup into the Invoker is just the ease that you're able to get on top of him at the early stage. I really, really want to see Hokori rotate their supports, like drop Tombstone under the tower and just dive aggressively. That is a big advantage you have with this lineup, and Invokers really struggle when people are getting on top of you. So for that to happen though, like, your first 5 minutes need to go well in the side lanes. If Axe is struggling, if you've killed him a couple times, which really could happen, like Ignite and raise damage might be enough early on. Like, this is a lane where Axe can't play too aggressively, I think. So if you kill him a couple times, all of a sudden you can't leave Vitali solo, so then you can't rotate to secure the runes for Analog, or you can't even rotate to dive under the tower. So I think really the lanes have to start well for Hokori to then set up and enable Analog's game.
They start a tri-lane as well on EG, right? Look to try and get that first kill, TP back to the lane, play a little bit more fearful, because, you know, I feel like a Shadow Shaman, Ogre Magi, plus a Shadow Fiend, there's plenty of ways to be able to lock him down and to be able to even break a Shackles, which still has a pretty good duration level 1.
How do we feel about this Hokori draft? Do we feel like they've kind of fixed some of the issues that we saw from their draft in Game 1? Because it is a very, very, very similar draft from Evil Geniuses. But do we feel like Hokori have the answers this time?
Not really, if I'm being perfectly honest. I mean, I think that if the lanes go horribly, like you said, it's going to be really rough for them, but I'm still feeling a little bit of a lack of damage, right? Like you mentioned that you could come with the supports and you could drop the Tombstone and you could potentially kill the Invoker. I'm not even so certain about that. You know, like a Snapfire is probably going to need the Mortimer's Kisses. You're probably going to need the Void Spirit to drop all of his ultimates just to get that kill onto the Invoker, because Undying slowly running at someone doesn't really have as much impact as, you know, some of these other heroes like the Shadow Shaman.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, I think kind of what we were... Really, the storyline we were setting in game 1 was that Hokori, if they can get to the later stages with the morph into the Shadow Fiend matchup, should be very confident. Do we feel like that is a similar case in this game?
It's always the case with a morphling, that's the thing.
Okay.
But it's just getting there, and I'm just not as confident. I'm just as unconfident, if that's a word, in this game compared to last game.
Oh, Theological, that's not a high ground you want to walk up, my friend. They've got the long raise, and Arteezy lines it up for first blood. Vitali's just going to swing on over and yoink away the bounty. This will take a little bit of damage. Fly's going to be on point with the body blocks as Arteezy continue on. They've got ignites up surely, and the raises as well.
Nah, he's too close.
Just be able to get on through, slipping his way past the Ogre, but first blood secured for Evil Geniuses.
Honestly, as Fly as well, you're very happy with being able to get the Battle Hunger onto you. Oh, going to preemptively place down that Sentry Ward, so nice immediate deny of that one there. Like Yolakor. You want to be the one that's getting hit by this because you've got the 3 mangoes, you've got passive regen, you're an Ogre Magi, for God's sake, so... Hanging on to Vitali as well, once again wanting to get aggressive, but Hokori,
Oh no! Dude, the cookies are impacking.
Okay. I thought Arteezy was stuck there. Cliffs that are as undoing, but pre-teasy has a pretty good ring to it.
Pre-teasy, push-teasy. I think anything with kind of the ending in it. Easy's always add some stuff in front of it, it sounds kind of nice. Off to a good start. Again, it's going to be a lane that's shoving in though, so Vitali's going to have a lot of creeps onto the tower. Wonder if this is going to be a lane that Theolacor can fall back in and make some stacks as well to really help out with a potential early blink timing for Vitali.
Wondering how this top side is going to go for Gardic as well. I mean, looking to try and do his best at trading with Nightfall and... Oh, yeah, just blasted there. Aggressive waveform. Yeah, I don't... This is why I really wanted Crit to be down here on the bottom side, because I feel like Nightfall still has the potential to play around the tree line, not necessarily get a ton of last hits, but still get the experience that he needs to eventually make the rotation back, play a bit more in the jungle, because really what you're playing for is your level 6, and I don't feel like the kill threat was there for Gardic and Lumiere. Crit instead was down on the bottom side, then maybe you get that kill onto the axe, you know?
And if you can slow down the Axe's lane, then again, incredibly important. We've spoken about his kind of role in this game for Hokori. So it's off to a decent start at the moment. His counterpart in the off lane, Nightfall, off to an okay start as well. The fact that he just has the creep wave right next to his tower is really going to help out here for the Broodmother. Doing a really good job with the kind of the creep maintenance from Evil Geniuses, and again, come to expect it. This is a team that if you're looking to better your lanes and looking to improve, you definitely watch some of these players.
Even just the little things that they did there in the lane. Oh,
top lane.
Yeah.
I think might be in some trouble. At the shock, not enough to be able to blow him up. Even had a fairy fire if required.
Even just the little thing that they did there with the flag bearer creep. Obviously, you look to prioritize every deny if you can, but there were even pings on the map by Nightfall saying, Crit, we got to get rid of this flag bearer creep, it's going to give them too much net worth, you're going to give Gardic a little bit more of that mana regen. He's got the 2 mangoes coming out to him anyway, but you just want to prevent that. You want to give Nightfall the freest game possible.
Considering... Go for it. Lumiere looks to be a little bit hesitant to follow up. Trying to put himself in a position where he can block off the escape and the waveform over the tree line. Get him on top of the Shadow Shaman, and looks like Gardic's now going to go deny himself as well. So a nice sequence of events there for Hokori. Can now come back and bring some items for Lumiere. Bottom lane.
What do you know?
Shadow Fiend is going to be able to help out. Vitali does close the distance with the call, but the spins are not enough as Fly is on point with the body blocks as well. So Arteezy will be able to step out of danger.
Trying to play as close as they can too. I was talking about flag bearer creeps before their own. This gives that nice little 3 passive health regen, so every little bit helps for Arteezy if he gets given the tango over from Fly. From Theolacor to the mid lane, helping refill Analog's mana. He gets the water rune as well, so cool.
Leaves Vitali alone though.
The cruelest
Strike on the mark from gets a kill onto Lumiere, and meanwhile bottom lane Vitaly, he goes down as well. So great read from Evil Geniuses. They saw that Theolacor left the lane, went to refill the bottle mid for Analog, and that put the Axe in a vulnerable position. And Evil Geniuses
solo as well. They're going to go for another kill.
They will. Crit shackles out. Nightfall easily starts to rack up the damage. Lumiere is going to be a little bit too late to turn it around and get his own damage into Crit.
Love the gauntlet slap.
I wish you got something out of it though if you win.
Oh, upside, they're going to get, nearly another pick off onto Lumiere. He's got one extra right click there on Crit. Maybe that would have been enough, but quite the case for Lumiere. You just still think aggressive movement forward. He is a Morphling, he is level 3, so feels confident enough to be able to get that attribute shift off without the Sunstrike being available.
You really need to now start getting some movements coming out from the Void Spirit, and with the power runes coming up shortly, you can enable this. Almost got the level 6 as well from Analog. Supports a need to try and secure with the runes, but again, with the side lanes having a bit more of a difficult time, he's going to struggle with doing so, because top lane again, Evil Geniuses are making another attempt, but Lumiere quick on the fingers to get the attribute shift before Crit was in with the shackles.
Yeah. Nice use of the Sentry Ward there. They were setting up for that next kill onto Crit to potentially get that lockdown from the tree line. Instead, going to get the D-Ward off. Nice little bit of valuable experience. I mean, every little bit counts. Bringing that Morphling closer to the odd levels increases his survivability tenfold.
Look, might be in some trouble. Sunstrike, no way. Oh, you're going to tick out though. Strength treads and the ignite's not going to be enough damage. A regen spawns down bottom, and Abed is laughing.
That's fine. He got 2 bounty runes to play with for Analog. Just fine. As he actually might make a move up top, he's going to have the 1 Astral Step charge available. Nah, ends up backing off instead.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe he's still going top.
Dire are
Actually
scanning.
sees a free kill in Crit.
Yeah. Crit, he's looking for kills too. Sunstrike available once again.
Dire's structures
Go.
are fortified.
Got it. Free one.
Dire's top
Look
tower
at the opening.
is under attack.
Analog's now going to finally move back top. Guarding at least drops the tombstone before they get the kill. It's able to turn their attention to try and deal with the building. They're able to bring it down, but with the roll has provided with that. Able to secure at least the 1-for-1 trade.
I mean, Nightfall's happy enough with that though. All he cares about is that early farm. All he cares about is the early gold that he's able to get. As he has in previous games going into the Vlads, just wanting to essentially seal off an area of the map, prevent Hokori from being able to farm, and we know that's what a Morphling needs. Open up that map as much as possible, and with the Spiderlings pushing in, pressuring you up, you're not going to have that freedom.
Even going to TP down Crit as well. Looking to slow down Vitaly's game.
Another stun's coming through. Sunstrike about to be used, but Vitaly in the tree line might be able to get away.
Not
the case. Crit will find him, just waiting for the Sunstrike and waiting for the extra damage as Arteezy off to an incredible start. Already 1 component with the Mask of Madness. 8 kills for Evil Geniuses.
Very skillful animation cancel there by Arteezy, ensuring that he gets the kill. You know, most of the time when you're Invoker, that's what you're holding out for. As soon as the Spiderlings come out, it's, we're having a bit of issues with the controls, and I think we're about to see the old Spiderling spread throughout the minimap. Getting some control groups coming out here, and yeah, here we go. Kind of similar to what we had from the Beastmaster, providing so much additional vision all throughout the map.
Iron's very important if Analog can pick it up, but Crit gonna move on over to stop the Void Spirits in its tracks, and now they'll get a kill as well to reward themselves. As Gardic is going to try and move into the middle, but again, Evil Genius is the priority on dealing with the Tombstone instantly, but Analog, he's still playing in the wings as well, finds an opening to jump in, blowing up Crit, but he doesn't have enough resources to go in for another kill, so they're going to leave Gardic on an island, and the Remnant trucked out will not buy him enough time as the cold snap and the right click damage is enough for Abed to secure his 2nd kill of the game.
Now this top side of the map is so scary to be able to play on if you're on Hokori. Vitaly, who's made his move up here with the Vanguard, so if there's anyone that's going to be able to do it, it's him. Trying to keep these creep waves cut, prevent Nightfall from taking away that tier 1 tower, and again, doing the job of slowing down the game for Morphling. they find it. He's edging off.
Again. Or Lumiere. It's a tough showing here for the Morphling.
I like this reaction from EG though. I mean, they see that this Axe has moved up top. They know that he TP'd there. They know there's no reaction that's about to come from him. And you're not going to be able to get kills up on this top side. You just don't have the damage output. So what do? They go down bot instead, and well, they're going to get another kill onto the Undying as well. Like, this is just looting out of control right now.
And look, just hoping he can get a freebie, but Evo Genius is making sure they all group up.
Is under attack.
Might not be the Broodmother that gets the tower kills. Arteezy could even look to prioritize it on the bottom side of the map, but he's happy enough to just shove that lane underneath the tower.
Dude, look at this.
Yep.
Crit's everywhere, man. Where is he not? Oh my god, and Nightfall's here as well.
That's where he's not. I'm a little unhappy about that.
How is your fantasy looking after day one?
Rubbish. Absolutely rubbish. I won't say who's in it, but
oh, dude, throw them under the bin.
No, never. I would never do that to a player.
You went for the 3 gamers, right? I mean, come on, you are a nerd. I have to expect you to go for the people who was playing 3 series.
Yes, I did.
Okay, good. So now we just have to look at the people that played 3 series and had a rough showing in day one. There's Vitaly. Chasing under the tower. I mean, Axe is going to be a difficult man to kill. He's got phase boots coming out, but who is not difficult to kill at all is Guarding, especially with his Sunstrike once again. What an ideal team for an Exort Invoker. And he might have another opening here, but the only thing holding him back is the Sunstrike cooldown. Now with the ultimate kisses though, Crit Artillery is getting rained straight on the heads of the Shadow Shaman. They even have Analog starting to TP into the area as well, so the extra damage might catch Nightfall off guard. They're going to be off with the 8th Remnant. Another jump on forward, and Nightfall is well and truly okay. Flyers can act as a bodyguard just in case they go on for more. And meanwhile, mid lane, Abed gets another kill on the Guarding. Back-to-back kills onto the Undying and the Tombstone as well.
And pushing the tower. And keeping these Forge Spirits alive, and keeping the Siege Creep alive, and forcing a rotation back, and...
Midas about to be on cooldown.
Oh, well.
That's disappointing. Yeah. This is way too long, actually. Come on, you're 6-0-4. We have to critique something.
Pathetic.
There we go. Only 10-second... Probably with it being up and not used. It's okay. There's things
on the hunt again. They found out Lumiere. Oh, he's used his waveform as well. Try and find someone. Seems like Crit might look to put down some vision, although they've already got some to play with. Might look to try and catch him on the retreat with Arteezy bullying him out of the lane, and then full setup into another Sunstrike from Abed to be the play here. Yeah, look at this. Scouting it out. Lumiere. Want to come back? Get about it. One more wave, says Lumiere. It's always the question you've got to be asking yourself, where is the enemy pos for? Lumiere's not taken the bait. Presence of mind, cast a curse, here we go. He's now making his move, but Crit started to move away.
Fortune's changed.
Where do you farm if you're Hokori? You got a Broodmother inside your jungle. Got a random Shadow Shaman just playing at your triangle, hoping for pickoffs. They're trying to bring 3 heroes for Nightfall, but they might not even get him. Drag back so close to the call AoE, but not close enough. A great cookie play will get Analog at least on the higher gun, but Nightfall can instantly walk up. Wants a high five as well. Well, looks like Analog's not feeling friendly this game.
It's looking rough. Sure. Pretty equivalent kill score to what we saw last game. What was it, 15-3 last game? Just add a 1 to that for game 2 as Vitaly, he gets jumped on the top side as well. And try and dissuade with the board of his kisses, and well, they're reading the Sunstrikes. All right, bits of improvement coming through from Hokori. This is what we want to see.
I think he went for the style points there on Abed. One of the Sunstrike instead of the Meatball. If he runs into, we're looking like a god gamer at the moment. We're 6-0-5. Sunstrikes have been looking good.
Dire's top tower.
The travel already completed. Well, it's on cooldown at the moment, so it's not too bad. If you make one mistake, it's okay. We let it go. Arteezy just pump faking Requiem. But look how far away Arteezy is from anyone else, and now Crit will join. Not at all. Sunstrikes there. Let's see if they're going to be able to blow up Arteezy. Without the Mortimer Kisses, they'll be lacking the damage. Maybe with Lumia waveforming into the middle, but Arteezy finds an opening for the Rec Room, and it's going to send them instantly packing the fear, preventing the attribute shift. Gardic will even try and buy back as well, but there was no potential for the Undying to influence that team fight. They're not even done as well as Arbin and Fly moving over towards the T2 tower.
They fortified just for the multi-shot, man, just to try and keep him away. Surely you don't land another Sunstrike onto it. Come on, go for it, Arbin. It's nearly maxed out.
They went for it. Where did he use it?
There.
Okay.
Yeah, later Theol and Gore as well. They actually do make a bit of a move onto him with the cold snap. They laid down the Seeds of Serenity. Might be enough, but not enough to be able to stop Arteezy from coming in with that last hit there. I mean, they went for the big play, right? Lumiere joined the team fight, morphed into the Shadow Fiend, but he was only able to get that one raise off and not burst him down before the Requiem of Souls came out. So I appreciate the fact that they're going for the plays to potentially bring them back into this game, because they know how much of a disaster that early game in the laning stage went for. Go, we get another replay of it. The pincer move coming for Gardic. The early game is the domain of these strong supports like the Undying. Instead, he gets picked off before he's able to use any of those key abilities. You see the Replicate come in there, but it's just not enough damage. The single raise, not enough to be able to bring down Arteezy before all of that damage comes through and makes it go from bad to worse.
It is a real throwback seeing Arteezy on the Shadow Fiend. A nice treat. Getting to see him on a hero that we saw in a different roster, Secret, with pulling it out in the mid lane instead. Now
don't remind me of the Secret Arteezy didn't end up too well, especially at TI.
No, it did not, unfortunately. Well, his your previous team, Evil Geniuses, had very good showings at TI, but yeah, maybe now with the Shadow Fiend being so popular, I mean, we're seeing top of the net worth, 4-0 and 6. You can first pick the Shadow Fiend, and Arteezy and his team can play incredibly well around it. So it's good seeing him back on a hero that we haven't seen him play in quite some time.
It's also good to see Nightfall really repaying the faith as well. A lot of people were clowning on some of his showings, and, well, Broodmother, he knows that he's got this opening to be able to push this top tower because they took the tier 2, and if you're looking to use the glyph, again, you're not going to have anything to be able to defend that high ground. Not exactly like Hokori has amazing high ground defense either. They've got the Blink Dagger to be play around on the axe, but it still feels like they are kind of lacking in damage without the Mortimer's Kisses being available.
Oh, look at this. Crit. A jump in just inside the base. They have zero cares in the world, Evil Geniuses, and how do not play in them with 11,000 net worth lead. Maybe the turnaround's going to be there, though, from Analog. Look at the AoE damage coming up from the Mortimer Kisses as well. They've got time now to deal with the Wraith back. Let's see if they can set themselves up for the second round with the Aegis respawn. Teasy can back himself out. EG will be fine, and all they lose is crit.
Get a kill, though. Very important to be able to claim that one, of course. Comes at the cost. Another death onto the axe. 0, 4, and 0. It'll be quite some time until he gets that blade mail to address some of the damage deficiencies that we've got. Now they're trying to scout out, trying to predict where Abed wants to farm. The man has been scaling far too long. Godlike streak so far. They're able to get a pick off here. Again, without the Mortimer's Kisses, I don't know if you're going to be able to do it. It's going to be off the back of Lumiere perhaps showing, but it's too juicy of a creep wave on this bottom side of the map for him to pass up, so just going to need to retreat back to that.
Well, meanwhile, mid lane. He's been able to run into Analog, just the instant hex. Backwards and the easy follow-up once again. Evil Genius is always in position to be able to capitalize on crit's opening.
Yeah. You're not killing anyone without Analog or without Lumiere, and Lumiere still has this farm that he's going for. Not even going for the mana style this game, just a efficient item like the Dragonlance straight into the Aghanim set.
Is under attack.
So, Mass Serpent Wards drop top. Spider not even there just yet. No glyph to be able to play with on Hokori. It's going to be refreshed, but
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Delaying the inevitable. We already have the 15 to 20 minute game secured. I believe it was by Secret earlier in the tournament, so we're not going to be breaking any kind of records here, but this seems like EG have got it in the bag.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
Where did you put your prediction for the shortest game?
I was in that bracket. Happy with that.
Nice. So
Ahmed finds another pick off.
So Tali in a whole world of trouble. Even Arteezy's like, I'll come to get involved as well. Let's boost up the KDA a little bit before this one's done.
G players in my fantasy, that's for sure. They're performing at a really
have
level.
to. Everyone showing up for these boys. Great start to TI it's been.
Mia's still going to be a little bit short of the Aghanim Scepter, even if he sells that magic stick and the branches that he's got in his backpack. Might be forced to sell the Wraith Band. Yeah, and he does. He knows that this is the last-ditch attempt. Can you catch out the Shadow Fiend? Look to take away a big part of that. I mean, this is it. They use the Glyph. If they lose this fight, they've got no defenses left. Wanting to take away some of that vision. Analog needs to go in and try and blow someone up. So close to his Ags, though. They want to be able to wait. You just can't, though. G aren't going to give you that window.
Making sure they don't clump up. You get a one-man call, that's not the worst. Especially with the survivability they have. Mech on Ogre, you've got the Pipe and the Wraith Pact as well on to Nightfall. You're going to still play this one a little bit more safe here on Evil Geniuses. Not going to force the high ground.
It's really good at Hokori, though. You TP back, you finish up the Aghanim Scepter. Yeah, it's only the level 1 Astral Step, so the damage isn't that huge. But now you've got silences. Now you've got ways to be able to get onto, let's say, Crit or Abed and be able to chain lock them down. It's going to need to be the perfect team fight, though, from Hokori. Full wraparound. And they find someone key. Teasy standing there. This is great reads coming through from him, man.
That it is. The full wraparound.
See? They know.
Oh, they get the jump in. Abed off to the left side if he needs to follow up. Not required, though. They're just going to look to move mid instead, instantly trying to force Hokori back.
Yep, and it gives them so much information. They don't go for that play unless they've hit some sort of timing, so I'm sure that EG are going to look to position themselves in the lane much more efficiently so that not multiple people are getting silenced. You can see Abed playing way back with his Blink Dagger. Any chances of Hokori to come back into this? This is discipline. This is strong late game team play that comes off the back of a strong captain, so big credit needs to be to Fly as well.
You're welcome!
Well, looks so smoked up at the moment with Gardic nearby at the triangle. We'll see Fly, but of course not the hero that they want to run into. He's a difficult beast to be able to bring down, and if you make the attempt, the rest of the team all of a sudden could show up. So, like you said, EG just showing the respect, and we've seen in the past that this has been a team that have had some net worth leads, but have sometimes thrown those net worth leads in some very, very important games. So, discipline is there.
Yeah. They're having a lot of fun now. As Arteezy was TPing away there, I think it was Crit that was picking out the fact that it was an Ogre Bruiser next to Arteezy and just wanting him to not get hit down by the club that would have stunned him and stopped the TP, so made sure that Fly stole the aggro away. There's a lot of laughs going on inside the EG camp right now. Good reason. They're playing a fantastic brand of Dota and doing their fans proud.
What are they bleeding though? What color is it? I've seen people say like spearmint and not bleeding blue anymore.
Turquoise, aqua, foam, sea foam. I don't know what it is, man. It's not blue. I'll say that.
Dude, what? Who says sea foam? What even is that? What the hell is
the color of sea foam? Oh, look at the Sunstrike, man. It even sees them all clumping up, ready to go for a smoke. They're going to do it anyway because they needed to. They might have double smoked actually. Now, with the Spiders put up onto the high ground during daytime, they see that no one's there. They're going for a smoke, and they just look to clump up around the vision. Crit's there with his Blink Dagger, so it's going to require a huge wraparound. So good little responses coming through from Hokori to exactly what EG are looking to expect for them.
Ooh, Lumiere. Be cautious, the rest of the team though. Smoke's gonna pop as well. Vitalik gets a jump. Alright, it's a little teasy. That's a great start. Can they get anything more out of it? Because the right side, they're onto Lumiere. Shackles and the Sunstrike, getting rid of the Morphling. They've also caught out Abed though. They're gonna try and move their attention to Nightfall. And Orc's in a little bit of trouble at the moment. Even without the cause, Nightfall, he's the one that still can start to rack up the damage if the Spiderlings are nearby. They don't have a response to the insects. Triple kill for Nightfall. And now we can even look to go for the Snapfire as well. But a TP out will not even keep Theo LaCour alive. What a great start for Hokori in that team fight, but it just shows how far behind they are.
Spiders are not insects. Insects have 6 legs. But yeah, no, a great job coming through there. Being able to find out Arteezy, the main damage source, of course. It sucks for Hokori that Lumiere was caught off onto the side. Another great pick-off by Crit, playing underneath the vision. Yeah, enough said about Nightfall. Even without that Aghanim Shard, really ramping up the damage. And he's even going to become even more of a 1v1 menace as soon as he picks up that Scythe of Ice. Pretty damn close too. Another game where he might be ending top of the net worth from the off lane.
This is really scary now on how some teams are going to be dressing Nightfall as heroes. I mean, you were saying in the draft that they're just doing an incredible job from EG to enable him. We saw Game 1, his Beastmaster was a big reason why they're able to have success, and well, Game 2 is no different with his Broodmother.
Indeed, I mean, you just need to address push. You can't address a specific hero, right? Because he's got so many that he can play, and you've only got 2 bans in the first phase, and then there's heroes like Shadow Fiend and Marcy that you're going to have to deal with as well.
Abed might just look for a solo kill into Theolacor. Fucks up the stray Orchid and looks to blink away. Doesn't want to put himself too far in a position where Hokori can maybe find an opening in. So still 17,000 net worth lead, and EG once again playing some disciplined Dota, just waiting for this next Roche to spawn. We'll be up in a couple of minutes. And I guess I think we saw their series versus, well, one game in particular versus OG where it was like 19-3 kill count, something crazy. I mean, it was a ridiculous game, and somehow that game, you know, got pushed to the later stages. Sorry, EG versus LGD. I think I said OG. Apologies.
Yeah. It was 17-0 at one point.
Yeah. And that game,
50 minutes?
Exactly. Like, so they're like, all right, you know, we'll make sure we don't have a repeat of that. Like, let's continue to play this one, you know, a little bit safe. Wait for second Roche, get the Aegis, get the Ag Shard. We don't want to give that opportunity for Hokori because again, this is a team that they're tied every single series, and apparently that's the trend for them. Abed, aggressive Boots of Travel TP down bottom. He never cancel the TPs at the moment. Turns the blow at Theolacor, and an easy 1-2 punch with even Arteezy stepping in.
Get away though on Analog, and well, he might need to deal with this mid lane because of course the super creeps already exist there, but like, do they go for some sort of smoke play? That's the downside, right? They used the double smoke when they went for that recent attempt. At least they'll be able to get back out into the jungle, get a few D wards off, and enable Lumiere to potentially
Dire's bottom tower is
I'm sure they would have loved to be able to go for a smoke play, wrap it around, get a pick off there, but last chance might be this final tier 3 tower on the bottom side of the map against an Aegis timing though on Arteezy. Got that Moon Shard once again, quite yet level 18, but he doesn't matter. He's very rare that he's using the Requiem for anything other than just the fear duration. The damage seems like secondary to him.
With the siege, Hokori will make the attempt with the initial jump in. A lot of damage, but Arteezy just turns BKB, stands his ground. Good luck killing this man. Well, they will not be able to, as even a Requiem's going to be casted as well. Provides a space to be able to address the Tombstone issue, and now they can reset the positioning if required on EG.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Keep the buffs up onto Arteezy. Bloodlust consistently. He's even got.
But quick, what was that reaction? Instant X to prevent the claw. They still get the kill, but on the low ground, Lumi is caught out as well. A double tornado from Abed lines it up perfectly, and the cheers are dropped. See some individual brilliance at the end coming through from EG, but really the important thing was just the teamwork for them. An incredibly dominant game 2, but also just a dominant game series for them as well.
It was indeed. I mean, Evil Geniuses from start to finish. Yeah, a lot of people will still be saying Nightfall should grab the MVP, and I can see why, but to me, a lot of that game was just enabled by Crit. His movements around the map were phenomenal. How many assists did he have? 18 assists.
20. Or 18, sorry. Looking at Fly.
You were looking at Fly. Well, maybe Fly should get the MVP. No, that's all I'm saying. Higher kill involvement. But no, to me it was Crit. He set up for so many Sunstrikes, allowed Abed to just stay in the lane, not be as mobile, play off the Midas. Time around, Nightfall doesn't have the most net worth in the entire game, so another fantastic performance from EG. What more can you say?
Yeah, it's good to see them as well being
Aster's turn to ban. Beastcoast's turn to ban.
My keyboard is not working.
It
feels good to be this good. It feels good to be this good.
10 seconds remaining.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Ten seconds remaining.
Woohoo! Over here.
5 seconds remaining.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
Y el micrófono. ¿Qué tal, chicos? ¿Cómo están? Bienvenidos a esta última serie de la transmisión de ESB Canal C, donde veremos el equipo de Beastcoast, la escuadra peruana, jugando contra el equipo de Team Aster. Bueno, hace un momento estábamos contra la escuadra de Team Liquid y el equipo de PSG LGD, donde LGD en la primera y en la segunda partida, donde parecía que PSG LGD iba a perder, termina dando tremendo comeback, una partida bastante emocionante. Y ahora pues nos toca la partida de Beastcoast contra la escuadra de Aster. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vemencia y como siempre es un placer y un gusto poder llevarles el contenido a todos ustedes. Y sin nada más que decir, pasamos directamente a la fase de Pick y Bam, donde ya tenemos a la escuadra de Beastcoast jugando en la facción de Radiant. Mientras tanto, en la facción de Dire tenemos al equipo de Aster. Veamos qué tenemos por el momento. Ok, Shadowfin, uno de los primeros baneados por parte del equipo de Beastcoast, lo sacamos de juego, uno de los héroes que está en meta, que es un héroe bastante versátil, te juega tanto posición número 2 como posición número 1, te puede jugar daño mágico, como también daño físico. Mientras tanto, Enigma, justamente lo habíamos visto Enigma en la partida de PSG contra Liquid, un Enigma que condiciona muchísima pelea gracias a Black Hole, tanto versátil también como posición número 3, como posición número 4, ¿no? Tenemos por parte del equipo de Aster ya un silencer removido. Primal Beast, no sé ¿cuántas veces vamos a ver a Primal Beast tanto baneado, piqueado? Es uno de los héroes que sí o sí lo tenemos en pantalla. Y pues, teniendo ya los dos primeros pick, pues tenemos al Tiny. Un Tiny por parte del equipo de Beastcoast. Un Tiny del equipo de Beastcoast, que es un héroe en realidad bastante versátil. Te juega tanto posición número 2 como posición pues número 4. Es un héroe que tiene la facilidad de poder rotar, te genera control y disable gracias a ese toss, avalancha. Ahora contamos con un Leech que tiene ese Frost Shield, te aguantamos con ese escudo, control también con el Sinister Gaze, pelea bastante cerrada, pues el ulti que termina desgastando considerablemente. Por parte de Aster, ¿qué tenemos? Pues a una Marcy, uno de los héroes también bastante piqueados y baneados por parte desde Lance Change Qualifier, ¿no?
10 seconds remaining.
Así que bueno, tenemos Marcy como primer pick por parte de Team Aster. Vamos a ver a un Visage como segundo pick. Visage, pues es un héroe también versátil, es un héroe que te genera buen split push, buen control también gracias a los familiares. Saludos para los que se conectan a través de la plataforma azul y también los que se conectan a través de la plataforma morada. Vamos a ver los siguientes BAM. ¿Qué tenemos? Un Let's Rock. Lesrak removido. Es un héroe que te genera tremendo daño en área, tanto daño puro, daño mágico, te genera buen split push también sobre estructuras. Lo sacamos de juego. Mientras tanto, por parte del equipo de Aster ya tenemos un Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight fuera de juego, pues los fantasmas son héroes que también terminan generando tremendo crítico. Lo sacamos de juegos, uno de los héroes que también lo hemos visto justamente a Thor. La verdad no he estado viendo el desenvolvimiento de las escuadras peruanas, pero han estado comentando, he estado leyendo que lamentablemente las escuadras peruanas no han estado teniendo el desenvolvimiento que muchos esperan que debería tener, ¿no? Ahorita el equipo de Beastcoast prácticamente se encuentra entre los 3 equipos que tienen el menor puntaje en el Group Stage y posiblemente a ser eliminados. Así que bueno, vamos a ver cómo se torna en este encuentro contra Aster. A ver si es que logra sacar un punto contra este equipo. Bueno, también te estás enfrentando contra el Gran Monet. No es que sea cualquier equipo también al enfrentarte. Vamos a ver si la pelada me da suerte. Saludos chicos, ¿cómo están? Que es un gusto nuevamente estar aquí. Es un gusto poder llevarles nuevamente la transmisión. Así que vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla. Tenemos un Juggernaut que también es removido por parte de la escuadra de Aster. Es un héroe que puede escaparse fácilmente gracias a un Blade Fury, evitar cualquier skill directo. Tenemos a un Faceless Boy también fuera de juego, que es un héroe que te controla gracias a la Chronosphere. Es un héroe que normalmente he estado viendo que depende mucho de una Chronosphere para una teamfight. No es un héroe que trate de jugar muy independientemente, sino trata de jugar mucho en sinergia y buscar la conexión con el equipo para poder contrarrestar a la escuadra enemiga. Mientras tanto, Beastcoast ya contamos con un Laundry removido, héroe que domina unidades, sacado de juego. Utilizamos tiempo extra por parte del equipo peruano. Ahora, en el grupo B, donde se encuentra la escuadra de Beastcoast, pues por lo menos el equipo de Thunder Awaken se mantiene la posibilidad de mantenerse quizás en la lower bracket. Estos 3 equipos que había mencionado que posiblemente puedan ser eliminados del grupo B, está tanto Beastcoast, Taylor Esports y el equipo de Timado también, TSM. Por otro lado, en el grupo A, donde está el equipo de Hokori, pues se mantiene todavía. Se mantiene con la posibilidad de quedarse en la lower bracket. Ya está. Saludos chicos, ¿cómo están? Qué gusto tenerlos nuevamente acá ya en este segundo día del Group Stage. En esta ocasión, pues para los que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y como siempre es un gusto tener que llevarles esta partida a ustedes. Ardilla, ok, ahorita se lo aviso a producción que haga ese cambio.
5 seconds remaining.
Ya listo, ok, acabo de escribir a producción para que hagan ese cambio. Muchas gracias, Ardilla. Sí, muchas gracias. Ok, vamos a ver, removemos Bloodseeker, lo sacamos de juego y con ello optamos por un Pangolier como tercer pick por parte de la escuadra de Beastcoast. Héroe también versátil, te juega tanto posición 3, últimamente lo hemos visto mucho de posición número 2, en esta ocasión optaba mucho por un Diffusal, ¿no? Ya que con el Swashbuckle hace muy buena combinación para poder desgastar rápidamente mana, poder secarlo, tenerlo presionado. Chicos, no puedo cambiar la pantalla hasta entrar directamente al, ¿cómo se llama? Al juego principal. Son cosas de transmisión. Muchas gracias, chicos, a los que están ahí apoyándome. Desde ayer también que nos estamos amaneciendo. Para mí es un gusto, por supuesto, estar aquí, llevarles. Y por supuesto, muchas gracias ESB por la oportunidad. Tenemos un pack, entonces, como tercer pick por parte del equipo de Team Aster. Un héroe bastante versátil, un héroe, ahí está, va a cambiar justo ahorita el nombre. Un héroe escurridizo, un héroe que te genera control gracias a ese Dream Coil, héroe que tiene la facilidad de también silenciar gracias a ese Warning Reef. Y ahora, para poder controlar a este pack, ¿qué tenemos? Pues sí contamos quizás con una cadena de stun que es el Tiny con el Toss Avalancha, tienes a un Leech con el Sinister Gaze. Esto puedes agarrar, mantenerlo presionado a un pack que es muy fácil de escaparse. Si deja respirar a este pack, se va a liberar muy fácilmente, y con ello pues todo el desgaste que pueda proporcionar de frente sobre un pack va a ser recursos totalmente vanos. Mientras tanto, Team Aster ha optado ya por un Bane Elemental. Un Bane Elemental, un héroe de buen control. Tienes el Nightmare, dormimos, compramos tiempo, reposicionamos. Con esto facilitamos de que Team Aster pueda utilizarlo tanto defensiva u ofensivamente por sobre cualquier héroe que sea ejercido con ese Nightmare. Ahora, si tiene un buen posicionamiento Bane Elemental con un Fiend's Grip, pues controlamos perfectamente. Acá Pangolier de alguna manera se va a ver perjudicado si logra ser agarrado por este Bane Elemental. Mientras tanto, tenemos ya un Sven de cuarto pick, un héroe también versátil que lo hemos estado viendo justamente en este Group Stage. Lo han optado de posición número 5 y ha sido Aster. Aster ha sido... No. Ha sido... el equipo... de Entity, en realidad, que ha estado optando mucho por Sven. Entity ha optado mucho Sven de posición número 5. Bueno, por lo menos en las partidas que yo he llegado a castear, no les ha sido muy efectivo. Pero un Sven posición número 5, por lo menos... no está mal el pick. En ese entonces que lo piqueó Entity, porque por el Warcry, teniendo bastantes unidades, y el Storehammer que te genera stun en área, es bueno, pero de ahí no te aporta mucho. En esta ocasión, Beastcoast ha piqueado un Sven que, por ser un héroe versátil, me imagino que no creo que lo opten de support. No lo veo mucho de support. Pero es probable que también sí, que esto suma una buena cadena de stun, un buen control. Toss, Avalancha, Sinister Gaze, tienes el Storehammer. Entonces, vamos a ver en realidad, porque es enigmático revelar cartas hasta el momento de tener prácticamente los 5 héroes. Vamos, y con ello tenemos Batrider fuera de juego. Tenemos también a un Darcy removido. Un Darcy de posición número 3 es bastante bueno. Con el Ion Shield pues empieza a limpiar oleadas. No es un héroe que tenga que tener la necesidad de apoyo para poder mantenerse en línea, ya que tiene recursos fácilmente. Eso también va a depender mucho contra qué héroe tenga que jugar. Batrider también sacado de juego. Tenemos un Morphing removido por parte de la escuadra de Beastcoast, y por último un Life Stealer. Esto le da last pick a la escuadra peruana. Luna, como último pick por parte del equipo de Aster. Tienes buen split push gracias al Moonglaive, control con el Losing Beam, cadena de stun por parte de Aster, Losing Beam, Nightmare, Dream Coil, los familiares, Marcy también. Entonces no está mal, tienen control, tienen buen split push, tanto por el Visage con los familiares, Luna con los familiares. Veo esto, buen early game, buen early mid game y hasta late game por parte de Aster. Entonces me gustaba muchísimo lo que te propone el equipo de Aster. Mientras tanto, el equipo de Beastcoast, tienes a un Sven que, si va a jugar de core, es un héroe que va a tener que farmear muchísimo para poder generar impacto. No es un héroe que te puede generar impacto en una partida muy temprana. Así que bueno, será Héctor, posición número 1. Entonces vamos a ver quizás una partida larga hasta que un Sven pueda armarse. No es un héroe que te genere tremendo burst damage. Tenemos al almirante Whisper con este Magnus, que es un héroe que te genera buen control. Entonces aquí prácticamente el equipo de Beastcoast estaría jugando quizás a un mid game, a late game, generando un buen combo gracias al Magnus, quizás con un buen RP sumado a un buen Stormhammer por parte de Sven, que va a castigar con el God Stretch. Tienes a un Pangolier que te condiciona a pelea, más que todo en espacios cerrados con ese Rolly Thunder. Y bueno, Stinger y bueno, vamos a tener también a un Tiny que va a estar rotando constantemente. Veo más presión y más control por parte del equipo de Aster en early. Vamos a ver cómo lo va a dominar el equipo peruano de Beastcoast. Así que nada, con esto vamos a pasar directamente ya a la partida. Saludos para los que se conectan a través de la plataforma azul y a través de la plataforma moradita. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y como siempre es un gusto y un placer en esta ocasión poder llevarles el cast a todos ustedes. En esta ocasión de la escuadra peruana de Beastcoast contra el equipo de Team Aster. Y con ello damos inicio al primer encuentro. A ver, predicciones rápidas. Rápida. Jugador que conseguirá la mayor racha de víctimas. Jugador que conseguirá la mayor... Si esto se va a un late game, obviamente va a ser Héctor. Si es que se va a un late game. En un early game, a late game también tenemos a Monet. Entonces va a estar un poquito complicado. Yo le voy a dar a Monet. Número total de víctimas de emboscadas en minuto... Con humo al minuto 10. Víctimas en emboscada. No hay smoke. Hasta el momento no han salido con smoke. Entonces, yo creo que va a ser 0. Porque no creo que proponga mucho la escuadra peruana en un early. Aster sí te puede proponer. Smoke. En minuto 10. Le voy a dar 0. Primer equipo en asesinar un Roshan. Aster. Jugador con más guardianes destruidos al minuto 15. ¿Cómo va a trabajar en esta ocasión Stinger? O ven Elemental. Bueno, esas son mis predicciones. Obviamente no se dejen guiar por mí. Ustedes tomen sus propias decisiones sobre lo que pueda pasar en este primer encuentro. Beastcoast jugando en la facción de Radiant. Mientras tanto, en la facción de Dire tenemos al equipo de Aster. La corneta de iniciación oficial suena y con ello pues no se reveló absolutamente nada. El equipo de Aster jugando un poquito defensivo, Observer War en este high ground, de la misma manera en este high ground. Mientras tanto, ofensivo el equipo peruano y la formación de línea están optando por 3-1-1 a inicio de partida. 3-1-1. Ahí está el primer D-War por parte del Tiny. Ben Elemental se quedó arriba. ¿Quién va a estar aquí? Va a ser a las finales Visage. Tienes a Ori en la parte de medio con este Pog en contra de Chris. En la parte inferior, pues la formación de línea por parte de Aster va a ser de 2-1-2. Van a dejar por el momento solo a Whisper en esta ocasión jugando con el Empower. Bueno, no va a tener muchas dificultades para poder farmear, pero eso depende cómo lo mantenga el equipo de Aster. El Stormhammer en la parte superior se pierde la primera baja. Cuidado aquí. Está a punto de caer Ben Elemental. Y con ello el equipo peruano de Beastcoast inicia con el pie derecho, llevándose la vida de Ben Elemental. En esta ocasión, pues va a ser Héctor en la línea superior. Cambiando línea. Héctor top lane. En la parte inferior, pues vamos a tener al almirante Whisper. Tienes Stormhammer, que es uno más que todo para el control. Lich va a jugar más que toda la presión. Y mientras tanto, Tiny había estado jugando con el TOS. Con esto, más que todo, desposicionar. Minuto 1 de juego. Vamos a ver. Saltamos por sobre encima del Tiny. Lo desposicionamos, bien jugado, presión por parte de Monet. Todos que sacamos de posición a Monet para evitar, pero Buboka que mantiene la presión y el Lucimbin que llega desde atrás para decir adiós. Mientras tanto en la parte superior tiene el escudo encima Stinger, presión por parte de Visage que consigue con la visión generada por parte de Ben Elementar. 2 caídos por parte del equipo peruano en minuto 2 de juego. Pero vamos a ver, esto de alguna manera, pese a que pueda perder quizás nivel en los primeros minutos, haber tenido a una tri-lane, pues está teniendo ventaja de ser el héroe que se mantenga por lo menos en los last hit y deny. Segunda posición, pues el almirante Whisper con el constante Empower, y también se va a apoyar con este Shockwave.
My dead body.
Vamos a ver, intercambio de golpes, Stormhammer simplemente para frenar. Mientras tanto, Stinger va a estar con el constante Frost Blast. Lo va a estar desgastando constantemente. Este Sentry Ward sí termina bloqueando el campamento. Ben Elementar está desgastado, no tiene fuego férico. Va a tratar de acá de hacer un pull. Consigue por lo menos llevarse uno. Sí, jalamos la oleada, pero mírala, los crímenes neutrales sí que desgasta a Stinger con un 40% de HP. Esto es peligroso, quizás mantenerse en línea, así que tiene que tener mucho cuidado. En la parte de medio, Chris mantiene la primera posición en los last hit con 18 last hit y 2 deny, a comparación de Unpop que está en tercera posición. Y esto que este es un héroe errante que tiene la facilidad de Warner Reese y UCR, y está aprovechando Chris con el constante Swashbuckle, pero el detalle es que se está desgastando mucho en mana. Ha comprado en esta ocasión las gotas, cosa que evitamos el desgaste brutal que pueda generar el daño mágico. Y Lucior tenemos, se va a querer sobreextender quizás sobre Chris. No, ahí nomás. Va a buscar la manera de llenar en esta ocasión la botella con la runa en la parte inferior. Mientras tanto, aquí un buen pull generado por parte de la escuadra peruana, justo para evitar que tenga la línea muy pushada. Evitamos que la línea esté pushada, entonces evitamos que Visage tenga un confort de farm. Mientras tanto, Ben Elemental se está sumando sobre Stinger para tratar de desgastar. Viene el desgaste. No va a pasar a mayores, termina retrocediendo porque Visage termina haciendo un desgaste considerable justamente con el Soul. Stormhammer está mal posicionado, bastante dentro sobre lo que podría ser desventajoso para Sven. Logra salirse a las finales, necesita retroceder un poco. Mientras tanto, Nightmare frenamos en esta ocasión a Lich, se perfila acá Visage. Lich podría caer, y es eso, Lich fuera de juego. Héctor no puede hacer mucho, pese a haber puesto el Warcry para darle un pequeño sostén aquí a Lich, termina siendo víctima. Aster, como lo habíamos mencionado, tiene un buen early mid game por la presión que puede generar Visage, y eso que aún no ha sacado familiares. Imagínate que Visage ya saque familiares, va a generar un poco más de presión por sobre la línea del Sven. Nada favorable, nada favorable. Más encima que Ben Elemental está siendo bastante agresivo, no se mantiene pasivo sobre el equipo peruano. Ahí está Nightmare, está recibiendo todo el daño para que se pueda reposicionar Visage. Héctor que podría caer, pero te pide respuesta rápidamente por parte de Tiny. La avalancha que llega, a ver si lo sacamos de posición. ¡Ay! Estuvo cerca. Un Magic One con 4 cargas. A la final retrocediendo. Ben Elemental va a tratar de quizás llevarse. ¡Ay, no te creo! Se sobreextiende dentro del agro de la tier número 2 y mira su vida. Quizás el Tiny va a buscar para llevarse y hacer el intercambio, pero es Héctor quien termina perdiendo la vida por sobre encima de este Ben Elemental. Mientras tanto, en la parte de medio se extiende la escuadra de Aster buscando la vida de Pangoler. Tiene ya el nivel 6, pero no le dan chance a nada. Termina cayendo Chris en la puerta de medio a mano de esta Marcy. 5 sobre 1 el marcador. 6 minutos de juego a favor del equipo de Aster. Y rotación de nuevo. Cuidado. Ventaja que mantiene el equipo de Aster. Si el ritmo se va a ir jugando de esta manera por parte de Aster, pues podrían asegurar ya las líneas. Tienes buen split push más que todo, ¿no? Si tú le cierras espacio al equipo de Beastcoast, no va a tener donde farmear. Y todos sabemos que Héctor es un jugador que se dedica más al farming. Es un héroe que tiene impacto más que todo y tecnizado. No es el lag, chicos, no es el lag. Tengan en cuenta que estas partidas se está jugando en Singapur, por ende miren el ping, ¿ok? Si tú mismo entras también desde tu casa, ves la partida, vas a tener el mismo ping. Vamos a ver, Nightmare, controla B, Warning Reed, silenciado, no va a hacer nada, Stormhammer impacta sobre uno, pero a las finales Ori consigue llevarse la vida de Héctor nuevamente.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Hay un Observer Ward que tiene la visión justamente de estos héroes. Con esto Monet prácticamente ya está advertido. Retrocede, se mantiene muy cerca del agro de la tier número 1. Beastcoast no va a poder hacer nada. Rotación, Marcy entra directamente sobre Stinger. Sinestro que frena, mientras tanto avalancha por sobre encima de Ori. El toss arriba, llega Chris con el Rolling Thunder, pero lo manda arriba. ¡No! ¡Qué mala suerte! Pero venga, logra subir el terreno alto para cancelar el TP de Marcy. Y con ello, con el Swashbuckler, le dice adiós a Marcy. Y mira, visión por parte del equipo de Aster, jugando bastante ofensivo. Observer War. Ahora atención a la parte superior, van a tratar de quizás llevarse la vida de Whisper. Llega el TP de respuesta de Chris. Mientras tanto, la visión por parte del equipo peruano, tenemos defensivo nomás. War defensivos. ¿Qué está buscando el Tiny? No llega, está muy lejos. Hay 4 por parte de Perú. Héctor está solito. No, Héctor. God Strange, Stormhammer, frenamos los familiares. Luna que sigue presionando. Está solito Héctor. Y se suma Ori también. Lo desposiciona muy bien Marcy. Héctor termina cayendo muy fácil. Y esto es un 7/2 a favor del equipo de Team Aster. Y bueno, como mencionaba, acaban de hacer un D-War. Prácticamente el equipo de Aster está controlando a la escuadra peruana. Mira este Observer War, Sentry War sobre territorio enemigo. Perú solamente está jugando defensivo. El equipo de Aster juega bastante ofensivo, ya que tiene los héroes, tiene la manera de poder presionar, tiene la manera de poder forzarlos al equipo de Perú. Y con esto se viene la primera baja de estructuras en la parte inferior. A mano de Monet. Monet nivel 7. Todavía no le ha subido al Eclipse. Está trabajando el Dragonlance con esto mayor alcance. Y Ben Elemental tiene el Nightmare. Tiene Nightmare. Y con esto se viene el Freeze Grid. Y se desata la Marcy. 1-2. Eso lo agarra como saco de boxeo. Y adiós al almirante Whisper. Mientras tanto aquí encuentra a Visage al Tiny. ¿Se dan cuenta? Lamentablemente Aster no deja hacer absolutamente nada al equipo peruano. Parece que lo han estudiado bien. Saben que Sven tiene que... Saben que Sven tiene que escalar en FAR para generar impacto. Pelao, ¿tú a quién apoyas? Soy peruano, hermano. Yo soy peruano. ¿Tú a quién crees que estaría apoyando? Mira, te voy a mostrar algo y creo que con esto te diría todo.
Con
esto te digo todo.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Team Secret, creo.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Pero Beastcoast es chileno. Oh my god. Ok, primera estructura ganada por parte del equipo de Aster en la parte inferior. Empiezan a ganar un poquito de mapa. No va a proponer mucho la escuadra de Beastcoast porque no tiene cómo hacerlo, no tiene los recursos. Encontramos aquí a Ori. Dreamcoil termina contrarrestando muy bien. Frost Shield puesto, a las finales no va a pasar a mayores. Trataron de iniciar a Ori. Ok, inicias a Ori, pero ten en cuenta, un pack es muy escurridizo. Tienes que ser muy preciso y tener mucha sinergia con el equipo para poder frenar a un pack. Si vas a tratar de iniciar tú individualmente, esperar que los demás lleguen, pues prácticamente le estás dando tiempo a pack de que se pueda ir. La respuesta fue un poquito tardía en realidad. Un poquito tardía. Beastcoast ya quedó afuera. No, todavía. Nos quedan más días del Group Stage. Esto es un todo contra todo. Todo puede pasar. Quién sabe, de repente los dos últimos días Beastcoast logre generar buen puntaje. Así que todavía no hay que tirar la toalla.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Primer encuentro de esta serie de BO3. Bienvenidos chicos a los que se están conectando a este primer encuentro entre la escuadra peruana de Beastcoast y Team Aster. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y como siempre es un gusto y un placer poder llevarles el cast a todos ustedes. Espero que lo estén disfrutando, lo estén pasando bien, aunque el corazoncito se va rompiendo poquito a poquito. ¿El por qué? Bueno, ya está de más decirlo, ¿no? Minuto 13 de juego, 8/2 marcador. Luna ya cuenta con la máscara de locura, cuenta con el Dragon Lance que le está aumentando la distancia en golpes y con ello trabajando una Blacking Bar, cosa que puedas evitar esa gran cadena de stun que tiene Beastcoast. 2, Avalancha, Stormhammer, Sinister Gaze, Shockwave. Entonces, evitas eso. ¡Ey! ¡Double damage! ¡Ay, no te creo! ¡Qué manera de jugar por parte de este Ben Elemental! ¡Ruba el double damage! Y con un saltito, pues, prácticamente se va hacia High Ground, donde el Rolling Thunder, recurso importante, termina siendo desgastado, ¿eh?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ok, vamos a ver. Dreamcoil, ¿quién se queda aquí? El Tiny en problemas. Illusior, generamos un poquito de visión. Trata de aguantar que se vaya el Dreamcoil. Lo consigue el Tiny. Mientras tanto, la respuesta por parte de Beastcoast está llegando. ¿No hay manera de iniciar? Sí, ya lo tiene. Whisper cuenta con daga. ¡Ey! Whisper. Shockwave. Reverse Polarity sobre un support. ¡Ay, Dios! Shine Frost sobre 1. Adiós. Mientras tanto, Marcy por lo menos termina cayendo en la parte superior a favor del equipo peruano.
Radiant's middle tower is
Shine Frost, Reverse Polarity sobre un solo héroe. No creo que haya sido una buena decisión, ¿eh? Gastar recursos tan importantes. ¿Cuál ha sido el error de Perú ahorita en la pelea inferior? Quizás haber utilizado los recursos para llevarte un kill no hubieran estado mal. Ok, pero estás peleando cerca del agro de la tier número 1. Estás peleando donde el equipo de Aster tiene la respuesta inmediata. TP de respuesta y con esto contrarresta. Termina contrarrestando. Este es un problema más que todo sobre líneas, ¿no? Si tú vas a buscar pelea, está bien. Pero si vas a buscar pelea sobre estructuras, esto es complicado, ¿no? Porque si viene el TP de respuesta y el contragolpe, pues se viene rápido. Vamos a ver. Controlamos aquí a Marcy. Logra posicionarse. Se va por sobre encima de Chris. Dreamcoil conectado. Pues tiene el a Ganishar, de la cual logra liberarse. Pero desde arriba, con ese Fenrir, logra controlarlo. Rolling Thunder simplemente para retirarse, porque quizás presionar no va a lograr mucho. Mientras tanto, en la parte superior consigue llevarse la tier número 1 Visage. Monet se encuentra tranquilo, dejas a una Luna Free Fire y esto es peligroso. Mientras tanto, muy cerca del Outpost, Nightmare. Controlamos aquí a Lesbe. Llega el Bob, el God Strength, trata de contrastar, perfecto reverse Polarity y muy bien en la cara de Sven para generar tremendo Burst Damage. Llega Luna con el Eclipse, desaparecemos, Alice, cuidado, poco a punto de morir, el Swashbuckle que no impactó, Chris. ¡Oh! Y el control por parte de los familiares de Visage terminan llevándose la vida de Chris y también de Whisper. Aquí pues pudo haberse llevado la vida de Puck, pero lamentablemente ese Swashbuckle fue hacia un costado. Si hubiera impactado ese Swashbuckle, pues el pronóstico hubiera sido diferente, ¿no? Quizás el intercambio de un 3x3, o quién sabe, quizás Visage ni siquiera se hubiera metido. A las finales, pues terminan cayendo 3 R por parte del equipo peruano, mientras tanto 2 por parte del equipo de Aster. Ok, Rolling Thunder me parece, sí, trata de condicionar. A la final el Luna castiga brutalmente, activa la BKB para evitar el disable proporcionado. Termina desapareciendo a Stinger, llega a toda avalancha, termina desapareciendo a Marcy. El TP de respuesta por parte de Sven. Pero ojo, Héctor todavía no cuenta con el God Strange. Entra el almirante Whisper, perfecto, termina cayendo Chris, el Time también de la misma manera. Y un TP que yo creo que mejor hubiera ido a otra línea a seguir farmeando. No tiene el God Strange, el Tiny se metió de cara, Luna ya había activado BKB, el bonus damage, el snowball damage que llega por parte del equipo de Team Aster es brutal. Y este Ben Elementar sí que ha estado bastante agresivo y ha resultado muy bien. Vamos a ver, en esta ocasión Visage va a jugar a generar un poquito más presión en esta ocasión con el Assault Quiras. Un item que te va a dar prácticamente apoyo en área. ¿Qué encontramos? Niner, cuidado, Sven puede entrar. Utilizó la máscara de locura. Totalmente silenciado. Entra Marcy, Finsgrip lo agarra. Mientras tanto, Puck se encarga de Lich. 2 héroes caídos muy fácilmente. El equipo de Aster está jugando en equipo. No juegan individual. Y creo que es error por parte del equipo de Beastcoast creer que pueden cazar uno por uno. Se dan cuenta, el TP de respuesta es muy rápido. Van a buscar llevarse la inmortalidad. Buscaron pelea en este territorio, teniendo al Outpost muy cerca, donde el TP fue muy efectivo y con esto pues contrarrestó. Mientras tanto, la inmortalidad favorable. No hay visión por parte de la escuadra peruana y esta inmortalidad cae a mano de Monet. Ok, aprovecha la inmortalidad la escuadra de Aster 17/16 con 12k de Team Network para presionar en la parte superior. La BKB que ya se encuentra disponible es una BKB de 8 segundos. Mientras tanto encontramos pelea, desposicionado a Puck, perfecto, aprovechado por parte del equipo peruano. Y ahora trata de contrarrestar, va a esperar que se le acabe la BKB. Luna activa la BKB y ahora contrarresta. Chain Frost que revienta simplemente para hacer abrir al equipo de Aster. Rolling Thunder de Chris sobreextendido, esto podría ser peligroso. Te fuiste de largo, Chris. Swashbuckle, Chris fuera de juego. Mientras tanto, se mantiene todavía la escuadra de Aster buscando la presión. Losing Beam que va a impactar por sobre encima de Stinger, fuera de juego. Los que caen por parte del equipo de Aster. Y aquí también desposicionado el Tiny. Lamentablemente el equipo peruano está jugando muy abierto. No se posicionan muy bien y esto es bien aprovechado. Ustedes vieron, se llevaron al pack. ¿Qué es lo que hizo la escuadra de Aster? Espera que se le acabe la BKB nomás a Sven. Luna no forzó su BKB, no se apresuró, se mantuvo calmado, esperó el desgaste de recursos por parte del equipo de Perú. Y eso fue lo que pasó. Desgastaron recursos y se vino el contragolpe rapidísimo. Aquí a quien encontramos. Fiends Grid, el almirante Whisper, agarrado con el Field Grid. Mientras tanto, se desata la Marcia agarrándolo como saco de boxeo a Héctor. Fue como perita, Dream Call. Whisper. No, ya está. Es que no puede hacer absolutamente nada. No tiene recursos para poder huir. Mientras tanto, Nightmare. Agarramos a Chris muy cerca de la guerra de la tier número 1. Warning Reef, Dream Coil de regreso. Y esto es todo para Chris.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
GG. En minuto 22 de juego. Esta partida lamentablemente no da para más. Good game, well play. La partida 0 lleva el equipo de Aster. Primer encuentro de esta serie de BO2. Una partida bastante rápida, lamentable. Y bueno, lo que pasa es que el equipo de Beastcoast, su draft es bueno, ok, pero solamente para late game. Es bueno para mid a late game. Y Aster ha sacado héroes que te presionan a early, mid game y encima con una luna que te desgasta mucho a late game. Han sabido aprovechar. Lamentablemente han cerrado muchísimo el espacio para que farmee la escuadra peruana. No pudo hacer nada. Controló muy bien el mapa la escuadra de Aster, presionándolos, no dejándole hacer absolutamente nada a Perú. Y con esto consiguen el primer punto. Esta es la primera partida de esta serie de BO2. Bienvenidos chicos, los que se encuentran en la plataforma morada y en la plataforma azul. Ando leyendo así los comentarios así de reojo. Muchísimas gracias por ese apoyo que me andan dando. Y aquellos hitters que andan comentando, muchísimas gracias también por esos comentarios que también los leo de todo corazón. Los recibo de buena manera. Así que bueno, vamos a esperar el siguiente encuentro. Ya voy a entrar a sala, así que nos vamos a un pequeño break. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y pónganme el apodo que ustedes quieran, que yo les voy a estar leyendo. Vamos a un pequeño break y regresamos con la siguiente partida.
Never break, always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel? They wanna say my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on this shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these shit I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death, to be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? always fight, never quit, do it right, play the game, win it life, have no shame, there's no time, feel the pain, live the grind, I could change, in my mind, pick a lane, commit and climb, the only way to win it life, I never miss, that's fact, taking big swings, bitch, hand me the bat, put me in the ring, you'll go out in a bag, cause I sing what I mean and I bring it to the mad light, ain't got time to kill, I got time to feel, I took the red pill, I know life's short so I wanna live real, but how's it supposed to feel?
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
They wanna sing my name, but they holding back. They wanna say they hate, but they know it's cap. I ain't play no games, I just do that's fact. And I don't feel no shame, it's a mood you lack. I go crazy, nah bitch I ain't lazy. Track after track, I work on the shit daily. Pass me the jack, right as fuel, got me hazy. About to unpack all these things I've been chasing. I've got visions in my head, like memories after death. To be a legend instead of something you can forget. I'm living up every breath, I'd rather lead than be led. I'll fill the seats as I spread with every word that I've said.
How's it supposed to feel? How's it supposed to feel?
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Partida bastante rápido. Porque aún contamos con Hokori y el equipo de Thunder Awaken. Así que bueno, saludo para todos los que se están conectando a través de la plataforma morada y a través de la plataforma azul. Para aquellos que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y es un gusto y un placer poder llevarles el cast a todos ustedes. Con esto vamos a pasar entonces a la fase de pick y bam. Se vuelven a repetir las facciones. Esto es lanzado por moneda. El equipo de Beastcoast va a jugar en la facción de Radiant. Mientras tanto, en la facción de Dire tenemos al equipo de Aster, que se llevó una partida bastante rápida sobre la escuadra de Beastcoast. Ay. Todos mis cuyes a Beastcoast, dice Luxo. ¿Qué tal, Alejo? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenido.
Beastcoast's turn to pick.
Obvio, número 18 Tagosu. Otra cosita. Ya, ok. Vamos a ver entonces los mismos ban que vemos por parte del equipo de Beastcoast. Sacamos a Enigma, que es un héroe que te genera buen control. Con ese Black Hole es un héroe disable también, cancela canalizaciones. Gracias al Malefice tenemos un Shadow Fiend versátil, fuera de juego, que te juega tanto posición 2 o 1. Es como jugar daño mágico o daño físico, que ha resultado muy bien y se encuentra en meta todavía. Es uno de los héroes que se logra piquear bastante. ¿Te gusta castear solo? Sí, la verdad que me siento cómodo casteando solo y creo que me desenvuelvo mejor. No sé qué opinan ustedes, los que ya me conocen y los que ya me han visto castear, o hasta castear quizás en dúo. Vamos a ver por parte del equipo de Team Aster. Tenemos a un Silencer fuera de juego, que condiciona muy buena pelea, inhabilitando sus habilidades gracias al Global Silent. Tenemos a un Primal Beast, héroe muy baneado, muy piqueado, que en todas las partidas lo vemos bien piqueado o bien baneado, al igual que como vemos a Marcy, que ha sido uno de los primeros primeros pick por parte del equipo de Team Aster. Le ha resultado bien y lo vuelve a piquear. Tenemos otra vez por parte del equipo de Aster. Bueno, control no, diría split push. Van a jugar nuevamente Split Push, una Broad Mother, que se ha visto Broad Mother muchísimo, posición número 3. Entonces es probable que logre o que lo manden a la línea de off a la Broad Mother. Los Spiderling son bastante molestos, te presionan muchísimo. Es un héroe que crece exponencialmente en farming. Con el Speedwell, la Broad Mother se puede movilizar a donde quiere con gran facilidad. Mientras tanto, el equipo de Beastcoast opta por una Snapfire. Snapfire, bueno, puede tener un desgaste por sobre encima de los Spiderling de la Broad Mother. Ok, Scar Blast logra limpiar. Tienes el Final Cookie.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Tiene el Final Cookie para generar disable. Esto también podría ser quizás un salvavidas, ¿no? Dentro de territorio alto o bajo. Sí, justamente Dennis es el pelado de Bracer quien castea esta partida. Una partida... Ok, vamos a ver un Tiny. Entonces, Tiny versátil también. Lo hemos visto jugar tanto posición número 2, juega también posición número 4. Es un héroe que puede rotar en línea. Hasta posición número 1 se ha visto a un Tiny. Pero vamos a ver. Esto también terminaría contrarrestando la presión que te puede generar la Broad Mother, ¿no? Tienes todo el avance, el split push por parte de la Broad Mother con los Spiderling, pero tienes a un Tiny que con el trigger puede limpiar fácilmente. A Snapfire también de la misma manera con un Scar Blast. Vamos a ver los siguientes ban. ¿Qué tenemos? El equipo de Beastcoast. Ok, por parte de la escuadra de Beastcoast remueven a un Puck. Un Puck que es un héroe bastante versátil, ya lo habíamos visto, te genera control en área. Lo sacamos de juego. Tenemos a una Queen of Pain también removida. Lo sacamos a la Queen con el Blink. Normalmente jugar de posición número 2. Termina sacando el equipo de Beastcoast. Mientras tanto, Aster. Sacamos a un Batrider, que lo hemos visto justamente al almirante Whisper jugar con Batrider. Es un héroe que te desgasta constantemente con los Stick Napal en línea. Pues no se hace mucho problema, ¿no? Dependiendo con qué héroe también vaya. Lo sacan de juego. Es un héroe que también rompe el BKB gracias al Flaming Lazo. Tenemos Pangolier fuera de juego, un héroe que lo ha jugado Chris. No se quieren arriesgar por si acaso. Y si sacamos también a Pangolier, que Chill Crush y también Swashbuckle limpian la presión de la Broad Mother. Entonces sacamos también a Pangolier. Sven también fuera de juego, pese a que no le ha resultado porque generó muy buena presión el equipo de Team Aster sobre la escuadra peruana. Porque un Sven sabemos que si escala, es un héroe que termina generando mucho impacto. Y no sé si se han puesto a pensar o quizás se le vino a la mente que Beastcoast como que tiene una estrategia muy a escuadras chinas, como lo hemos visto justamente con el equipo de PSG LGD, ¿no? Han sacado buen draft, perfecto, pero no era para early o mid game, ¿no? Eran más que todo para late game. Pero la escuadra china sí sabía contrarrestar, sabían mantener la línea, sabía mantenerlo a margen, pese a de que Team Liquid ha tenido una muy buena ventaja. Pero los mantuvo al margen en línea, diciendo, ok Liquid, hasta acá nomás, no avanzas. Y la primera y segunda partida prácticamente han sido comeback por parte del equipo de PSG. Como que su estrategia de Beastcoast es algo así, ¿no? Pero lamentablemente ellos no saben mantener al margen, a línea a la escuadra enemiga, y se van por sobre encima de ellos. Lo que he visto en el primer encuentro ha sido un poco de desesperación por quizás ganar un pick-off, por quizás ganar una pelea donde a las finales no han conseguido mucho, han terminado siendo contrarrestados, ha venido el contragolpe por parte de Aster y esto les ha costado muchísimo. Que su draft quizás no ha estado mal para el primer encuentro, pero lamentablemente son héroes que necesitaban escalar en items para poder generar impacto. Ok. Vamos a ver qué tenemos como siguiente pick, un Lich. Ahora el Lich viene por parte de Team Aster. Un Lich, el Frost Shield que te da armadura, resistencia, sostén sobre una pelea, control con el Sinister Gaze. Tienes a un Lesrat y sigue jugando presión el equipo de Aster. Tienes a una Broad Mother que presiona, split push, genial, controlas, dominas el mapa. Mientras tanto, un Lesrat como cuarto pick que prácticamente te genera lo mismo, quizás no con unidades, pero sí en daño en área. Logra limpiar muy fácilmente con su daño mágico, daño puro, desgasta estructuras también de la misma manera. Entonces, creo que se viene también una partida rápida por parte de Team Aster si es que el equipo peruano no logra mantener en su línea a Aster.
Team Aster's turn to ban.
Pero ellos nunca darán comeback. Es Dota, ¿no? Es Dota y todo puede pasar. Tenemos un patch. Tenemos un patch que hemos visto ya muchísimo, justamente tanto en Land Change Qualifier como también en el Group Stage también se ha piqueado patch. Es un héroe que te genera muy buen slot, está en meta. Es un héroe que a late game termina siendo un hueso muy duro de roer, ¿no? Es un héroe que logra ganar fuerza. Pero vamos a ver cómo lo va a optar la escuadra peruana con este patch. Tienes un Monkey King, que es un héroe que te puede hacer frente a frente muy fácilmente. Me gusta el pick del mono. Solo tiene que evitar ser neutralizado nada más. Aunque en un early, ¿qué es lo que puede hacer? Necesita control para poder desgastar. Porque el daño mágico por Lesrat se viene brutal. Broad Mother. Tienes un Marcy que entra, te desposiciona, se desata y es brutal también sus golpes. Tenemos Invoker fuera de juego, héroe muy versátil. Ursa también removido, héroe tanto para early, a late game, que te genera muy buen impacto, te desgasta con los arañazos furiosos. Terminan sacándolo de juego para Aster. Mientras tanto, Aster buscamos los siguientes bans, que vendría a ser en esta ocasión ya Venomancer, que quizás se pudo haber sumado, ¿no? Como para generar un poquito más de split push. Pero acá lo que falta es el hard carry por parte del equipo de Aster. Shadow Demon también removido. Vamos. Tenemos
5 seconds remaining.
El último ban por parte de la escuadra peruana. Esta será la primera vez que juegue Puch. No sé, nunca los he visto jugar con Patch, así que vamos a ver qué es lo que pasa. Puch Me dice por ahí, prefiero el Pulse de HC que el mono de K1. Patch tiene 100% de win rate, pero eso depende mucho en realidad. Ok, tenemos como último ban a un Razor que quita daño gracias al Statilin, Ojo de la Tormenta que condiciona pelea a su alrededor, Plasma Field, facilidad de poder generar visión, más que todo quizás contra una Broad Mother hubiera sido bueno. ¿Por qué? Una Broad Mother que tiene el Spin Web se moviliza por donde quiere. Y entonces tener visibilidad sobre una Broad Mother es complicado. Y un Razor quizás hubiera contrarrestado muy bien, porque hubiera limpiado los Spiderling y controlar un poquito mejor a la Broad Mother.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
Ok, Life Stealer de posición número 1 por parte del equipo de Team Aster. Tiene facilidades de movimiento, quizás combinando con la Broad Mother, donde se puede mover por todo, llevando a la Life Stealer por donde quiera. Tienes una Marcy que también es muy bueno iniciando. Entonces, Lifestealer puede jugarte muy independientemente ya desde un mid game más o menos.
Now select your heroes.
Beastmaster. Ok, será patch de posición número 1 para Héctor, cosa que ya no vamos a tener a Héctor tanto en jungla, vamos a tener un poquito más de rotación y movimiento por parte de este patch a mando de Héctor, así que vamos a ver cómo se mueve Héctor en esta ocasión. Ya no va a ser quizás mantenerse en far, tienes a Whisper con el Beastmaster que te propone split push, te propone presión. Esto es bueno, ya no van a jugar mucho a estar encerrados a jungla o a estar buscando quizás farmear. No. Chris en la parte de medio también va a escalar muy rápido, en mid lane va a poder rotar, entonces ya no vamos a ver quizás una partida quizás pesada por parte del equipo de Beastcoast. Se puede venir mejores rotaciones por parte de la escuadra peruana, pero el equipo de Aster también te está proponiendo lo mismo. Así que yo creo que este segundo encuentro va a ser un poquito parejo. Bienvenidos entonces a esta última partida, serie de BO2 entre la escuadra peruana de Beastcoast y el equipo de Team Aster. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vehemencia y es un gusto poder llevarles el cast a todos ustedes. Y los que están preguntando referente a mi página, la he perdido hace 3 meses, no logro recuperar el control de la página hasta que Facebook me responda y me lo devuelva. Por eso es que hay esas publicaciones y ese contenido. Así que no caigan tampoco, porque ese contenido que están poniendo en las historias es para robar información. Vamos directamente entonces a este segundo encuentro. Predicciones, equipo con más Roshan asesinados.
Prepare for battle.
Acá sí me hace dudar, por el draft me hace dudar. Pero supongamos que estoy apostando dinero, ¿ya? Número total de torres destruidas antes del minuto 25. Tienes split push antes del minuto 25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Primer jugador en conseguir 15 denegaciones. Ya.
30 seconds to battle.
Ok.
This pleases the master.
Vamos a ver cómo se desarrolla. Hubo rotación por parte del equipo peruano en la parte superior del mapa. Mientras tanto, en la parte inferior, el equipo de Team Aster lograron posicionar un Observer War bastante ofensivo nuevamente. Están trabajando a presión. Tienes a Broad Mother, venga, jugue. Ay, Dios. Quería, bueno, en sí las intenciones de Chris era robar la runa, ¿no? O sea, era agarrar la runa, ¿ok? Pero la Broad Mother, bueno, fue un poquito más ágil. Mientras tanto aquí hubo presión sobre el Lich. Tiene Frost Shield, presión sobre el Tiny. Hay un Scar Blast, presión de Monel por sobre el Tiny. Sigue, cuidado que tienes el jabalí también por parte del Beastmaster. Y acá como que hay una pérdida de tiempo sobre moneda. Esto es bueno. Esto es bueno, ¿por qué? Porque estás dejando solo al Beastmaster. Hay un desgaste considerable. Van a terminar retrocediendo. TP se retira y mira. Esto es bueno, muy bueno para el equipo peruano porque Beastmaster empieza a farmear las hitear sin dificultades. Tiny se mantiene todavía. ¿Qué busca? Cuidado. Tiny en problemas. Bueno, TP, logra sombrear, TPea, se retira, se va a recuperar. Así que bueno, el detalle es que va a tener que caminar hasta su línea. Es una pequeña pérdida de tiempo. Mientras tanto, desposicionamos aquí al Snapfire, Broad Mother, que presiona, Stinger. Refugia levemente al lado de la tier número 1. Vamos a ver en la parte superior, Beastmaster al parecer puede mantenerse por lo menos tranquilo en los primeros minutos, molestando con constante veneno que genera el poison del jabalí. Mientras tanto, aquí sí, un mano a mano Chris Lack contra Ori. Pues si estás cara a cara contra Ori, va a tener una mayor ventaja aquí el Monkey King con el disable que pueda generar. Quizás con el Bundle Strike podría llevárselo sin dificultades, pero lo que vendría a ser más que todo en push lo va a dominar Ori. Minuto casi 3 de juego, no ha habido todavía la primera baja, pero sí ha habido bastantes intercambios de golpes hasta el momento. Venga, todos lo mandamos dentro de los creep neutrales, trata de bloquear, y esto podría ser la primera baja a favor del equipo de Beastcoast. Consigue la primera baja en la parte superior. Beastcoast inicia con el pie derecho, mientras tanto en la parte inferior desposicionamos aquí a Stinger, galletazo perfecto, el rod que quema aquí Héctor, pero a las finales pues termina abriéndose un poquito la escuadra de Aster. Venga el hook, no te vas de acá. Otra baja más a favor del equipo de Beastcoast, y esto que había iniciado la presión el equipo de Aster logra contrarrestar muy bien. ¿Qué tenemos? Pues formación de línea se mantiene 2-1-2, no hay rotaciones hasta el momento. Aquí lo que está trabajando el Tiny es justamente, ya hubo un puleo. Ya ahí está, esto facilita dominio, pero cuidado que en la parte de medio va a entrar Marcy, Bundle Strike, y Marcy dice, ¿qué pasó amigo? Venga para acá, lo sacamos dentro, o fuera mejor dicho, del agro de la tier número 1, Ori que va a tratar de ignorar el Split Air, lo consigue, epa, no consigue evadirlo Chris, pero llega el contragolpe rápidamente por parte de Stinger, que termina siendo favorable para el equipo peruano, llevándose la vida de Marcy. Ahí está. 3-0 el marcador a favor del equipo peruano. Y parecía que Monkey King iba a caer con el gam de Marcy en la parte de medio, pero a las finales pues bien frenado. Llegó el apoyo de la Snapfire, que con esto termina siendo un intercambio bastante favorable. Mientras tanto, el Tiny ha caído a mano de Leech. No te preocupes, mi rey, que el evento principal vas a tener a tu papi Imperius Choco, a ellos vas a tener, así que no te preocupes de los casters que no te gustan. Minuto casi 5 de juego, presión sobre Monet, venga para acá, lo tratan de sacar, mientras tanto el más fácil vendría a ser el Lich. No se deciden contra quién se van, y al pensar tanto, a las finales les va a terminar costando. Whisper se encuentra en medio de 3, y Tiny no puede hacer mucho en realidad. Tiny no puede hacer mucho. Aquí hubo una pequeña descomunicación, se podría decir. ¿Por qué? Porque pudieron haberse ido directamente sobre Lich. Hubiera caído más rápido a comparación de un Life Thriller que te aguanta mucho el asedio que te pueda generar. A las finales, al pensar tanto, en vez de irse sobre el Lich, pensaron mucho, llegó el TP de respuesta por parte de Marcy, y a las finales pues termina cayendo un core importante que vendría a ser el almirante Whisper.
No.
Minuto casi 6 de juego y marcador se mantiene de un 3-2 a favor del equipo de Beastcoast. Y el Team Network que es de 1K, vamos tranquilo. Marcy que está rotando en la parte superior, hay una tree lane, pero cuidado que en la parte de medio llega Stinger. Scar Blast, no va a pasar a mayores, no va a pasar a mayores.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Cuidado, Sinister Gaze. va a tratar de frenar, pero es presión de 3. No, tiene que retirarse. No tiene ventaja de pelea. Se le puede complicar, pero llega la respuesta rápidamente por parte de Stinger para decirle: ¡acá peleamos! Consigue llevarse la vida de Lich. Mientras tanto, Chris también se suma al Bond que termina frenando aquí a Lifestealer. No tiene Infest, no tiene Infest, no tienes Infest y no te vas a ir. Nos bajas a favor del equipo peruano. Buena baiteada a las finales y el TP de respuesta que se hizo llegar. Yo pensé, sinceramente, que no iban a llegar, porque no he estado viendo muy buena respuesta, pero en esta ocasión sí. Pues Héctor se puede quedar tranquilo en la parte inferior, pero está siendo presionado por 2. Presionado por 2. Venga, Dismember lo disposiciona, termina sacando esa mordida que había generado Héctor, pero mira cómo lo desgasta. Lo termina parando aquí a la Broadmother.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Minuto 7 de juego. Y esto, bueno, las esperanzas no se acaban. Yo, como todo buen peruano, obviamente voy a sacar cara por mi equipo peruano. Jueguen bien, jueguen mal, yo apoyo al equipo peruano. Vamos a ver acá. Lo desposicionamos directamente por sobre encima de Whisper. Aquí Lich va a caer, pese a que tenga el Frost Shield. Y adiós, Whisper consigue llevarse la vida de Aster. Bueno, como les mencionaba, así juegue bien, juegue mal. Como buen peruano hay que apoyar, o bueno, yo por lo menos apoyo a mi equipo peruano, porque he visto muchos que dicen: ay no, juegan mal, GG. Y bueno, no me quiero explayar porque tampoco quiero crear una controversia. Ustedes ya saben a qué me refiero. Pero bueno, si bien pierdo, bien gane, igualito yo sigo apoyando al equipo peruano. Vamos a ver minuto 8 de juego. Pues Patch, ¿cómo va? Ya tiene nivel 6, tiene Vanguard a mano. Y la Broadmother pues empieza a generar presión con los Spirelings. En la parte de medio, Mono. Venga, 2, 3, se viene la cuarta, pero está dentro del agro de la tierra número 1. Esto es peligroso. El daño mágico que desgasta. Bonder Strike, trata de regenerar. ¡Toma, chócala! Buena chocada. Ahí está, hermano. Pese a las rivalidades, siempre hay que tener ahí la buena vibra.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
A ver, Patch se está yendo más que todo por aguante, cuidado. Un galletazo, salta Marcy, no, cuidado. Podría caer Stinger, pero el salvavidas del Dismember logra frenar levemente, pero a las finales es Stinger que cae. Llega quizá la respuesta por parte de Perú, perfecto. Chris Lack se va directamente sobre Lich, ya Lich está muerto. Patch, vete a otro lado, era buscar la presión sobre Marcy. Sí, Lich ya estaba ya. Era que se lo deje a Lich, mientras tanto mira, el Tiny sigue buscando la presión por sobre encima de Marcy. No hay visión, no tiene visión. Están ahí nomás. Nightfire llegó. Hola, acá estás. Ahora sí, Scarlet Blast, el Bonder Strike que llega. Aquí falta un poquito de comunicación, me parece. No sé, creo que el equipo peruano anda, ¿cómo lo diría? Un poquito emo. Porque en la parte inferior ya estaba muerto el Lich. Entonces era cuestión que rote Chris hacia la parte donde estaba la Marcy. Entonces buscar a un Lich que va a tratar de sombrear e encima todavía un Monkey King.
Double damage.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Vamos a ver en la parte inferior, ha perdido la línea prácticamente Patch. Utilizamos 2, sacamos de la presión por encima de Patch, esperar a regenerarse un poco. Mientras tanto, me parece en la parte superior tiene buena defensa, hay rotación. Abrimos el mapa que tenemos el smoke generado por parte del equipo de Aster. Y Push se encuentra seca. Por suerte no hay visión sobre él, se va a poder tirar. Mientras tanto, quien se queda es el Shiny con el Monkey King, pero el TP de respuesta llega y esto es peligroso. Pueden llevarse quizás a la Broadmother, pero lo termina frenando Marcy. Se termina desatando y desgasta en área. Ori, como quema. Tiny a punto de morir, Ori que presiona. Y a las finales Tiny cae. Chris podría saltar a ver si consigue el tiempo de poder irse. Sigue saltando, corre por su vida y lo consigue. Presionarlo es complicado. Mientras tanto, en la parte superior, pues el almirante Whisper, aprovechando las unidades que genera tanto con el jabalí, también con el Dominator, que en esta ocasión tienes a un centauro que puede generar esto, empieza a desgastar la tier número 2. Llega la Snackfire, trata de reducir a la estructura con la metralleta, pero logra fortificar. Así que Moneda aguanta, se mantiene en la línea. Hay 3 por parte del equipo de Aster que van a tratar de presionar en la parte de medio. Mientras tanto, el Monkey King está a la espera. No hay Wukus Command todavía. Quizás esto podría utilizarlo como defensa, pero se va a mantener simplemente sobre su línea. Infest, ok, le quita el dominio de este centauro. Tiene Rage, galletazo, lo sacamos de la presión y sobre la mira de Moneda. Mientras tanto, vamos a ver en la parte inferior, Broadmother, avalancha, visión nula, Bonder Strike perfecto. Hook, no te vas. 2, ahí está. Termina cayendo, perfecto. Otra baja más a favor del equipo
Excellent.
de Beastcoast.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hay una runa enfrascada de regeneración ya para Left Rock, ok. Este es un pequeño salvavidas después de una pelea para poder reintegrarse nuevamente. Se está yendo por un poco más de guante, por el Bloodstone. Mientras tanto, Broadmother mantiene la presión todavía, busca itemizarse un poquito más en el network individual, pues quien va liderando es Héctor y quien le pisa los talones es justamente la Broadmother, que se va a ir por el pacto espectral, cosa que con esto en área va a reducir daño. Entonces, como no va a generar mucho impacto el Monkey King.
Radiant are scanning.
Ahí está Papicha, ahí está Papicha. Visión, scan generado, no hay nada. No tiene mucha visión la escuadra peruana. Mientras tanto, el equipo de Aster se van sobre Beastmaster, salta Maxi, pero el slow generado de las unidades se lo termina complicando. Bien jugado. Whisper, pues, logra inteligentemente generar el slow sobre la Maxi. Ya Life Stealer cuenta con Mordigan, un Bracer a mano, una Desolator. Con esto vamos a reducir armadura. Chris Black en la parte de medio empieza a pegar, pero está muy cerca del agro de la tier número 1, de la cual termina siendo peligroso. ¿Por qué? Llega aquí Lich, Sinister Gaze, pero a las finales muy buena visión por parte de ese águila para poder llevarse la vía de Lich. Lo sacamos de posición, buena defensa por parte del Tiny con esta avalancha, pero cuidado que podría ser peligroso. El split air que controla. Y adiós, se perfila Perú para entrar. Vuelve a galleta por parte de Blackfire. Los Mortimer quiso que quema más al primer roll para decirle: tú no te mueves, te quedas aquí. Yes, a las finales, Lefro quien termina cayendo con un contragolpe bastante bueno por Perú y llevándose la tier número 1 en la parte de medio. 11/6 en minuto casi 15 de juego. Monkey King ya cuenta con el Echo Saber, ok, con esto aumentamos la velocidad de ataque, papam, golpe, con esto las cargas también a su favor, el Wukus Command está disponible. Mientras tanto, Beastmaster jugando a la presión. En esta ocasión ya tiene el Vladimir, Dominator, lo va a mejorar con el yelmo del Supremo, va a seguir presionando tanto con los jabalís, mientras tanto la Broadmother simplemente presiona con los Spiraling y va a contar justamente con el pacto espectral para más que todo condicionar pelea, ¿no? Más que todo condicionar pelea y evitar que el daño se venga con total brutalidad por parte del equipo peruano, ya que estaría reduciendo un 30% de daño. En la parte de medio, cuidado, Push se encuentra un poquito ¿Estás enfocado? Sí. No. Estaba muy lejos del agro de la tier número 1. Termina cayendo a Patch. Tiny también de la misma manera. Wukuskoma va a tratar de defender. No lo deja respirar. Chris Lag. Wukuskoma con el Bundle Strike, pero a las finales se va de todo. Aprovecharon justamente el posicionamiento por parte del Patch para irse de todo. Y aprovecharon a impresionarlo. Mientras tanto, el almirante Whisper prácticamente está trabajando full split push. Momento de tranquilidad y sosiego. Un Team Network que se mantiene al margen todavía de 1K. Un marcador favorable por parte del equipo peruano. Dominio de mapa, pues parejo. Ha perdido la tier número 1 en la parte inferior. La tier número 1 en la parte de medio. Llega Marcy, salta. Lo sacamos de posición a Stinger, el Tiny perfecto con la lancha para frenar. Poco tiempo, pero no lo suficiente para poder salvar la vida al Snapfire. Y mientras tanto, Héctor ya cuenta con Agani. Con esto va a poder limpiar fácilmente a los Spider-Link, proporcionar un poquito más de presión con ese Rod. Llega el OTP de respuesta por parte del equipo de Aster. ¿Y quién inicia? Marcy probablemente, tiene daga. Venga, iniciamos, sacamos al mono. Chris se acaba de caer, pero bien jugado por parte de Héctor. Lo termina sacando de terreno alto. Mientras tanto, pues lo jalan aquí al Tiny. Primal Roar, frenamos a la Blood Mother. El Punch que se mete de cara, Dismember a la final es cancelado. Consigue llevarte la vida de la Blood Mother, pero el daño en área por parte de Ori está quemando. Es demasiado por parte de Ori. Y son a las finales 3 caídos por parte del equipo peruano y 2 por parte del equipo de Team Aster.
Invisibility. Arms for the dead.
Tiny se encuentra solo en la parte inferior. Lich. Es muy complicado de que Lich trate de generar esa kill, pero por lo menos va generando visión. Me parece que lo va a seguir. ¿Quién podría bajar? Marcy. Está bajando. Quizá también la Blood Mother. Muy cerca de la tier número 1. Creo que ya está muerto aquí el Tiny. No tiene TP. Frost Shield. Se desata la Marcy. Y con esto, pues Tiny la está pagando bastante. Llega también Ori, Sinister Gaze, no te vas. Y la cereza del pastel lo pone Ori. Monkey King trabajando una Blacking Bar. Perfecto, ¿por qué? Con esto estás evitando tanto Sinister Gaze, el Split Air, también el Slow que te puede generar la Blood Mother, la Marcy al meterse de cara. Entonces necesitas una Blacking Bar para evitar todo el control y disable que te puede proporcionar el equipo de Aster. Héctor también busca esta BKB, cosa que pueda trabajar tranquilo, evitar que lo neutralicen y poder desgastar como debe ser. Ofensivo en la parte inferior. Mientras tanto, el equipo peruano trabajando solamente defensivamente. Me parece que vieron al Tiny nuevamente en el mismo lugar. Lich está buscando. Kill. Empieza a buscar. ¿Se le va a ir? Sí, se le va. Tiene que retirarse nomás de la línea. No va a poder hacer mucho. Lifestealer, por otro lado, sigue escalando. Ya tiene ese Desolator trabajando la Yasha y lo va a terminar con Sangi Yasha. Este string es auspiciado. Casi lo digo, casi lo leo, ¿ah? O sea, sí suena gracioso, pero no debo. Tiempo de juego. No es una partida tan presurosa como al primer encuentro. O sea, sí lo iba a leer si es que no tuviera los sponsors que ya ven en pantalla. Vamos a ver el smoke generado por parte del equipo de Perú sobre territorio enemigo. No hay visión, es complicado quizás sobreextenderse sobre terreno alto. Mientras tanto, con esto puede terminar revelando. Ya vieron aquí Snackfire, el Scar Blast, Beastmaster también se revela. Mientras tanto, aquí se encuentra solo Héctor solito, trata de amarrar, no lo consigue. Morte Marquise que condiciona la pelea. Bien jugado el Snackfire, haciendo que Aster se repliegue levemente, pero no tenía el sostén para mantenerse Poch. Así que bueno, un intercambio de 1 por 1. Buscus Coman es lo generado. Buen destroy perfecto por parte de Chris. Llega el galletazo. BKB no deja que se vaya esa list. Buscamos ahora a Ori se sale. Venga, Broad Model. Lo regresa dentro de Wukus Coman. Pero a los finales es el Tiny que termina pagando. Dentro de Wukus Coman a las finales, Chris es castigado. Oh my god. 3 por 2 el intercambio a favor del equipo de Aster. Se encontraba solo, Héctor se encontraba solo, lo agarraron, no le dejaron hacer absolutamente nada, y si no me equivoco, ya es la segunda vez, ¿no? Ya la segunda vez que lo agarran solo a Poch, aprovechan y le meten de todo. Desde acá, buenos Mortimer Kisses tratando de posicionar o de abrir la pelea de Aster, que lo consigue levemente. Buscando la primera inmortalidad, la escuadra de Aster, que en esta ocasión lo obtiene el Life Stealer. Ya tiene sangre a mano. Vamos a buscar Speedway, generamos un poquito mayor de visión. El Hook que trata de agarrar, no lo consigue. El Sky Black, la avalancha perfecto, inmovilizando a 4. La escuadra peruana que trata de retroceder. Mientras tanto, sigue la presión por parte de Aster. A ver si conseguimos algo. Se refugia dentro del agro de la tier número 4. Y a las finales es Aster quien desiste la presión, que muy posible pudo haber sido otro el pronóstico si es que esa avalancha no hubiera impactado sobre esos 4 héroes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Fue esencial esa avalancha sobre los 4. Ahí sí, hubiera sido peligroso. Visión peligrosa. Cuidado, Sentry puesto. Observe, ya lo vieron. Ahí Tiny logra retirarse, pero se sobreextiende. Venga la avalancha, agarramos a 2. Se retira, se va a refugiar quizás al agro de la tier número 3. El Primal Roar defensivo, nada más. El Splinter que trata de agarrar no lo consigue. Ametralladora por parte de... No te creo, lo sacaron aquí. El almirante Whisper consigue llevarse la vida de Marcy. Lo Mortimer Kisses que quema considerablemente, haciendo retroceder con la BKB. Pues Chris quiere llevarse un kill más, pero cuidado, ya se le acabó. Wukus Coman, ¡no! El desgaste es brutal. El daño mágico puro en área por parte de Ori es demasiado.
Dire's middle tower is under Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Ahora la ventaja que tenía ligeramente en realidad la escuadra peruana de Beastcoast se empieza a dar la vuelta a favor del equipo de Team Aster. 17-19 a favor de Aster, con 7K de Team Network. Life Theater ya terminó ese Sanguiyasha. Ahora está trabajando un Azor Quiras, con la cual va a apoyar mucho.
Dire are scanning. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bueno, momento de tranquilidad y sosiego, rotación por parte del equipo de Aster sobre el territorio enemigo, y creo que es la tercera vez que ya agarran solo aquí a Patch. Empieza a quemar con el Rod. Esperamos respuesta por parte del equipo peruano, se mantiene en terreno bajo. Mientras tanto, se llevaron la vida de Life Stealer, pero solamente quitándole la inmortalidad. Venga, Infest revienta, tienen que retirarse de la pelea, no tienen ya recursos para poder pelear. Galleta no consigue, a las finales Héctor fuera de juego. Life Stealer se sobreextiende buscando la vida también de Snackfire. Lo sacamos aquí también al Tiny con el toss, lo manda aquí a la Broad Mother, a ver si por lo menos cae la Broad Mother, que tiene la BKB encima. Los Mortimer Kisses que se disipa. sin conseguir absolutamente nada. Forzó buyback Snapfire y no consiguió absolutamente nada con ese buyback. Han conseguido llevarse la vida de Life Stealer solamente con la inmortalidad. Marcy tiene tanto el salto para iniciar, tanto la daga para iniciar, y prácticamente lo saca de posición a cualquier héroe, facilitando el asedio. Wukos Command dentro del agro de la tier número 2. Se libera Life Stealer, se le pone el rush y dice: acá no pasó nada, manito. Aquí no pasó nada, y acaba de gastar un recurso importante el mono sin generar ninguna baja. Y mira cómo prácticamente se pasea la mar, se salta, se sale sin dificultades. Mientras tanto, Ori que empieza a quemar, se van a llevar la vida de Whisper fuera de fuego. Buscamos a Héctor, que está quemando con el rock, no puede hacer absolutamente nada Héctor. Buscamos también al Tiny desaparece. Y esa Marcy, sinceramente, se pasea. ¿Han visto cómo se metió al Wukos Common y dentro del agro de la tier número 1 en la cara del equipo peruano, y luego salió bailando diciendo: no pasó nada?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Vamos a buscar aquí al mono.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ok, consiguieron generar super crit en la parte de medio. Fortifican para aguantar un poco más. A ver cuánto tiempo más podría aguantar la escuadra de Beastcoast. El split push que estaba generando a las finales Beastmaster termina siendo más que todo defensivo en vez de ofensivo. Estuvo presionando muy bien, pero han necesitado el apoyo del almirante Whisper para tratar de mantener una pelea, ya que solo no están consiguiendo mucho. Pero pese a que traten de mantener una pelea, el pacto espectral termina reduciendo un 30% de daño de la escuadra peruana. Lo vieron al mono. Tiene la BKB. El hook no agarra. Mientras tanto, Scary Blast, limpiamos los Spider-Link. Busca mantener todavía la presión el equipo de Aster. La visión es buena con ese Observer Ward. Mientras tanto, Perú no tiene muy buena visión. El hook que se va a la nada. Está hookeando sin visión, prácticamente al YOLO, como diciendo: a ver a quién agarro. Mientras tanto, sin Esther Gaze, agarramos el Maxfire, primera víctima. Y ahora, Patch, a pesar de que tiene la BKB, utiliza el Dismember. Wukos Command también. Con esto podría terminar castigando. Lich fuera de juego. Prima Roll, frenamos, pero al final es castigado con el tremendo daño en área mágico por parte del Errock, que se llevan ya 4 por intercambio de 2. Y el único que queda es Chris solito dentro del Wukos Command del split. Y esto es todo. TY a favor del equipo de Aster por intercambio de 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom
no hay buyback. Parece que esto podría ser todo por parte del equipo peruano. Aster, que empieza a presionar estructuras, se lleva ya los 6 de Raxer sin dificultades. Frene. No hay quien frene. Super Crit de la parte inferior, Super Crit de la parte de medio. Solamente falta la parte superior para poder generar los mega. Y con esto ya tener todas las líneas habilitadas.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mucho Shivasgar. Y ahora trabajando una daga. Drone Endurance, con esto le da un pequeño aguante a todo lo que se encuentra en área. Tenemos Tiny, ¿no? Tiny tiene la daga. Es un héroe que te pueda generar blindaje, entonces avalancha podría desaparecer a Lich. Pero es que a Lich nunca lo vas a encontrar solo. A Lich nunca lo vas a encontrar solo. Snapfire está carísimo en ítems. 30 minutos de juego y se viene una próxima pelea. Frost Shield sobre Ori. Shivasgar que genera un poquito de visión. Galletazo, inmovilizamos. Y tienen que pelear desde high ground. Mientras tanto, el timing, ¿ok? Todos avalancha. Dale un golpe. No, ya lo agarraron. Ahí está, Tiny andando totalmente solo, sin visión. ¿Se dan cuenta? La visión muy baja. Y eso que tenía un Observer War acá. Si tenías el Observer War acá, tenías visión de los héroes enemigos y Tain se arriesgó a tratar de presionar línea. Mientras tanto, Héctor activa la DKB. Maxi que jala aquí a Stinger sin Star Gate, no dejan que el Snapfire se vaya. Su último respiro es darse la vuelta y un Scatter Blast.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Ok, agarramos uno. Rayman Roll frenamos, Dismember también. No hubo buen timing, pero con el Bucus Command a ver si consiguen algo. Se mete la Broad Mother con BKB, no hace nada, Chris. No hace absolutamente nada, Chris. Venga, todos los mandamos al Ancient. El Hook, agarramos, sí. A ver si por lo menos se lleva la vía del Airshot. Ya el Airshot fuera de juego, tuvo que forzar Viva Héctor. Sinester. Osado, venga, daga, avalancha sobre dos, Dismember agarra, pero a la final lo cancelan, Scario Black, galletazo, a ver si logra comprar un poquito de tiempo para que el push pueda aguantar. Mortimer, ¿qué es eso? ¡Oye, el Infest cómo revienta! Hasta se me lagueó la pantalla de ese Infest, salido por parte de Monet, llevándose la vida de Héctor, y esto termina aquí. Good game, well played. La partida se lo lleva el equipo de Aster. Y con esto, chicos, culminamos la transmisión del día de hoy. Pero a partir de las 9 de la noche continuamos con las partidas del Group Stage. Aún quedan algunas partidas más para el equipo de Beastcoast, así que vamos a ver cómo se torna. Muchísimas gracias, chicos, a todos los que nos acompañaron desde las 9 de la noche hasta el día de hoy. Para los que no me conocen, soy Vemencia y es un gusto en TikTok, ando subiendo canal de ESB. Chao, chao.